And our Premier League coverage gets underway on Friday night. Manchester United are at home to Fulham. And then our usual Saturday afternoon service begins on the opening Saturday of the Premier League season. Our base from next Saturday, Arsenal against Wolves with Ian Dennis and all the goals as they go in up and down the country. The League One opening weekend gets underway in 20 minutes or so. The League Two games were played at 3 o'clock. This is what happened. Barrow 1, Crewe 0. Doncaster 4, Accrington 1. Fleetwood 1, Grimsby 0. Gillingham 4, Carlisle 1. MK Dons 1, Bradford 2. Salford 0, Port Vale 2. Goalless between Tranmere and Notts County. Walsall got a 1-0 win over Morecambe. Cheltenham 3, Newport 2. Last night, of course, it finished Chesterfield 1, Swindon 1. So there's one game I haven't brought you there, and that's Bromley, new into the Football League, getting a 2-0 win at Harrogate, and this was watched by Adam Cottier.
Yeah, a debut to remember in the Football League for Andy Woodman and Bromley. Elation between themselves and the supporters at the end. They played with real conviction at times here. 2 second-half goals, won it inside 10 minutes. Michael Cheek touching in a cross, come shot from the left-hand side. He was the top scorer last season. He's off the mark in the Football League. And then Kamal Grant, who's a defender on loan from Millwall, headed in a left-wing corner to make it 2-0, and they restricted Harrogate as well. They had no answer to it, and Bromley win on their Football League debut. Harrogate 0, Bromley 2. And in the division that they were promoted from, the National League, today AFC filed 3, Solihull Moors 2. Solihull Moors had a man sent off there. Aldershot 3, Forest Green Rovers 3. Altrincham had a man sent off inside the first 15 minutes, but still beat Woking by a goal to 0, who had a man sent off in the second half. Boston 0, Rochdale 3. Dagenham Redbridge 2, Wealdstone 1. Halifax 2, Barnet 1. Gateshead 5, Ebbsfleet 1. Maidenhead 0, Eastleigh 2. Oldham 3, Braintree 0. Southend 1, York City 1. Tamworth 1, Sutton 1. And Yeovil 0, Hartlepool 1. Today at the Olympics, the penultimate day, tends to be a big day for the team final. So earlier the French men got a gold in the volleyball. We've got the French men in the basketball later against the USA. Currently, the gold medal match in the women's football, Brazil against the USA, Maz Faruqi.
And 52 minutes played here at the Parc des Princes. It is 0-0, but this has all the hallmarks so far of this USA side at this Olympic Games under Emma Hayes. They haven't played well. In fact, they've really ridden their luck at times, but they haven't conceded. Some great Brazil chances. Ludmilla with the ball in the back of the net for Brazil as well, but she was marginally offside. She's been excellent. Jennifer and Yasmin for Brazil as well, but they haven't been able to take advantage. The best USA chance falling to Mallory Swanson. Remember, Marta in her last match for Brazil after 22 years is on the bench. Victoria Yaya has just had to be taken off with injury to be replaced by Ana Vitória. That Brazil change, the only one made so far in this match, but you wonder when Emma Hayes, who's just down in front of us on the touchline, might decide to switch things up, because the USA have not played well in this match. 0-0.
The Super League match this afternoon was Leeds against Wigan. Sharon Shortall.
And Wigan missed the chance to go back to the top of Super League after a wonderful performance from Leeds Rhinos. Reece Martin getting the pick of the tries right on the final whistle. A kick across field tapped back down to him from Paul Momorowski. Martin touching down. He's kicked 7 out of 7 goals as well this afternoon, as Leeds Rhinos mean they still have a chance now of the playoffs. They are just 4 points adrift of 6th place. It finished at Headingley. Leeds Rhinos 30, Wigan Warriors 4.
Busy late afternoon in the Velodrome. Alistair Bruce-Ball.
Yes, Mark, the Madison final is underway for the men. Don't worry, you've not missed too much. 170 laps to go. Yes, just 170, I know. It's a 50-kilometre race, right? It's a bonkers event, and it's worth explaining every time.
I was told you're getting a bit mardy that I'd missed the start.
Yeah, I wanted to do commentary on all 200 laps. Yeah. So basically, what we've got, this is a team event, 15 nations competing, and 2 riders for each team. So you've got 30 riders on the track at any one time, but only one rider is active. It is like a relay race. So one rider will do a quick few laps in the middle, and then there's a relay changeover. It's a slingshot. The 2 riders grab arms and they sling the fresh rider into the race. So they come high from the banking and into the middle of the velodrome. And over the 200 laps, you have sprints every 10 laps. You'll occasionally hear the bell go, and the sprint starts, and then you can win points for the sprints. 5 for winning the sprint, 3 for coming second, 2 for coming third, and 1 for coming fourth. But the key thing you can also do, and this is why this race is so fascinating right from the start, Mark, is that you can get 20 points by taking a lap on the rest of the field. And right from the gun, the Austrian team went out, worked really hard over the first sort of 15 to 20 laps, and they've got a lap on the field. So they lead at the moment in the gold medal position. They're on 25 points. Australia and Italy and the Netherlands all have 5 points apiece. Great Britain are yet to score, but as you can tell, there is a long way to go. And I'll just give you a quick word on the British team, because there has been a change here. We thought Ethan Hayter and Ollie Wood were going to ride for Great Britain, but we were told when we came into the velodrome today that Ethan Hayter has a slight thigh injury, so he has been replaced by Mark Stewart. But what I would say about that is these two are experienced Madison riders, and they won the silver medal at the World Championships last year. They're yet to get on the board. Austria are the team to catch. 163 laps to go.
Because that's important, isn't it? They need to know each other as a pair for this.
Yeah, they do. Well, Victoria, you talk a bit about the sort of...
Hi, Victoria.
Yep, hello.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Yes, good, thanks. You do, don't you? You need to know each other as a pair. You need to know the little signals. You need to know when to give each other a break.
And you know, like, the hand sling is very technical. It may make it look very easy, but you know, if you don't get it right and you don't have the confidence in your pairing and you haven't had enough time to practice in your pairing, it can be pretty frightening out there. We've already seen 2 riders crash and have to get back up. There's a German rider, Theo Reinhardt's got a nasty wound on his leg. He's a skin suit's got a big hole in it, but he's back up racing again. It was a bad changeover from Japan, and it took him and Aaron Gate out, but thankfully the GB lads have stayed out of trouble so far.
Yeah, they do have 2 points on the board as well, Mark. That came in the third sprint, so while I was trying to explain the event to you, they shot past me and scored 2 points, so they are on the board. Austria still lead on 25 points, so it's going to be about these other teams trying to take a lap. But that's what I love about this event. It's difficult to keep a handle on, but it's high speed, it's tactics, it's danger, and it builds to a fantastic climax.
I mean, it's a feat of concentration for you two watching it. I mean, it is a feat of concentration for those in it as well, Vic.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's honestly it's bedlam out there. If you get riders hand slinging in the same position, because you can go at any point, you can do as much work or as little work each. It's not going to be an even split of work. So there's riders changing on this straight, that straight at the same time, with the same time as the person in front of them. You wonder how they don't crash more often. It's quite a remarkable event.
Back for how many laps do you want it?
Well, I think
120
we've
to
How
go.
many
Do you want
laps
it
do you
back?
want?
How much do you want to hear from us? I think we've said something like 30 to go. Hopefully GB are in contention with 30 to go. That should take about 10 minutes of your time. But honestly, Mark, it's double points for the last sprint. I mean, yesterday was cracking because the Great Britain team that took silver, Eleanor Barker and Nia Evans, realised they couldn't get gold. The Italians took the gold by taking a lap on the rest of the field, but they spotted if they got that last sprint, they could get from bronze to silver. They did that. So let's see what Great Britain can do tonight.
Let's go back to the football. A gold medal match in the women's football. Tom Cruise is on his feet because, Maz?
Because the USA, despite riding their luck for long periods of this match against Brazil, have the lead with about half an hour to play in this women's gold medal match. Brilliant through ball then for Mallory Swanson, who should perhaps have passed it to set up her teammate Sophia Smith in the first half, but she finished that one really well. The USA have not played well in this gold medal match, but Emma Hayes is celebrating on the touchline in front of us. Brazil 0, USA 1.
To the women's golf next. Lydia Ko a little bit earlier on completed the full set. Silver in Rio, bronze in Tokyo, and she took gold in Paris. Ian Carter was watching. There were a few nerves along the way, weren't there?
There were, but in the final analysis, I think you have to praise Ko for her composure coming down the stretch. I'm sure she would have been fully aware of what John Rahm did last Sunday when he held a 4-shot lead with 8 holes to play and finished outside the medals. And she led by 5 shots heading into the back 9. It looked like it was going to be a procession to gold, but then came a double bogey at the 13th, and at the same time Esther Henseleit of Germany was bolting from the pack and ended up setting the mark at 8 under par. Ko had slipped back from 11 under to 9 under, but she calmly parred 14, 15, 16, and 17, holding a couple of sort of 3.5, 4-footers that really demanded her full concentration, and then at the last very pragmatically laid up and then played a wedge over the water for her third shot to that par 5, and very fittingly, I thought, hold the birdie putt from 5.5 feet that gave her a 2-shot victory, a closing round of 71, and as you say, a full set of Olympic medals.
Thank you very much, Ian. 6:20 here in Paris on the penultimate day of the Olympics, just after 5:20 back in the UK. Time for the news.
The voice of the UK.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
With the BBC News on 5 Live, I'm Fraser Dainton. The head of a hospital in Gaza City says at least 70 people were killed in an Israeli airstrike on a school compound where thousands of displaced Palestinians were taking shelter. The director of the local hospital said the situation there was catastrophic, with his facility lacking the resources to deal with serious injuries. Israel says it was targeting militants using the school as a base. The parents of BB King, one of the 3 girls who died after being stabbed in Southport, have said her older sister witnessed the attack and escaped. The 6-year-old was one of the 3 girls who were attacked when killed at a Taylor Swift-themed dance class last month. Dozens of people have been appearing in court in connection with the riots across the UK, which were sparked by the Southport attack. Among them were 4 people who appeared in court in Liverpool for their roles in the public disorder which took place in the city and in Southport. And Banksy has confirmed more artwork in his new animal-themed collection across London. It's a silhouette of a stretching cat on an empty, distressed billboard and is the 6th piece in as many days.
Bring the Premier League to life with BBC Radio 5 Live.
And a brand new season begins.
Oh, that was late. And out comes the red card.
Goes for the corner! What a goal!
With more live Premier League football than anywhere else.
Long way out. What a strike!
The Premier League starts next week on 5 Live and BBC Sounds.
This is 5 Live Sports at the Olympic Games.
With Chapman.
On 5 Live and BBC Sounds.
A bronze for Noah Williams today in the 10-metre platform has been Britain's first medal. There'll be another one later when Caden Cunningham goes for gold in the taekwondo. We'll head back to the velodrome in just a moment as well to see what the chances are for a medal there as far as Britain are concerned. But the modern pentathlon reaches its conclusion in the next hour or so. Conor McNamara is watching this. Britain's Joe Chung is the defending champion. Chance for a medal for him?
He's got a lot to do, chappers. Poor start to the preliminaries. He only scraped his way into this modern pentathlon final. And the way it works, you've got 5 sports. We've seen across the Olympic Games. If you're mastering one sport, it's so difficult. You can only imagine the dedication required to become proficient in the 5. But first up today was the equestrian. The riders are assigned a horse they won't have ridden before. He made it around the show jumping course, hitting just one obstacle. Next up, the fencing bonus round. Now, this is a little bit like winner stays on. So because he was towards the end of the leaderboard coming into this final, he was up first, and he did manage to win his first 2 bouts against Hungarian and French opponents. And then he was beaten by his opponent from Mexico, Emilio Hernandez, who then went on to win 6 in a row. But anyway, he didn't pick up too much on the fencing. Swimming and the laser run to come, and they're probably his 2 best. So at the moment, Joe Chung would be starting 26 seconds behind the leader when it comes to the final laser run. Laser run is a mixture of running and shooting. So they run a 600-metre track. Then they've got to compose themselves, get their breathing right, and shoot with the laser gun towards a target. Once they hit it the required number of times, then they can go and run another 600. It's kind of like if you imagine an American movie, it's like a sort of initiation to get into a frat house. That's the sort of feeling that it's got about it. But it's a brilliant setup here at first sight. You can see all 5 events from your seats. You've got thousands of people sitting here, and they can all see the swimming pool, and they can all see the equestrian, the horses, they can all see the laser run, they can see the fencing going on at the moment. It'll all be decided in the next hour. So he's in it, Joe Chung, but only because he's got his 2 facets. He kind of needs his competitors to have problems now in the next couple of disciplines to give him a chance.
So Connor across that for us in the beautiful early evening sunshine in Versailles. Let's go back to a little earlier this afternoon when Noah Williams won a bronze in the men's 10-metre platform. His second medal of the Games. He won a silver earlier in the 10-metre synchronised with Tom Daley. And after the medal ceremony, he spoke to Casa Alon.
Noah, what an incredible roller coaster that was. You were just into the final by 0.25 points and you come away with a bronze medal. Incredible. Has it sunk in?
I don't think so. I mean, like, it's literally a dream. Obviously, I said that last time for synchro, but like individually winning a medal, doing it yourself, you know, is obviously a whole nother level. And yeah, I don't think it's sunk in because, you know, I'm nowhere near as emotional as last time.
And also, the only British divers to win 2 medals in one Olympics in the synchro and individual, Jack Law, Tom Daley, and now you. That's the end of the list. That's the level that you now are at.
No way. I just got lucky. They're a whole nother level. I mean, those two are literally the greats of GB diving. And, you know, don't get me wrong, I'm so happy with how I've done, and it's a huge achievement, but they are another class, yeah.
Your last 2 dives, putting up those scores of 93 and 94, and then the rest had to match that, and they didn't. Did you think it was an advantage going first in that situation, and what were you saying to yourself?
Yeah, no, I genuinely did. Like, even before the competition, obviously, nobody wants to qualify in 12th and sneak into the final, but Jack in Rio did the same thing. And then, you know, when you're first, I'm not focused on anyone else because I'm the first one going. I just can do what I can do, which was great. And then, you know, I was just able to literally do what I had to do to get the medal. One of my dives wasn't great, but overall, obviously, I'm so happy and I couldn't ask for more.
I love how much time you took on the 6th dive. I was watching you and you were just taking ages pacing. What were you saying to yourself at that moment? What were you thinking?
I was basically saying, I was like, I don't think, you know, I'll get this chance again. Like obviously there'll be another Olympics, but being in the position I was, like, close to medaling, I was like, this is basically now or never. And luckily it was now, I guess.
And I know we spoke about it after your win in the synchro, but Dave Jenkins, your coach, not here with us anymore, but he would be incredibly proud and so happy of what you have achieved.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really glad I'm able to, I guess, put what we worked together for 7 years together today. I mean, it's a good day to do it on, you know. I mean, like, yeah, I'm so happy, and you know, I miss him so much, but I love him, and he's gone far too early. But yeah, I'm just saying words at this point, but super happy, and yeah, I'm so glad I could do it for him.
And let's finish with the tattoo, because you got a tattoo to commemorate him last time. What tattoo are you going to get to celebrate this incredible Olympics that you've had this time? Because I know you and Tom Daley have been talking about it.
Yeah, so I'm for sure getting one for Tom, for synchro. I never actually thought I'd medal individually, so I don't have a plan. I don't know, Eiffel Towers, I mean, nothing wrong with it, but I feel like it's a bit too basic. I like going for a bit quirky, so maybe I'll ask for Kuto. Where is he? I love him. He's such a cutie, and I'll let him decide. I just let random people pick him at this point.
Noah Williams, after winning bronze in the men's 10-metre platform. Back to the velodrome. Just the 120 or so laps left, I think. Ali?
Yeah, down to 114. Fascinating race developing. Last time we spoke to you, Austria had gone early, straight from the gun, took a lap and gained 20 points, had a massive lead on the field. That took so much out of them. They have since been lapped, lost those 20 points, and everything has tightened up. The Italian team at the moment are trying to make a break and lap the field. They're in the gold medal position on 15 points. Spain on 11 points, New Zealand on 10. Great Britain on 4 points, so Victoria still very much in medal contention, but we saw the Italian women's team win gold yesterday by taking a lap, and the men at the moment are trying to do exactly the same thing.
I mean, they've got less than a quarter of a lap before they make contact with the back of the peloton, and that will be the lap gain, so it's looking very promising for Italy, but as we've got 111 laps to go, yes. So still many points on the table.
Bell goes for the next sprint. Italy are chasing to close down the peloton to make that lap. That would give them a big lead in the gold medal position. The story developing there as well, Mark. Simone Consoni, who is part of this Italian team, his younger sister Chiara Consoni, won in the women's Madison yesterday. That would be an incredible family double.
It really would. So plenty more from the velodrome to come midway through the second half in the women's football gold medal match, and Brazil have got it all to do. Let's join Mas Faruqi.
Yeah, they do. Brazil 0, USA 1 because of that goal at the start of the second half from Mallory Swanson, and Brazil immediately making a triple substitution after going behind, and one of the 3 players to come on after 22 years as her biggest player for her country, Marta. She's played at 6 Olympics. She says this will be her last major tournament in the colours of Brazil. She was applauded onto the pitch by every single person watching here at the Parc des Princes, including Julien Laurent, who's sitting alongside me. She's a generational talent, Jules. It's a privilege to be here, probably to watch it, what might be the last match for Brazil for Marta.
Oh, you're right. Absolute legend. And to show that when she came on, the whole stadium, the whole Parc des Princes clapped, even the American fans, everybody, and the neutrals too. It was just a very special moment. I was at the World Cup in Australia last summer, where she made her last World Cup appearances, and I saw that against France. And to see her again tonight, whether this afternoon, whether they win it or not, whether it goes to extra time or not, it would be a very special moment, because what a career she had, and she really helped growing the women's side of the game, and just for that she will forever be a legend.
Yeah, she's been an icon. So many players talk about her being an inspiration, but her and Brazil with it all to do. And since that Mallory Swanson goal in this second half, Jules, there's been great chances for the USA for a second, for Trinity Rodman and for Sophia Smith. It's really important that Brazil try and stay focused despite the disappointment of going behind.
Yeah, because you were right earlier, they did a lot of really good things until when it was still 0-0. They had the better chances. We looked at the stats together. They made more passes, they had more shots on target, everything. But the pace of Swanson on that goal, and the ball lost in the middle of the park, and then how quickly Corbin Holber found Swanson in behind for that goal, and then Rodman using her pace as well. We knew that the game would be won or lost really with the 2 wingers, Swanson, Rodman on one side, and I guess Gabi Portillo and Ludmila on the other side for Brazil. And so far the Americans have done the better job.
Yeah, USA haven't played well at all at points in this Olympics tournament. Emma Hayes just on the touchline at the moment, discussing perhaps making some substitutions. Her side do have a corner on the far side as they attack from right to left as we watch in this second half. We'll just see if they're going to take this. The referees just pause play just to remind the players not to foul each other in the box. We'll see this swept in very shortly. But I wonder if Emma Hayes will decide to make a couple of changes in this second half. Yes, her side are ahead, as we say, but they haven't really played particularly well. Let's just see if they can make something happen with this corner. There haven't been very good deliveries from corners, in truth, in this match so far, and that one is headed away by Brazil. Do you think that the USA might be tempted to bring on a couple of players, Jules? I mean, the big one really, who's been excellent for them at times in this Olympics tournament so far, is Rose Lavelle.
Yeah, and she could, I think, do a good job in midfield. What we've seen is Lindsay Horan playing almost as a second striker. It's very much of a 4-2-4 for the US, and maybe with 20 minutes to go now, you can bring Lavelle for Horan, even if she's the captain, to make it maybe slightly a bit more defensive, go into a 4-3-3 shape, and make sure you just hit Brazil on the counter-attack with Swanson, Smith and Rodman, who are arguably the best front three in women's football right now. So maybe Lavelle for Horan, and getting a little bit more control of that game, as Horan plays quite attackingly so far.
And the USA on the attack again. Sophia Smith down the left-hand side, just checks back though, and is forced backwards by this Brazil defence. But the USA feeling now, I think, a lot more optimistic in this match after what was a poor first half from them. They've got 20 minutes to hold on, and they will be the gold medal winners at this Paris Olympic Games. 71 minutes played. Brazil 0, USA 1.
Maz, Jules, thank you. Anything happens there, you will hear it with us here on 5 Live. We are going to go back to the velodrome. Alistair Bruce-Ball.
Well, we're down into double figures, Mark. 93 laps to go. That means 10 sprints. Denmark, the Olympic champions, have managed to take a lap since you were last with us. So it's Italy-Denmark at the moment for the gold medal position. Italy on 40 points, Denmark on 32. Then it's a real bun fight for the bronze medal. Spain currently in the bronze medal position on 13 points. Great Britain on 4 points in 10th place, Victoria. That is the team of Ollie Wood and Mark Stewart. If they've got any serious intentions of gold or silver, they're going to have to try and take a lap at some point here, aren't they?
I think they are going to have to go and try and take a lap, because to expect to win consecutive 10-lap sprints between now and the end of the race is going to be tough, because there's going to be 8 more sprints, 1 double points. I think it would be a bit of a tricky thing to do, and I wouldn't be surprised if there's another attempt to take a lap. They just need to be on that attack and work with another team.
Yeah, they're right at the front of the peloton at the moment, so the race has settled down. About a couple of minutes to go, Mark, if you come over to me, honestly, apart from the commissaire, who's the fella standing in the light blue short sleeve shirt who points at the leader of the race, the whole thing had been blown apart. There was no peloton. There were just riders everywhere of all different colours. And I'm thinking, honestly, I can give you the leaderboard and that's about all I can do. But I think I've got it under control. They're back in a bunch. And Great Britain at the moment, I would say, are battling for a bronze medal. And in that race at the moment, they're still 11 points behind New Zealand. But 87 laps to go, we'll see.
So if you decide to go for a lap, then Victoria, what do the two of you just give each other a signal and away you go?
Yeah, probably. Like I just saw actually a couple of riders, when they're changing over, they can just say two words to one another as they sling each other in. So they might have decided a opportune time, but the biggest problem is not taking another team who's a threat to your position with you. And it's not a huge peloton, so they're keeping an eye on everybody and all of their toughest competitors all the time. And if you're a marked man, it's very difficult to get away alone.
And that's the difficulty, mate. If you go on your own, like the Italians did and the Danes did, you've got a lot of work to do to get there because you're not in the slipstream of other riders. You can't help each other. You can obviously interchange every couple of laps, but you are on your own. But what you will see in the later laps of the race, as Victoria's explaining, if Italy and Denmark spot Great Britain making a move for a lap, they are going to shut that down and get on that back wheel straight away. So as the laps run out, Victoria, it gets harder and harder to do it, doesn't it?
It does indeed. Once people have got points on the board and you know where you stand, it makes it very tricky. Everybody's watching everyone else like a hawk.
Back to the taekwondo next on 5 Live Sport. Caden Cunningham will go for gold at 8:20 this evening. He spoke to Andy Stevenson after winning his semi-final against the Rio Olympic champion Cheick Salasise.
Caden, my goodness, that was a roller coaster. You looked as though you enjoyed almost every minute of that, though, out there.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. Tough fights is what I started taekwondo for. So far, I've beaten 3 world champions, 3 Olympic medalists, 1 champion. So it's a good day. I feel good. So we've been working towards. I knew I could do it. It was a bit tough, but what's the point coming if it wasn't a tough day?
It was one of the toughest draws you could have been given in that semi-final. You're feeding off the energy from this venue. You know, we've all talked about this it being an incredible place to watch taekwondo. Are you feeling that out there?
Yes, absolutely amazing. I'm feeling it and it's making me happy when I'm fighting. But Locker's in a room and I do the same thing. Full stop. Like, I love the supporters, but it's my job to fight, so no matter where it was, we'd get it done.
And what do you do now between now and the gold medal match later this evening?
Chill. Eat a banana, drink, smile, and warm up, ready. Win or lose, proud to be here. The final's going to be a good match, and I plan to come out victorious, so happy days.
We look forward to watching you later.
Amazing. Thank you very much. Thank you.
He's a very cool customer, is Caden Cunningham. So he goes about 8:20 this evening. Katie Smith and Steve Bunt will bring you that. Britain's Rebecca McGowan, by the way, lost her quarter-final earlier, but she will go into the repechage for a chance to win a bronze medal. That fight will be around 7:05 tonight. Conor McNamara watching the modern pentathlon.
Yes, and we are watching Joseph Chong. Now, they've just finished the fencing section. Swimming is up next, so we can kind of get an idea of what this leaderboard is looking like. And at the moment, the reigning gold medal holder for Team GB from Tokyo is 53 seconds handicap behind the leader, who is Ahmed El Nedi, a Egyptian who set a new Olympic record in the semi-final yesterday. But swimming and the laser run are Chong's strongest disciplines. If he can pick up a few points on those leaders in the pool, let's just say if he could pick up something like 10 seconds, that would then bring the handicap as it stands at the moment back to about 43 seconds. They go into the laser run, which is a 3,000 meter run with 4 stops along the way to shoot these laser guns. Now, Chong is good at this, and you think of those 4 stops. If he can get his shots away each time 7 or 8 seconds quicker than those who are ahead of him, that's where he can make up the distance. It's still a very tall order, but it's possible for the shooting. They've got to hit this target, which is about 9 meters away. They've got to hit it 5 times. So if it takes you a minute, if it takes you 30 seconds, whatever, you cannot move on to run again until you've hit it 5 times. And you can imagine, having run 3,000 meters, how your heartbeat is going, how you've got to try and get your senses back together again. It'll be a very exciting climax here. But going into the swimming now, Joe Chong needs a really good performance in the pool. That might give him a chance going into the laser run here in Versailles.
Are the USA holding on in the women's gold medal match in the football, Maz?
Yes, they are. They've got about 12 minutes left to hold on in the second half here at the Parc de France. And Emma Hayes, the USA boss, has made her first substitution of this final. Emily Sonnet coming on for Tierna Davidson. That a like-for-like change at the back. Just trying to put some fresh legs into that defence, I think, Emma Hayes. But, Jules, we were just saying then, as Brazil have won a corner, that they made the triple sub. They made an enforced change as well earlier on in this second half, Brazil. But they seem to have lost their shape completely and their momentum completely in this final now.
Absolutely. You're right, Maz, and they took Ludmila off, who had been really good on that left-hand side. Her with Yasmin as a left wing back or left back if you want, a bit hybrid. This is a good corner for Marta though, and see if maybe they can make it work.
Yeah, Marta with a corner from the right, but not a good delivery that from Marta in what is probably her last match in the colours of Brazil. She's going to get a second chance there. That didn't beat the first US defender, and it went straight out again for another corner. So second opportunity for Marta to try and find something to spark a comeback for Brazil in this gold medal match. She swings that corner in, and again it's headed out by the USA. So with 11 minutes now of this final to play here at the Parc de France, at the moment the USA doing enough to hold on and win their 5th Olympic gold medal.
39 golds up for grabs on the penultimate day of the Olympics. 8 finals in the Stade de France this evening on the final night of track and field. It's going to be good to talk to Catherine Merry and Alison Kirbishley. Kelly's kind of hogged them over the last 9 days, not giving the rest of us much chance to talk to you. Plenty of British interest tonight, Kath. I don't know how that translates into medal possibilities. You tell us.
Oh, good question, Mark. We'd love to finish on a bang, wouldn't we, the British team? 7 medals in total, though, so far, which is a couple more than Tokyo 3 years ago. Men's 800 metres final tonight. 1 British representative, Max Bergen, goes. It's a middle distance race. Anything can happen. So you know what? Why not potentially a surprise bronze? Men's 5,000 metres. We've got George Mills. Jakob Ingebrigtsen's back. He doesn't want to leave Paris without any medal at all in that 5,000 metre final. And then we've got Georgia Bell and Laura Muir. Now that could be a case of another British medal in the tally before our 4x4 relay finals, where we've got British interest in both. And I genuinely do think, Alison, there is a medal up for grabs for a British athlete in that women's 1,500 metre final.
Yeah, I agree with you. And it's whether Laura Muir adds to her tally from Tokyo, where she took the silver, or whether, I guess, the outsider in Georgia Bell. I think if the race is fairly slow, Georgia Bell becomes a real threat. If the likes of Faith Kipyegon, Jess Hull, Sigai decide that this is going to be fast from the out, then I think that's where it comes into Laura Muir's territory. But I just think we've had a phenomenal games, not just the wider Team GB, but here in Stade de France, Mark, athletics is just booming. As Kath said, 7 medals already, with, I think, 5 potential. I mean, two of them are real outsiders in Max Bergen and the girls in the 15, but I think both relays are a real opportunity for a medal, and to go away from here with 9-10 medals would be awesome. And we got 11 in Paris 1924. It'd be brilliant to get 11 again.
But I mean, even putting another, I want to put aside British interest, but just overall, this has been a brilliant Olympics for the track and field. You haven't been able to take your eyes off it.
It's had a story every night, and many of the press tribune, the broadcast tribune, are faces that we see regularly on the circuit, and every night everyone is walking out as massive athletics fans, just scratching your head going, it can't get any better. And Alphonse Yuc, one of the great statisticians that we've got, and he organises the Ostrava meeting, he pulled me aside last night and I said to him, can it get any better? And he goes, but it does every night. And from everywhere you looked, Mondo Duplantis' world record, Keely Hodgkinson, the battles, the head-to-heads, the despair of people like Jakob Ingebrigtsen, a lot of the favourites being kind of toppled. We just had it all.
And Mark, we say there's been stories every day, and there has, and we've got another one tonight. We've got 2 field event finals here on our final session, the women's javelin throw and the men's high jump. No British interest, but Gianmarco Tamberi, the co-gold medal winner in Tokyo 3 years ago with Mutaz Essabar-Shim of Qatar, is back, but he's having a torrid time. He's had kidney stones. He's been in hospital today after vomiting blood this afternoon, and he's recently just put out less than 2 hours ago on his social media, and he said, look, I will be there to try and defend my title. And myself and Alison are looking across the Stade de France, which is 90% in the shade at the moment, watching the Italian showman warm up. So there's stories everywhere, good ones and not so good ones, but the medals have been trickling in nicely for the British team, which it's been great to see. Some really superb performances, Olympic records, world records as well, which obviously we all know aren't particularly easy to come by. It really has been absolutely special here.
And Taberi lost his wedding ring in the opening ceremony because he'd lost weight, fell off his finger into the Seine, and at that stage you didn't want to dive into the Seine to try and find that. But you could have done a bit later.
Yeah, it's not gone well
with the water quality. Very, very quickly, Ali, because there are 48 laps to go in the velodrome, and I don't want to miss a thing. The men's 5,000 and 22 runners are in it. I mean, that could be carnage, couldn't it?
It could. It's absolute madness. I've no idea. Everyone cannot believe they put another 6 guys through. We've never normally at max they have 16 men in it, but as you said, we could see it all again. The carnage we saw in the heats where 4 men fell in one and 2 men fell in the other semi-final. We could see that if no one takes the pace out from the start. It needs to be hard from the gun, and people like Jakob Ingebrigtsen does not want to leave this games with nothing to show. He obviously finished 4th in the 1500. We've got George Mills, who was one of the lucky ones that was put through. It was a British protest when he hit the deck, and obviously son of Danny Mills, hoping to do Britain proud and hoping to come away with something this evening, but I think it's a long shot because the African domination, but also Jakob Ingebrigtsen looking to add an Olympic title to his world title, and running angry after that 1500 metres. So I hope we don't see anything like we saw in the semi-final, but that's within the guys' compass. They have to take it out from this start.
Kath, Ali, thank you for the time being. Norway have won a gold today. They won the women's handball. They beat France in the final of that. 5 minutes to go in the gold medal match in the women's football. Still Brazil 0, USA 1. And we're nearly down to 40 laps to go in the velodrome. Ali.
You can hear the bell ringing. I knew you couldn't wait to get back here. Yeah, just 40 laps to go. After this sprint, 4 more to come. It is going to be a thrilling battle for the medals. I don't think Great Britain are going to be involved in that. Italy still in the gold medal position on 42 points. Denmark on 38. We've seen the Czech team, Victoria, work forever to get their lap, but they did get it. They've got themselves to 32 points in the bronze medal position. There's a crash. British rider down. British rider down at the moment. Lying prostrate away to our left-hand side. That is Mark Stewart, who is down. Ollie Wood will continue. And what are the rules here, Victoria? Has he got 3 laps to try and get himself back into the race, or can Ollie Wood keep going for...
Yeah, Ollie Wood will remain the active rider.
Yeah.
He'll be given a chance to get back in the race, but it really depends how long Ollie Wood can hang in there, really. Oh! Sorry, just watching the slow-motion replay, trying to see what exactly happened there.
Okay.
Oh, wow, he hit the deck pretty hard.
Heavy fall on the banking, clipped, and down he goes.
Yeah.
They're just checking on...
Do you know what? I've just watched that replay again. The Dutch rider, not far off, put his shoulder into his head, actually. So I would imagine there's an element of shock, and I'm not going to speculate on concussion, but actually... the shoulder of the Dutch rider went into his head, let alone before he then fell and came off.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not a contact sport, but in an event like this, Victoria, you do see the crash, you do see the contact, and you see so many near misses. Mark Stewart is going to get back on his bike. Poor old Ollie Wood out there for Great Britain. In fact, Ollie Wood is taking a rest. He's gone high up on the banking, and now he drops back down into the peloton. So Great Britain on 11 points in 9th place as Mark Stewart gets back on his bike and gets back into the race. Are not in medal contention. I can't see them getting it together. There's no time really to take a lap, but we've got Italy in the gold medal position on 43, Denmark on 38, Czechia on 32, and the Netherlands haven't managed to take that lap because they were the closest to getting there, but they are still on 14 points. Japan in 4th on 28 points. 33 laps to go, Mark, but I think that is that for Great Britain's chances of a medal in this event. But good to see Mark Stewart back on his feet, back on his bike, back in the race, and he's just rolling around the banking to our right-hand side. But that is that for Great Britain, I think, in this one.
Really didn't look great, that. Back with Ali and Victoria for the closing stages. Conor McNamara and the modern pentathlon.
And Team GB's Joe Chong, the reigning gold medal holder, has won his swimming heat here at Versailles. Any time quicker than 2 minutes 30 seconds gets 250 point standard and another point added or deducted for every second that you're either faster or slower than that time. So he's been able to pick up in total 315 points there. As things stand with 2 heats still to go, the second one is running at the moment, that would eliminate the lead that his top competitors held over him. However, they now get to go in the heat, so we'll see what that all pans out at by the end of the swimming, going into the final event of this modern pentathlon, the laser run. Earlier on today in the women's event, it was the semi-final stage, and Team GB's Carenza Bryson and Kate French have both made it through to tomorrow's final. Bryson was the top qualifier in her semi. She's the current European champion. She actually set a new Olympic record earlier on here today, so certainly one to look out for in the women's final tomorrow. And Kate French, who was the gold medal winner in Tokyo, she was 4 points behind in 5th place. So both Team GB competitors in the modern pentathlon women's event into the final tomorrow. And we are coming towards the closing stages now of the men's event here with Joe Chong, who has been trying to catch up for a long time, doing his absolute best, having won his heat in the swimming.
Brazil are running out of time. Maz Faruqi.
They are 1 minute of the 90 and then stoppage time to play for Brazil to try and find a way back into this match. Jules and I just got excited for a moment because it was a set-piece opportunity for Brazil just outside the area, and we thought this might be the moment for Marta to spark something as Brazil are on the attack. But then that's safely gathered by the USA keeper. But yeah, we just wanted it. Would have been a fairy tale if Marta would have put that one in, Jules.
It would have been amazing. It was good position for her on her left foot to go over the wall. But it went way over the bar. Alissane, who's very experienced as well, I think had it kind of covered. She knew where the ball would have come. And now Brazil, like you said earlier, Maz, had lost a bit of momentum, a bit of energy too, and they know that time is running out. And in the stands we saw Megan Rapinoe and a few of the girls from past generations who made these great US teams, but this new generation is pretty good as well.
Yeah, reminder, lots of experienced players left out by Emma Hayes, including the likes of Alex Morgan, but 10 minutes of stoppage time has just come up on the board, so there's 10 more minutes for the USA to hold out, 10 more minutes of hope for Brazil to try and get back into this gold medal match. Brazil 0, USA 1. We're into the first of those 10 minutes of stoppage time.
22 laps to go in the velodrome, so like a pair competing in this, I am delivering Alistair Bruce Ball to you.
Thank you, Mark. I mean, drama developing here inside the velodrome. We saw Ollie Wood go down for Great Britain. They are back in the race, both riders, he and Mark Stewart, but they lost 20 points for losing a lap. They're not in medal contention. The latest drama here is one of the Italian riders has gone down on the back straight. He's slowly getting back into the race, but at the moment, Victoria, they are in the gold medal position. They're now not involved in this sprint. Italy 43 points, Denmark 38, and the Czech Republic team on 32 points. We've seen crashes everywhere. We've seen Spain and Belgium have a crash as well.
And Spain have been eliminated because the commissaire didn't get up in with 3 laps to go. And the rider is fuming to the commissaires right now, but that's it, they're out of the race.
Right, Portugal are trying to take a lap late in this race. They're at the front of this race and they're ahead of the peloton and trying to get away. New Zealand are chasing it down. Portugal, if they get the lap, would get themselves to 40 points. That would get themselves into the silver medal position. New Zealand and Japan are chasing hard. Great Britain are out of this at the moment. 17 laps to go, and don't forget it's double points for the last sprint as well. We've got to keep an eye on the Italian team as well, because the Italians are in the gold medal position. Now, Victoria, you're looking at a replay of the crash that took the Italian rider down.
Simone Consoni, who came down there. He seems all right, and they got him back up within a lap.
Portugal flying at the front of this race. That is Yuri Leitão, World Omnium champion, who's got loads left in the tank. And I tell you what, if he catches up with the peloton here, then suddenly Portugal are in the mix for the medals. Couple more laps to go, then you'll hear the bell for the penultimate sprint. That is normal points for that sprint, double points for the last sprint. Great Britain, unfortunately, way down on -9 points, having lost Ollie Wood to the crash, got back in the race, lost the lap. Mark Stewart couldn't keep it going on his own, and therefore they were lapped, and they will not be getting a medal in this event. Right, let's see what's going on the back straight. I'm looking for the Portuguese rider at the front of the race who's nearly closed the peloton down. He's nearly caught up with the British team at the back of the peloton, but it's so spread now, Victoria. Difficult to see in terms of where the front of the peloton is compared to where Portugal are chasing.
That's true, and that when they're on, they're going to bump up to 40 points there, which will put them in silver medal position as soon as they make contact.
Chaotic, colourful, confusing and dangerous event. Fortunately, all riders have managed to get back on their feet after the crashes, so the bell has gone. There was another near crash there as well. The Portuguese will take the points for that sprint because they will cross first. The bell then rings for the rest of the peloton, and as soon as the points come up on the screen for that, we'll bring you the latest leaderboard. Portugal, yes, get their points for the lap. They're on 40, Italy on 43, and Denmark now in the bronze medal position on 38. And we're down to 10 laps to go. I'm going to keep an eye on the commissaire to see who he's going to point at, who has the lead of this race. Do you think it's the Danes, Victoria?
I believe it's the Denmark currently in the front of the race, so they're lining themselves up to try and take these double points and put them back in contention there.
That is a really good point. So for the last sprint coming up, we've got 9 laps to go. It is 10 points for the winner of the sprint, then 6, then 4, then 2. 45 for Portugal because they got the points for the sprint as well. They've suddenly leapt into the gold medal position. That is updated. Italy now in silver on 43 and Denmark on 41, but if they took 10 points for the sprint, that would leap them to 51. They're the Olympic champions. They might even be able to defend their title. That is the German team sticking with them, and the Italians
are on the attack.
Desperate to close it down, Victoria.
Yeah, we can see they're on the attack. They're trying to make contact with the Germans and Denmark to put them in chance of this last double point.
And Portugal are up there as well. So the 3 teams in the medal positions are chasing hard, and it is all going to come down to the last sprint, as it so often does. Denmark have the lead. Germany on the back wheel there. They're only on 16 points. It's not going to be enough for them to get into the medal positions. It's all about Italy, and it's all about Portugal, and it's all about 5 laps to go, Victoria. And do you think at this point, I mean, it's all about the changeovers now. Whoever gets that right,
the timing of the changeover is going to be absolutely crucial in this last 5 laps.
Mikael Marco is one of the Danish riders. He's the one wearing the red number who's just cruising into position to take this on for Denmark. He's 39 years old, competing in his last Olympics. What a way to bow out that would be if the Italians could win it. What about the story of Simone Consone winning with his sister, winning the women's Madison yesterday? 3 laps to go. They could not be closer. Wheel to wheel to wheel. Denmark, Germany, Italy and Portugal. Germany are out of this really. We've got to concentrate on the bright red of Denmark, the bright blue of Italy and the Portuguese.
Well, Denmark were going in as the favourite to this race and they're looking very strong at the moment with 2 laps to go.
2 laps to go. Get ready everyone. Here we go.
Pace
Danish team. Yeah, the Italians go with them. Portugal in the gold medal position on 45 points. They sense the danger. 10 points for the winner of the sprint. Then 6, then 4, then 2. The bell goes and look at the Portuguese taking off round the back straight. They've timed it beautifully. They are going to get the gold medal. No one is catching them. The Italian rider comes zipping past the Dane on the final bend into the home straight. Arms aloft for the Portuguese team. They have done it. They take the gold medal. Yuri Leitão and Rui Oliveira. Magnificent riding in the latter stages of the Madison to take the lap, but keep the stamina and the strength and the strategy to win the final sprint and get themselves to 55 points. The Italians take the silver medal and the Danes get the bronze. Victoria, it's always a thrilling finish, and that was no different.
It was. We need a bit of a break now. I tell you what, after watching that, what an incredible race. Always comes down to that last sprint, creating so much energy. Fantastic to watch.
Dearie
they
me.
Can't believe it. The Portuguese riders riding around, they absolutely can't believe it.
What a
wonderful result.
Mark Chapman, having heard that, will want 50 laps more of that, I reckon. Portugal take the gold. Italy the silver. Denmark the bronze. And the crash, Mark, the crash cost Great Britain, obviously. But it was quite difficult to see them getting a lap at any point there in the latter stages of the race because they're quite a heavily marked team. So I wouldn't say that really cost them a chance of a medal. You look at the strength of some of those teams. That was brilliant racing there, and it just didn't happen for Great Britain today. They finished in joint 10th.
So does it sometimes benefit you in this, Victoria, if you're not one of the marked teams?
Yeah, 100%. I think we saw actually a few teams go off. We saw the Japanese team of Imura and Kabuki go, and nobody even blinked an eye because I think they thought they weren't really in contention. And the same actually with the Czech team. So it definitely helps if you're not considered one of the strongest nations. It makes it very hard when you're a marked team. And GB definitely are a marked team in that peloton. So a fantastic result there for Portugal. They are absolutely absolutely delighted, and it was great racing by them, perfect timing.
I mean, I don't recall Portugal cropping up a lot in discussions about the velodrome at the Olympics over the last 4 or 5 Olympics.
No, they haven't. So yeah, this definitely feels like we're going to try and work out what that landmark is, but I think it is a very special one.
Okay. Yuri Leitao, he's one we have mentioned, who's a world champion in the Omnium. He was last year. I'm just looking in the overall medals table for Portugal, actually. First gold of the games. First gold of the games for Portugal. There you go.
There we are.
There you go. And actually, one of the riders over there is so exhausted, he is being helped down off the track after the celebrations to be brought back to track centre. They all are, but that is a really gruelling event.
Great stuff in the velodrome. More from Ali and Victoria to come. The League One games this evening got underway at 5:30. So latest scores here. They've all played about half an hour. Birmingham 0, Reading 0, Bristol Rovers 0, Northampton 0. Lincoln are 2-1 up at Burton. Crawley lead Blackpool by a goal to 0. Goalless between Exeter and Rotherham. Leyton Orient 0, Bolton 1. Peterborough and Huddersfield are goalless, as are Stevenage and Shrewsbury. Stockport, promoted to League One this season, are a goal up on Cambridge. Wigan 0, Charlton 0. And Wrexham, also promoted of course, are 2-0 up on Wickham. Half an hour gone in the Scottish Premiership, and Dundee lead Hearts by a goal to 0. The USA are a matter of seconds really away from claiming gold in the women's football. Maz.
Yeah, they've played 9 of the 10 minutes of allotted stoppage time at the end of this match, but we might still play on, Mark, because we had a pause in play for a clash of heads involving the USA captain Lindsay Horan, who is though back on the pitch now. But the big moment for Brazil to try and get back into the second half was a header for Adriana Jules deep in stoppage time. That looked like the moment perhaps for Brazil. It
was the big chance for them that they've been waiting for, hoping to get. Great ball over the top. She's on her own a bit on the side of the box when you're facing the goal. Inside the box though, and it's a good header, but what a save by Alison Nair. We said how experienced she was. She's been here before, she's won titles. Right hand, with one hand she saved that ball, and that was the moment, and it felt like the stadium was just stopped breathing just for that split second, and Nair just made sure that the US stayed in the lead. And the offside flag going up on the foul there by Marta, and as she trudges away, Marta, 38 years old now, her 6th Olympic Games, she just hasn't been able to come on perhaps and do what she would have hoped in this match. A reminder that she missed the last couple of matches for Brazil, the quarter-final win, the semi-final win, because of a suspension. She picked up a red card she picked up in Brazil's final group match, and she hasn't been able to come on and make the difference. It was the story we were all hoping for in this match, Jules, for Marta. Yeah, that's one, maybe the biggest one. The other one is obviously Emma Hayes, especially for us, and she turned around to the fourth referee saying, come on, it's the end now, the 10 minutes are gone. You know how Emma is, you know her really well. Obviously she will be like that. So just a few more seconds, Emma, and then that gold medal will feel very special for her.
Yeah, we played an extra minute past the allotted 10, and the USA there for a minute thought that was the full-time whistle. It wasn't. It's another free kick opportunity. The Swedish referee blowing for that for the USA in their own half. Emma Hayes on the touchline here now, still pointing, directing her players, wondering if how many more seconds really that they will have to continue to play in this gold medal match. Still winning by a goal to 0. That goal just before the hour mark from Mallory Swanson, but Brazil will wonder what could have been, because they had the ball in the back of the net. Ludmilla in the early stages of the first half, and Brazil dominated for so much of this game, Jules, but it's the USA way we've come to see under Emma Hayes, that they find a way to ride the game and the momentum when it's not with them.
Completely. We saw that against Japan in the quarterfinal, they won 1-0. We saw that against Germany in the semi-final in extra time, they won 1-0. And we saw that again tonight. You're right, they were not in the game, they were beaten in terms of aggression, where Brazil have been very good against Spain, for example, in the semi-final, where they made the game so difficult for the world champions, and they were doing the same against the Americans tonight. And yet that one ball, that bad pass, Corbin Albert, who plays here for PSG, she knows this pitch and this stadium really well, finding Swanson, and then that goal, the difference really between the two teams tonight.
We've played 12 minutes now of stoppage time here at the Parc de France in this gold medal match, and there's the roar, and Lindsay Horan slumps to the turf, And the USA are celebrating because the 4-time gold medalists and now the 5-time gold medalists, the USA are the Olympic champions. They have won this women's gold medal match by 1-0. They've beaten Brazil, who fall short once again in an Olympic final. It's a third silver medal for them. It's a third defeat in the final for them to the USA, a third defeat in the final for the generational talent Marta, who has likely played her final match for Brazil. She couldn't spark the comeback. It hasn't been eye-catching football at times from the USA at this Paris Olympic Games, but it's had the grit, the determination, the hallmark of an Emma Hayes side. And after just a couple of months in charge, Hayes has led the USA to success in her first major tournament. The USA women have won gold here in Paris.
And in the Parc des Princes, Megan Rapinoe and Tom Cruise are on their feet and they are celebrating. And I would imagine they'll watch the medal ceremony there and then they'll get themselves over to the basketball, because it's USA against France in the men's gold medal match a little bit later on this evening. So we will keep you up to date with the modern pentathlon and also what's going on in the velodrome. And it is the final night of track and field on the penultimate day of these Paris Olympics. So Kelly and the team are ready in the Stade de France after the latest BBC News.
The voice of the UK.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
With the BBC News on 5 Live, I'm Fraser Dainton. The head of a hospital in Gaza City says at least 70 people have been killed in an Israeli airstrike on a school compound where thousands of displaced Palestinians were taking shelter. The Israeli military says the compound was being used as a base for fighters from Hamas. Almost 350 people have now been charged in relation to the rioting that swept parts of the UK last week. Among those in court today were a teenager and the partner of a Conservative councillor in West Northamptonshire. The parents of BB King, one of the 3 girls who died after being stabbed in Southport, have said her oldest sister witnessed the attack and escaped. The 6-year-old was among 3 girls who were killed at a dance class last month. And a 6th animal-themed artwork from Banksy has emerged in North London. The latest stencil shows a stretching black cat on an empty billboard in Cricklewood.
Driven through the covers.
Every huge boundary.
Clobbered over her head. Away to the boundary for 4.
Every huge 6.
Fielder underneath it, can only watch it go over his head.
Every wicket.
Should be a simple catch. She's gone.
Catch it all. It's gone. The 100 continues.
On BBC Radio 5 Sports Extra.
On the BBC Sport website and app.
And on BBC Sounds.
The Olympic Games, Paris 2024.
With Kelly Kears.
On BBC Audio 5 Live.
Hello, welcome to Paris. It's day 15 of the Olympic Games and Team GB have another medal, thanks to Noah Williams' bronze in the men's 10-metre platform diving.
Here he comes, skipping up to the edge of the 10-metre platform. Forward, 4.5, somersault rotation. What a dive from Williams! Wow! And he has recovered from a massive setback midway through this competition to pull out his 2 best dives right at the end.
That was Williams' second medal of the Games to add to the silver he picked up with Tom Daley in the synchronised event. Tonight, Caden Cunningham will go for gold in the taekwondo, and there's commentary of that at 8:20. Can Joe Chung defend his crown in the modern pentathlon? Conor McNamara.
The final event of this modern pentathlon final will see Joe Chung start 50 seconds behind the leader. He's 30 seconds behind a podium finish. It's an energy-sapping 3,000-metre race. It's run on sand. 4 stops along the way to shoot with the laser gun. You can't move on until you hit the target 5 times. The leaders have a head start, but this is one of Chung's best events. It should be a thrilling laser run. It's coming next in Versailles.
And here in the Stade de France, we have 8 track and field finals to enjoy. Catherine Merry.
Yes, it is the final night of Olympic athletics action here in the beautiful Stade de France. The British team already have 7 medals. Can they add some more? British interest coming up tonight. Medal chances potentially for Laura Muir and Georgia Bell in the women's 1500 metres final. And a great chance for the British team in both the 4x400 metre relays. The last 2 events here in front of another sellout crowd.
We've got it all covered here on 5 Live, BBC Television, the Sport website and the app.
The Olympic Games, Paris 2024.
With Kelly Kears.
On BBC Audio 5 Live.
Hello from the Stade de France. It is the final night of athletics, the final night that we will all be here at the Stade de France. We have one last dance. We've got the men's 800 metres final featuring Max Bergen. Georgia Bell and Laura Muir are going to run in the women's 1500 metres final. Could Great Britain get another medal, maybe two, in the relays? We've also got live cycling, taekwondo, artistic swimming, basketball, boxing, football and modern pentathlon, because this is the final evening of the Olympics at Paris 2024. Alison Kirbishley and Catherine Merry are here with me in Paris. Alison, here we go. One last evening session.
I know, it's that feeling, it's like Christmas night, isn't it? You know, you go, I don't want it to end, and then we've got to wait for a long time until it happens again. But yeah, I'm enjoying this Olympic bubble. It's been such a spectacular championships here in the Stade de France. You know, I've just been chatting to so many people in this media and broadcast tribune that are seasoned athletic experts, and I think, you know, none of us thought we could top London 2012, but Paris have given it a good go. And actually, funnily enough, the first final that we see on the track here this evening is probably their best chance for a medal. I can't believe the French haven't, given the start that they had in the pool with Marchand, and you know, they shot up the medal table. They've really struggled here in the stadium. They've had lots of finalists, but no medals as yet. But Tual is going in this 800 metre final. It's going to be special.
Well, look, if we're going to talk about the 800 metres final, we should talk to an Olympic finalist from 2012. Andrew Assaji is with us. Andrew, this is not just a big race for France, but it could potentially be a big race for GB as well.
Good, yeah, we've got a young man from West Yorkshire in the race, in Max Bergen, who has only raced 5 times this season, twice to qualify for the Olympic team, once a small race in Watford, and 2 races to qualify for the Olympic final. But he has run fast in the past. He's run fast in the fact that he ran a personal best in the semi-final to qualify for the final. And I think he's going to enjoy this, because it wasn't expected that he was going to make the final. So he's going to enjoy every minute, I think. And there's an opportunity there for sure to grab a medal.
What are you thinking in terms of British medals, apart from Max Bergen? Are you looking at Laura Moore, potentially Georgia Bell in the women's 1500? Are you looking at the relays?
I'm looking at all those, yeah, exactly, yeah. I think both girls in the 1500 metres, again, there's medals to be won, and I do think they're in great shape and great form. They look great in qualification for the final. And then the relays are just fun and carnage all wrapped up into one, and Britain seems to do typically okay in the relays, and we've got a really strong team, especially on the women's side.
Ali, what are you thinking in terms of British medals this evening?
I think we're going to get some.
I think where and what colour, isn't it?
It is, and look, the young man in front of us, I mean, there's absolutely no pressure on his shoulders. You know, Andrew's absolutely right. This guy, certainly if you'd told him last year, but in his interview he said even if you'd have told him last month that he'd be the Olympic final, he wouldn't have believed you. You know, it's been a really tough last few years for him. You know, he had to withdraw from Tokyo through injury, and it's just been injury after injury. But every time his team have been able to patch him up, he does something special. And I think, you know, the pressure's off him. He's got absolutely no pressure on his shoulders at all, and he's just got to go out there and run. But what a tough final. There probably hasn't been as tough a final than when Andrew Assaji lined up in 2012. And, you know, there are talks that the likes of Sujati and Wanyonyi and Tual, who are now 3 of the best that we've ever seen, are edging, I can't even believe I'm saying it, are edging even closer to that phenomenal Rhodesia world record. I don't think we'll see it tonight, but I think we'll see something quick.
Yeah, Rajati came out there with the full Noah Lyles bouncing entry into the Stade de France there, as they got their drama entry ahead of the men's 800 metres final. That one is coming up in just a couple of minutes' time. And Catherine Merry, the men's high jump, is already underway today, and there was a little bit of an illness scare really in terms of who might be participating.
Yeah, the huge roar going around the Stade de France is for Tual. As Alison said, France, no medals. Maybe he can deliver one tonight. He's pumped and ready to go, sprinting to his starting position. Fair play to him. Yes, the men's high jump final has just started. The opening height is 2 metres and 17. Gianmarco Tamberi of Italy and Mutaz Essebashim shared the gold medal 3 years ago, and Gianmarco Tamberi is not well. Kidney stone issues. He's been in hospital this afternoon because he's been vomiting blood, but he is here, he is lined up, It is unbelievable that he's even going to attempt to partake in this Olympic final. He's passed at the opening height. We'll see how he gets on.
When he was introduced to the crowd, he just stood there with his arms wide and his face pointed up to the sky.
He looked like Jack Grealish on top of the Man City bus, but without the rain, didn't he?
and pre rather than post competition and post tournament. But 100%. He's just thankful to be here given the circumstances. But we're setting up for the men's 800 metres final, Kath.
The athletes are lined up. The third, fourth and fifth fastest of all time are here. Max Bergen lines up in lane number 2. Now the fifth fastest ever from the UK. Masalela of Botswana goes in 3. Bryce Hoppel, the US champion, goes in 4. Sadashi of Algeria goes in 5, the world leader. Atui of Spain in 6. Tual, a loud draw for the French athlete, the new European champion, goes in 7. Wanyonyi of Kenya, the world number 2, goes in 8. And Markov Arup of Canada, the world champion last year, goes in 9. Is this the time that France get their first medal here in athletics? And can Max Bergen get something out of this men's 800 final? The gun goes. We'll see how quick it is going to be. Sadachi, 1:41.46 for the world lead. Down the back straight, Max Bergen moving nicely. He's gone into the lead, the British athlete, round the first bend. In the shade here at the Stade de France in this men's 800 metre final. The Briton is happy to take this one up.
Now this is the sort of tactics that we're used to seeing from Max Bergen, but he was in the inside lane. So as the break has unfolded now, we have Wanyonyi who likes to front run. He's now hit the front. Tual of France is there, Max Bergen's there. Bryce Hoppel is sitting on the shoulder and Sajati is just sitting back at the moment, very comfortable in 5th place.
Wanyonyi, the youngest in this final, the 20-year-old from Kenya, is going to lead at the bow. Tual of France is in 2nd place. Hoppel of the USA in 3rd. Max Bergen in 4th, holding that inside line.
Yeah, fairly comfortable for all of them over the bell at 50.28. Wanyonyi is going to make the long run for home. That's going to be tough. Tual with 80,000 fans screaming him down the back straight. He hits the front. Bryce Hoppel is there. Max Bergen is falling back down the field.
Tual is on the shoulder and leading with 200 metres to go. Wanyonyi of Kenya is not going to give this one up. The Kenyan is leading. Markov Arup, the Canadian world champion's making a move. Max Bergen's off the back of this final at the moment in last. Into the home straight we go. Wanyonyi of Kenya has a 1 metre lead. Tual of France is gritting his teeth. He's out of a medal position at the moment. And Bryce Hoppel, the American, pushing for a medal. This is going to be a photo finish between Wanyonyi of Kenya and the world champion Arup of Canada. And I think Emmanuel Wanyonyi of Kenya, who screams and points to the sky, is the Olympic men's 800 metre champion. He is 1:41.19, a lifetime best for the youngest man in this final. Wow, the 3rd fastest time ever. Kenya win the gold. Markov Arup of Canada gets the silver, and I think the world leader coming into this, the Algerian Jamal Sadachi, picks up the bronze with Bryce Hoppel, a national US record in 4th. And we'll wait, Alison, and bring you confirmation of Max Bergen's finishing place, but potentially 8th in the Olympic final.
Wow, what a final to start us off on the track. And the first upset of the evening, because Sajati thought he had it. Everybody else in the world of athletics thought he had it. This is a man who's undefeated all year. Since his burst onto the scene, the last 3 years for this young man have been pretty outstanding. And he's come here dominating on the circuit. Really honestly thought he was going to win it. He has just showboated his way through all of the rounds and he was never in it. All credit to Wanyonyi because he took it to everybody else. And to front run that race, knowing that Arup, the huge Canadian, would be running him down. What a finish. Sajati just gave up. He wasn't getting close to them in the final stages. Hoppel for American 4th. And Max Bergen, 8th place with another sub 1:44 run. Great job for the young boy.
5th time in a row that Kenya have won Olympic men's 800 metres gold. It's gone to Emmanuel Wanyonyi, with Max Bergen finishing in 8th place in that race. But Andrew, as Ali was saying, not too much wrong with his race. If he comes in and runs below 144. Has he performed well on the biggest stage?
He's performed incredibly well, yeah. I mean, the schedule for him and the way the days mapped out probably weren't great for him. So he was in the semi-final yesterday, which went off the fastest, which guaranteed more places from that semi-final to the final. That was great. He ended up running a personal best yesterday. Like that, people that run personal best don't come back the next day feeling 100% all the time. He still went and run 143.8, sub 144, back-to-back days. It's an incredible performance. And that race is going to go down in history. It's not the world record, but for 4 people to run under 142 in a race where they've all run 3 races in the space of 4 days is incredible.
And there he is, Emmanuel Wanyonyi, ringing the Olympic bell to celebrate gold for Kenya in the men's 800 metres. Let's head back to the velodrome. We've got commentary of Heat 2 of the women's sprint quarterfinals featuring Emma Finucane, and it comes from Alistair Bruce-Ball.
So this is where the serious stuff really begins in the women's sprint quarterfinals. Best of 3. This is the first race for Emma Finucane against the Colombian Marta Bayona. Lap and a half to go. Emma Finucane with that confidence. She knows she's got the speed. One of the fastest women on the track. The world champion in the individual sprint. Leads by a couple of bike lengths coming into the home straight, and has her opponent right in her sights over her right shoulder. Now it's head down, over the handlebars, down the back straight. Bayona tries to get past her on the outside. Emma Finucane's got that covered. On the inside lane, into the home straight, and Finucane cruises down that home straight, crosses the line, and to my mind, Victoria Pendleton won that pretty comfortably.
She definitely won that comfortably. She looked very calm and controlled and just did the minimum really to get through, but a very impressive ride there by Emma Finucane.
So 1 up in the best of 3 for Emma Finucane.
Alistair, thank you very much for that. We're going to come back to you for Heat 4 because we've got Sophie Capewell coming up in Heat 5 against the rider from the Netherlands. Is that right?
Yeah, Sophie Capewell's in Heat 4. That's coming onto the track now, Kelly. So it's a 4th heat of 4 in the quarterfinals. So Sophie Capewell of Great Britain's just getting onto her bike. Now, if you want us to keep it and take it away and bring you the commentary, we will do that here in the velodrome, where to my mind, Victoria, I'm still very, very hot. It doesn't feel quite as hot in here today.
I don't think it feels quite as hot. Maybe we're just like acclimatised now.
Finally.
Yeah.
At the end of the week. Emma Finucane, quickly before we get on to Sophie Capewell. I was trying to say in the commentary there, Victoria, it must give you such inner confidence when you know her raw speed compared to most of the other people she's riding against. She's got plenty in the tank here, hasn't she?
Yeah, she looked very comfortable and controlled. It didn't really look like a very sort of tough match in that bit. The riders that she was riding had come through the repechage round as well, so they've already been knocked out. They've got an extra ride in their legs, and also that can take the edge off as well. So she had to, in some ways, one of the easiest rounds to go through, but that is the benefit of qualifying at the top of the 200 metre time trial qualification, because you get to ride the weakest seeds throughout the competition until we get to the next round, the semi-finals.
The strongest riders so far have all won their first races in the best of 3 in the quarterfinals. So Emma Finucane is one of them. Leah Friedrich of Germany, who's a real rival for the gold medal, and Elise Andrews of New Zealand, who is having an excellent Olympic Games. This is Sophie Capewell now against Hetty van der Waal, the Dutch woman. This could be really tightly contested, actually, couldn't it?
It could. It's probably going to be the toughest match in terms of pairings and ability. Katie has drawn position 1, so she will need to lead for the first half lap. The riders just roll gently off the line to the bottom of the track. Sophie Capewell, fixed gaze over her right shoulder at her opponent.
And she's moved off quite quickly, actually, there, Victoria.
Not too slow. I think going really, really slowly, I think it's quite nervy. I always felt like I wanted a little bit more speed just to sort of get it moving.
Right, we've got Sophie Capewell in the dark blue racing suit of Great Britain directly opposite us over the other side of the velodrome on the back straight, and both riders, Hetty van der Waal, who won the silver medal in the women's keirin, up high on the banking, and then both just sort of glide to a halt and then drift down to the Côte d'Azur, that thick blue line that runs around the inside of the track. Van der Waal very happy here, Victoria, to just hang back, bide her time, wait for a moment.
Well, it's key that if you're in second position, you need to leave a gap between yourself and your opponent, because when you accelerate, you need a gap to run through. You can't just step off a back wheel and come around the outside of another rider. It's really too challenging at top speed. But Sophie Capewell diving down there, getting a bit of speed in the bend.
Picking up speed into the back straight, lap and a half to go. When they last came past us, they were right underneath our noses. Now we're building to the real climax of this race. This is a best of 3, and this is the first race of it. Sophie Capewell has the lead at the bell. Van der Wouw on the outside comes down the banking. Didn't hear the bell go there, but this is the final lap. Capewell now got to deal with Van der Wouw on her back wheel. Great speed from the Dutchwoman going round the outside. Sophie Capewell has got a battle on her hands here into the home straight, but Van der Wouw cruises past her, and Sophie Capewell goes 1-0 down, and whoever's meant to be ringing that bell needs a good talking to, Victoria. That panicked me for a second.
Yeah, that was that. When you don't hear the bell, you start double guessing yourself. Like, have I done enough laps already?
But what that means, Victoria, Sophie Capewell now has to win the next 2 races if she wants to get through to the semi-finals.
That's right, she does. I mean, we spoke about this yesterday when we were watching the men's sprint. I have to say, I won some major titles going best of 3, but it's the Olympic Games. You want to get the maximum time on the track.
Right, Emma Finucane 1-0 up. She won her first race in the quarterfinals. Sophie Capewell 1-0 down. I hope the bell is working at the Stade de France, Kelly.
So do I, and we know it is because Wanyoni was ringing it earlier with his gold medal in the men's 800 metres final. Max Bergen finishing in 8th place in that, but with an excellent time, and he's ran his personal best in the Olympics already so far. There is a gold medalist in the modern pentathlon, Conor McNamara.
There is a gold medalist. It's not for Team GB. It's yesterday's world record setter Ahmed El Gendi of Egypt. He's completed the laser run 10 minutes and 2 seconds. He had a big start on the rest of the field. A great pursuit by Joseph Chung, the reigning gold medal holder from Tokyo 3 years ago. He actually ran that laser run 15 seconds quicker than the man who's won it, but because of the handicap system, because he started some 50 seconds after the Egyptian, it ends up being 9th place in the end for Joseph Chung. He started this final 14th, so he's overtaken a lot of competitors, but quite frankly had left himself too much to do. Gold for Egypt, silver for Japan, Seito Taishi, and it will be bronze for Italy, Giorgio Malan. That's the 1, 2, 3 of the modern pentathlon in Versailles.
Conor, thank you very much for that. Catherine Merry, just very quickly, an update on the high jump, because there's a feel-good story developing and there is a lot of support in the crowd.
Gianmarco Tamberi, the gold medalist with Mutaz Essabar-Shim in Tokyo 3 years ago, is poorly, but he's just gone over 2 metres and 22, his opening height, at the 3rd time of asking. He roared. He's just got into a full-on crouch position on the track and is now thanking the crowd. He carries on.
First weekend of action in the EFL as well. The Championship and League 2 matches were played earlier. You can find all those scores on the BBC website. Half-time scores in League 1. All these matches kicked off at 5:30. So Birmingham trailing Reading by 1-0. It's 0-0 between Bristol Rovers and Northampton. It's Burton 2, Lincoln 2. Crawley 2, Blackpool 0, Exeter 0, Rotherham 0, Leyton Orient 1, Bolton 1, Peterborough 0, Huddersfield 2, Stevenage 0, Shrewsbury 0, Stockport 1, Cambridge 0, Wigan 0, Charlton 0, Wrexham 2, Wycombe Wanderers 0. And in the Scottish Premiership, there's one game going on at the moment. Dundee are 3-0 up at home to Hearts. So it's just coming up to 6:30 here inside the Stade de France. We're going to head to the artistic swimming and catch up on the duet technical final where Eleanor Oldroyd is watching. Evening, Ellie.
Hello, Kelly. Yes, they're just about to get underway in this final part of the artistic swimming, the free routine. So technical was yesterday. It's the free routine tonight. So 2 minutes and 45 seconds to put down their very best routine, using all the creativity, all the acrobatic skills, all that ability to hold your breath underwater that they need to have. And this is all about Kate Shortman and Izzy Thorpe from a Team GB point of view, looking to make history. Best result ever for GB artistic swimmers, or synchronised swimmers as they used to be called, was 4th back in 1984. Let's bring in Adele Carlson, coach, former Commonwealth medalist for GB. I mean, Adele, this would be extraordinary if they can do this, Kate and Izzy, because they're 4th after the technical routine, so they've got a bit of work to do in this free routine.
So close to the podium. They're only 0.7 behind the Netherlands, and I know they've been working really, really hard on their free programme since the Netherlands beat them at the World Championships earlier this year. So it's all to play for, and they actually swim right before the Netherlands as well.
Yeah, it's going to be very tense, I think, Kelly. They'll swim third from last, Kate and Izzy, and, well, we'll be keeping a big eye out to see how they get on. Lots of British support in the Aquatic Centre tonight. Kelly.
Thank you very much to Eleanor Oldroyd and Adele Carson. It is also tense in the velodrome. Victoria Pendleton and Alistair Bruce-Ball are watching.
Yes, next up for us inside the velodrome, Kelly, is the repechage for the men's keirin, trying to get through to the quarterfinals. Jack Carlin of Great Britain safely through, because in his first round race he managed to finish in the top two. Hamish Turnbull, Victoria, didn't manage to do that, so now repechage. There's 5 riders in this race, and he's got to finish in the top 2. Do you think he's capable of that, just looking at this competition
I
here?
mean, I think so. Looking at the competition, we've got Sébastien Vigier of France, who he kind of realised he wasn't going to make it through and gave up quite early. So I don't know if he was thinking, I might as well save it for the repechage. But yeah, this is a last chance to get back in. But it's good to be getting a second chance, and I think Hamish Turnbull has a very good chance. I'm saying that. You've had your optimist juice today.
I did.
Yeah.
I went again for the Jus d'Optimiste. Hamish Turnbull is up against Zhu of China, Sébastien Vigier of France, Lukas Spiegel of Germany, and Vasilius Lendl of Lithuania. And the riders at the moment are sat on their bikes. So Jason Kenny, who is one of the British coaches, is just holding the back seat there of Hamish Turnbull's bike. Turnbull's suit is completely unzipped, and I can see the moped rider. So the keirin is the event where the moped builds the speed for the first 3 laps, takes it up to 50 kilometres an hour, and then disappears from the track, and you have 3 laps of sprinting. They're still waiting, actually, for the riders from the last race, Victoria, to get off the track here before these riders get themselves in position. Will they have done a few track repairs, by the way, since the Madison? Because there was quite a lot of debris and
there's a lot of
scratches
tape.
And
there's a lot of tape. They put a rough surface masking tape over the holes on the track, because obviously you can pick up splinters otherwise, and that's not ideal. More dangerous for crashes and for tyres. So they're always very fastidious on repairing the little nicks and scratches caused by bike crashes. But
talking bikes, the other issue might be here that the Chinese rider seems to have arrived without a bike, which seems forgetful.
There's a small mechanical adjustment going on there. I don't know
to his bike.
To his bike.
I
just
see it
down there
in the pit. Okay.
Just waiting for them to come up.
That is Zhu Yu. So we are waiting here for the repechage, second repechage heat. Hamish Turnbull going for Great Britain, and Zhu's bike is now arriving on the track. He is in the bright red suit, trimmed with gold. He's getting on the bike at the moment, so the heat will get underway shortly here in the velodrome. Hamish Turnbull still waiting. Kelly.
Thank you, Ali. We'll be back with you and Victoria very shortly. Meanwhile, in the next few minutes here inside the Stade de France, we're going in the women's 100 metres hurdles. No British representation, but we do have the current Olympic record holder, Alison, and this could be a good one.
Yeah, I mean, defending champion is Camacho Quinn, and she will. I mean, the quality. She's not the quickest in the field, but the quality she's got in terms of just coming to a major championships and being able to medal, whether it's at the Worlds or the Olympic Games. She's medalled at the last 3 global championships. 21, 22, 23. So I think, she's looked for me so consistent all the way through. Trio of Americans, but they're not the Americans that we're used to seeing. And obviously we haven't got the world record holder in Toby Amersan. So yet again, though, as every event ticks by, the French are losing opportunities to take a medal. But this is another strong opportunity. Samba Mayela, the 23-year-old, she is a former world indoor champion, so she knows how to get a medal. But can she deliver for her home nation tonight?
We'll find out in just a couple of minutes' time. Meanwhile, back to the velodrome, Ali.
Chinese rider Zhu is on his bike, safely installed, and the race has begun. The moped rider in front of the 5 riders behind. Hamish Turnbull of Morpeth, third in line of the 5 riders, needs to finish in the top 2. And again, Victoria, nice position for him to be in, can see everything that is going on ahead and behind from there.
Yeah, and also remembering these repechages, there's only 5 riders instead of 6, so he's got a few less problems there on his hands, so he's not going to it's likely to get boxed in at that position. So he's in on third wheel at the moment behind the German rider Lukas Spiegel.
Yeah, moped rider decked out in various shades of green in the official Paris kit, has a camera I think strapped to his back as well, so we get those close-up shots of the riders behind him. The Chinese rider Zhu is on the back wheel of the moped. Once the moped leaves the track now, we have 3 laps to go, and Hamish Turnbull sees Vigier of France fly past him, and Turnbull is at the back at the moment. 2.5 laps to go, no panic.
No panic. I think he'll wait for an attack to come over the outside, wait for the pace to settle. You kind of want the pace to drop in order to make your attack.
Right, Hamish Turnbull with 2 laps to go is starting to make his move on the back straight. He is still the last of the 5 riders here, still biding his time.
So he's got to do something now if he wants to make it through into the next round of the men's Keirin.
A lot of work to do, Hamish Turnbull. He's going to have to get past 3 other riders. He's doing it now. He's going very wide on the back straight. All of them, shoulder to shoulder, the 5. He's high on the banking. He's going to try and use the speed. Can he get there? Hamish Turnbull fires for the line and gets there. Went all the way round the long way, but has made it through the repechage with Zhu and gets through to the quarterfinals of the men's Keirin along with Jack Carlin. That was a nervy one, Victoria.
It was a bit nervy, and I'm just looking, the German rider is waving his hand in the air like he's unhappy about something, but I'm not quite sure. I didn't see anything kind of that we should be concerned about there. No warnings. Hamish.
We will keep an eye on that, Kelly, but as far as we're concerned, Hamish Turnbull is through, finishing second in that heat, takes him through the repechage. He and Jack Carlin tomorrow, final day of cycling in the velodrome, are into the Keirin quarterfinals.
Alistair and Victoria, thank you very much. It is non-stop this evening. Catherine Merry, we're about to get underway in the women's 100 metres hurdles. They're out on the track and we know it can be a really fast turnaround.
Yeah, the athletes are poised and ready. The camera focusing on the athlete Jasmine Camacho, Queen of Puerto Rico, in lane number 7. You've got to go back to 1956 when this event was held over the 80-metre hurdles for the last successful defence of this title. And Camacho Quinn could therefore be a back-to-back champion. Samba Mayella of France goes in 2. Nadine Visser, 5th in Tokyo from the Netherlands, goes 3. Grace Stark of the USA, impressive in her semi-final, goes 4. Massa Russell of the United States goes in 5, the US champion. Alicia Johnson from the US, the fastest qualifier, goes in 6. Camacho Quinn, the reigning Olympic champion, the Olympic record holder, 7. Devon Charlton of the Bahamas in 8, the world indoor record holder. She'll start fast. And Akira Nugent of Jamaica, 5th at the World Championship last year, goes in 9. France are still looking for their first medal in track and field. Maybe Samba Mayella on the inside of lane number 2 can do it, but she's got to stop Camacho Quinn of Puerto Rico in 7. 3 Americans, 2 Europeans. The final of the women's 100-metre hurdles. Camacho Quinn, the last to settle into her blocks in lane number 7. It's a clean start, and it's a fast start from Camacho Quinn as well, and the world indoor champion going nicely. Visser moving nicely on the inside for the Dutch team, but here comes Camacho Quinn. Keep an eye on Samba Mayella on the inside line. Maybe the French woman has just won Olympic gold from lane 2. A photo finish is needed. Wow! The 2024 European champion was absolutely flying. They wait. They all look up at the big screen. Masai Russell of the USA is the Olympic champion in 12.33 seconds. Has France got their first medal? Yes, they have. Serena Samba Mayella picks up a silver medal. She is in tears on the track, being consoled by Jasmine Camacho Quinn, who picks up the bronze. France have a medal at last in the track and field, but the gold goes to Masai Russell of the USA.
Wow, the world leader is now the Olympic champion. Masai Russell, this has been an American title. They've won it 4 times before, that's the 5th. She cannot believe it, and it was won just like Noah Lyles in the final step of that race. Everyone that didn't have a favourite in there was supporting Samba Mayella, because I wanted this stadium to have a medalist, and wow, she nearly was an Olympic champion in front of her home crowd. Samba Mayella, take a bow, at the age of 23, she's never going to need to work again. She's a French hero. She should just marry Marchand
and make super babies. Is that the plan for the future?
Oh, that was fun.
I tell you what, we're not putting that on her at 23. She's still got mountains to climb, this girl. She seems that she's got all the ability in the world.
She won the European title. She was the fastest European in 32 years when she won that title in June in Rome. And now, literally just weeks later, she's picked up an Olympic silver medal for the home nation. Wow, but Russell, that USA track and field team keep on churning them out. But what a brilliant race.
And there's rumours that she had COVID as well at the end of June. So, you know, that's been a running theme through the whole of the Olympics, hasn't it? So, yeah, look, I'm sure that they were feeling the pressure.
They're just showing this photo finish.
I know, it's ridiculous, isn't it?
It's unbelievable how close that was.
100th in it.
Yeah, 3/100ths of a second separating Russell, Samba Mayela and Camacho Quinn. This is the final night of track and field here in the Stade de France, and so far the two races that we've had have just been absolutely superb. But yeah, comes down to thousandths sometimes, and on this case it's just 3/100ths of a second.
All credit to Camacho Quinn, the defending champion, because she went straight over to Samba Mayela and hugged her as she just wept on the floor. I mean, I think she's now going to hug everybody in this stadium, Samba Mayela. She's going to have the longest lap of honour.
And President Macron, who was at the pool to see Léon Marchand win his 4th gold medal. I think it was actually the 3rd individual medal that he was there for, and he is here to watch France win.
Yeah, if you just lean over, give him a wave, Kel.
Leaning over. Oh, there he is.
There he is.
Leaning over a sort of glass barrier, taking a look down. He's just taking a look over to see her celebrating over towards his right. And he's been involved in these games. You always see dignitaries getting involved in these games, but it is a huge moment for France, particularly to get this medal on the field. On the track, sorry.
Yeah, no, a home games needs champions, it needs medalists in the stadium. We saw that in London 2012, but that roar just took me back to Super Saturday in London 2012. You know, I just love this stadium, just the acoustics, and every day, morning and evening sessions have just been phenomenal. So I feel like it was due. You know, this crowd needed a medal to get excited over, and Samba Mayela has delivered tonight. And I'd written them down actually for CAF. We've got Guillemot in the 1500. We've got 2 men who won't get anywhere near a medal in 5,000 metres, but both relays as well. So they do have presence in every final this evening. And yeah, look, that was an upset. I mean, she is one of the world's best. She was former world indoor champion, but without a doubt, the eyes were very much on Russell and the defending champion Camacho Quinn. So we've seen 2 track finals, 2 minor upsets. Could we see more?
We might well do. We've still got the men's 5,000 metres to come, the women's 1,500 metres featuring Laura Muir and Georgia Bell, and the 2 relays. The men's go at 8 o'clock and the women's go at 8:14. Rebecca McGowan is in action in the taekwondo women's 67 kilogram repechage just after 7 o'clock UK time. We will bring that to you here on 5 Live with Steve Bunce, who joins us now. Bunsey, how did she get on in her earlier performances? Given that she's gone through repechage, I'm guessing not perfect.
No, not perfect, but at the same time, what's perfect in this imperfect but wonderful and quite incredible sport of taekwondo, where you can be breezing, relaxing, comfortable, and with 0.6 seconds on the clock, your 4-point lead can vanish with one turning, twisting kick. Rebecca looked comfortable this morning, she really did, and then she just seemed to get it wrong, and it looked like she was getting it wrong and she couldn't put it right, and once you start to lose a bit of momentum, you're in big trouble, and that's what happened to her. So she crashed out a little bit earlier against a woman from Uzbekistan called Svetlana Osipova, who's into the final, who obviously I fancy to win in the final, and that's why Rebecca has a chance at the repechage. She goes in a bit, but it's not all we've got tonight, Kelly. It's not all.
It's not. There is loads more. You've got Caden Cunningham as well.
You've got Caden in the final, and in his semi-final, he had to beat the bogeyman of British taekwondo, Cisse, the giant, the man who denied Lutala Mohammed the gold medal with only 1 second left on the clock. Do you remember that? Broke Lutala Mohammed's mind, broke his heart. Cisse was beaten. Caden beat him. It was touch and go. It was unbelievably tense. The crowd got into it. And I'll let you into a secret. All 12,000 in here, the turncoat mob, they all went for Cisse. They all wanted Cisse. When he was finished, they'd become Caden fans. He knows how to milk the crowd. He's a good-looking boy. He's a part-time model. And he gets in and he does a little bit of swag on the mat. On this little, and listen, you know me, I'm a sucker for swag. You give me a bit of swag, I don't care if they come 57th out of 58, I don't care. As long as they tried and they've shown me a little bit of swag, he's got plenty. He goes, so I'm relying. I think he goes about 9:19.
Goes for gold, 20 past 8, Caden Cunningham. He's got the swag. You also, as much as you love a bit of swag, you also love a big Uzbek, and you've got that to get from Taekwondo to Roland Garros. But Bunsey, we're going to have to wait to build up to that one for the big fight this evening in the boxing, because we're going to catch up on the artistic swimming. And Eleanor Oldroyd.
Yes, this is the fantastic contrast of the Olympics, isn't it? You're talking about big Uzbeks in the Taekwondo, and we're now watching the artistic swimming, and currently watching Raina Buckle and Kira Gazard of Australia. They start from lowest to highest in the artistic swimming, synchronised swimming as it used to be called. Adele Carlson, coach, former GB swimmer as well. Watching it here in I'm in Paris, she's in London. Adele, I know you would love to be out here in Paris, but just tell us what we're looking out for in the artistic routine here.
So this is the free routine, so they don't have to perform technical elements like they did yesterday, but they still have to have 9 elements within the routine, 7 which are hybrids, which are under the water, legs up in the air, and 2 that are acrobatic. So you'll see, if you're watching it, you'll see the athletes push one out of the water, sometimes clearing the water fully. So you'll see a lot more artistic and choreography into this routine, and there's a lot more freedom with it.
We mentioned that Kate Shortman and Izzy Thorpe are currently in 4th place after the technical routine, but they're very close, aren't they? 0.7 off a bronze medal position. And one of the things that has changed about artistic swimming, I keep wanting to say synchronised swimming, one of the things that's changed is that the judging is slightly more mathematically it's slightly more transparent, if you like, isn't it? Because you have to submit a difficulty score, and then you have to just have those ticked off by a technical jury, rather than just it being a very subjective view.
Yes, it's become a lot more objective, which has really helped Great Britain and many other countries, because before it was very much marked on what country you were, and almost before you swam we knew the results. So yes, now all the elements, they have to submit their degrees of difficulty, so they're all made up of different positions and transitions which carry a degree of difficulty, so that will be all added up. And also any that don't execute them, they will receive base marks, so that could then really drop them out of the medal contention or even right down the rankings. So yes, it's very much more objective than it used to be.
Yeah, so just a narrow margin between 4th place and bronze after that technical routine, Kelly. And Kate and Izzy actually won a bronze at World Championship level earlier this year with their free routine. So if they can complete it perfectly, if they can do all the difficulty that they've said they're going to do, if anyone slips up above them, then they could be on the podium, and that would be a first for British artistic swimming, Kelly.
Eleanor and Adele, thank you very much. We're across the artistic swimming. There's going to be basketball later. There's a beach volleyball gold medal match. We're across the cycling as well. We'll be back to the velodrome very shortly. There's also taekwondo and boxing to come, as discussed earlier with Steve Bunsen. It's not exactly quiet inside the Stade de France, because Catherine Merry, right at the moment, the men's high jump has come to a crucial point, particularly for Tamberi.
100%. Here he goes, his 3rd and final attempt to stay in this Olympic final. The height is 2 metres and 27. They're holding the start of this men's 5,000 metre final. He stands in lane number 3. Hasn't had time to shave off half his beard like he normally does. He's not well. Can he stay in this Olympic final? No, he can't. Gianmarco Tamberi has tried everything in the last few weeks to defend the Olympic gold he shared in Tokyo 2021. In hospital today, he said, I wanted to try, but he's left the men's high jump final.
Yeah, no Disney ending, sadly, for Tamberi this evening. So all eyes now move to Barshim to see whether he can defend the title. He's a clear, straight clearance at 2:22 and 2:27. it's going to be a right royal battle with him and Hamish Kerr, I think. World number one, world ranked number one as well. So we move to our next track final of the night, Kath.
Yeah, Gianmarco Tamberi comes off the high jump bed, gets consoled by his teammate, which he will do as well. He'll get consolation from his very good friend Mutaz Essabar Shim. But he has left the competition, but on the far side of the Stade de France, a staggered start for the athletes in this men's 5,000 metre final. 22 athletes, the biggest ever field for an Olympic 5,000 metre final. 4 were added to this final after protest, including Great Britain's George Mills. They're in the shady part of the Stade de France here, waiting patiently to be introduced. And on the outside, Stroop of France gets a huge roar in this one, Alison. We've seen a 5 and 10,000 double for Beatrice Chebet of Kenya in the women's equivalent of this distance. But what are we expecting here, just briefly, in terms of the depth that we have? Is this Jakob Ingebrigtsen's time to pick up a medal?
Well, just as you say his name, he's on the screens at either end of this stadium, and he's looking a little bit pensive. He's looking a little bit nervous. Introduced to the crowd, arms aloft, tattoos adorned. He gets a tattoo every time he wins a medal. So will he be adding more artwork to those arms tonight? Because disappointment for him, finishing surprisingly out the medals in the 1500. Very much expecting and talking himself up against Josh Kerr. But now he goes in the first time in this distance in the Olympic Games. He is the world champion, but he's got a tough African contingent against him.
Andrew Osagi with us here this evening on 5 Live. Give me a name, Andrew. Who's your money on for this 5,000 Olympic final?
It's got to be Jakob for me. I think he's got to. This is the first time he's probably been in the final, which is the second final he's been at a championships without a medal already in his pocket. And I think he's desperately going to want to go home with a medal. But yeah, Hagos Gebrewet's obviously going to push him. Grant Fisher's looking great as well. So depending on how it goes fast or slow, I'm still putting my money on Jakob.
Gebrewet, just as you said that, Andrew, was introduced to the crowd, the second fastest of all time, the world leader this year. The Ethiopian is in position number 9, but once position number 1, there'll be a huge roar for another French athlete in this one. Hugo Hay of France, the 27-year-old, a nice reception for him. And Grant Fisher as well could be dangerous, took bronze in the 10,000 metres. So, the men's 10,000 metres final, Jakob Ingebrigtsen, as Andrew Osagi has just said, is entering this final without any medals so far after missing the podium in the 1500 metres. A nice little wave to the crowd from George Mills, the British representative in this one, a semi-finalist in the 1500 metres here, a silver medalist at the Europeans this year, the British athlete. The camera focuses on the fresh haircut of Jakob Ingebrigtsen. It's the men's 10,000 metres, the men's 5,000 metres Olympic final. And it's a huge field, Alison. Like I said, it's a staggered start. There's cones on the track, little orange cones, keeping these athletes separated until they come about 20 metres into the home straight, when they will just merge into one.
Yeah, many of these guys have already been on this track before, obviously in the first round, but there's 8 men here doubling, doing either the 1500 metres or coming down from the 10,000 metres. And straight away, it's still a fairly steady pace, but Stewie McSwain of Australia, who is one of those guys who's been advanced through protest, has decided to hit the front. Stewie hasn't been in the sort of shape that we saw early season, and I know he's been really disappointed with his Olympic campaign. So he knows it's one last hurrah here in France, and he's decided, I'm staying out of the mess, the pack, the chances of getting clipped and barged and everything else. But they don't seem to have learned their lesson, Kath, because nobody's injecting any sort of pace into this. It looks like Farford of Canada now has taken him on. Grant Fisher of America, the 10,000 metre medalist, has decided to step to the front, and it is just slowly starting to stretch out. Jakob Ingebrigtsen back there in 6th place as it stands.
Yeah, very slow first lap. This whole field being covered by about 35 metres. Andrew, Britain's George Mills is second from the back at the moment. Jakob sitting in about 5th place how's this one going to play out? Because it's championship running, isn't it? Times don't really matter. What we thinking early doors?
Yeah, times don't really matter. I've just watched Jakob sort of give one of the athletes in the field a little tap on the shoulder and basically said, can you let me on the inside? And lo and behold, the athlete did let him in. I definitely wouldn't have if it was me, and it's a final of Olympic Games. But now Jakob's tapped on the inside. You're looking at athletes like Stewie McSweyn maybe to take this on. He's not no stranger to front running, but as Ali said, he's not in probably the best shape he's been in. The Australian season's difficult because they kind of peak in March, April time to qualify for these games and then have to come back again. But we've seen this, throughout every Olympic Games. We always get a little bit nervous watching how slow they go and how bunched they look, and then ask the questions at the end of it, why didn't you go? You know you can't outkick everyone. Why didn't you go faster? So you're looking at people like Grant Fisher in this situation, who's great in the closing stages of the race, and Jakob that are just lapping these laps up.
I'm really surprised as well. Obviously, Ethiopia are not having the greatest of championships, so I think there's huge hopes, isn't there, Andrew, on Gebruet. He's second fastest man in history, and he's aiming to be the fourth Ethiopian to ever take this title, the likes of Mirit Yifta, Walde, and of course the great Kenny Bekele, who we saw in the marathon really struggling this morning. So it isn't, it's Yehoon from Ethiopia that's just tracking the Kenyan down the back straight, but all eyes on Gebruet.
Yeah, I think they are. I think one thing that's changed maybe in the Ethiopian team is they don't really work together as much as that we have seen in the past. When Kenenisa Bekele was running, he was very much the kind of manager, and he had his team of staff that worked around him to build the right pace. They would put surges in to deaden the legs of all the other rivals in the competition. We don't really see that so much from the Ethiopian team because in their own right, they're all great athletes, but Gebruet is definitely going to be the athlete that Ethiopia has their hopes pinned onto for sure for this one.
So we'll keep an eye on this men's 5,000 metre final. Jakob Ingebrigtsen currently in 9th and George Mills currently 2nd from the back with 9 laps to go, Kelly.
Thank you very much. We're going to head back to the velodrome. It's the women's sprint. Emma Finucane in action, Victoria Pendleton and Alistair Bruce-Paul.
Yes, if she can win this one, the second race of 3 against Marta Bayona of Colombia, then she will be through to the semi-finals, just like the German rider Leah Friedrich has done in the first heat. She's beaten the Canadian Kelsey Mitchell 2-0 in the best of 3. She's through to the semi-finals. If you make it through the semi-finals, by very definition, you will be then riding for the medals, whether that be the gold, silver final or the bronze medal ride. So Victoria, I think we're pretty confident here for Emma Finucane in terms of the speed that she's got and what she showed in the first race against Bayona. She should have this, shouldn't she?
I think so. I'm pretty confident with this matchup.
Just tell me while they roll around this first lap, because it's always a bit of a slow build-up until we get to proper sprinting. You were saying last night or the night before you have quite a cult following in Colombia.
Yeah, yeah, I did when I was racing.
Yeah.
I don't know why. They didn't have any riders in my event, so they used to choose to support me. So I used to have a fab time racing in Colombia. But yeah, so sad to see a Colombian rider against Emma Finucane here,
yeah.
but...
Yeah, Finucane's on the back straight, up near the British fans. She's just cycling over those Olympic rings that are painted on the velodrome boards here, and she's keeping a good distance here between her and Bayona with just over a couple of laps to go.
Yeah, I think she'll be conserving her energy a bit, really having to do the minimum. I think she understands that she has got the form to beat at this level anyone in these quarterfinals.
Yeah, Emma Finucane is the world sprint champion, looking to add the Olympic title this year and leave Paris with 2 gold medals. She's really high up on the bank in a way to our left hand side, building the speed, Victoria.
Building the speed and coming in with 1 lap to go, out of the saddle, accelerating down the home straight.
Yeah, here they are. Both riders go flashing past us now into the back straight. Emma Finucane, bit of work to do, but we're confident she's going to get there. Now she moves on the outside of Bayona, starts to go past around the bend into the home straight. Emma Finucane, still with plenty in the tank, takes it 2-0, and she is straight through to the semi-finals along with Leah Friedrich. In a couple of races' time, we will see Sophie Capewell go again for Great Britain, but she is 1-0 down, so she needs to win her last 2 races. Emma Finucane through to the semi-finals. She will be racing for the medals tomorrow. Kelly.
Thank you very much for that. We'll be back to the velodrome again shortly. We're going to check in though on the men's 5,000 metres final here inside the Stade de France. Alison Kirbishley and Catherine Merry are watching on.
Labalu is leading this one, is competing for the refugee Olympic team. They're chopping and changing now at the front of this men's 5,000 metres Olympic final. Grant Fisher, previously mentioned, the American who took bronze in the 10,000 metre final, is in the mix. And Dico Menu of Spain also, who was 9th in the 10,000 metres, is in a good place in this final, but they're still strung out, Alison, by about 30 metres. No change in terms of position for Jakob Ingebrigtsen. He's happily running in lane number 2 in about 8th or 9th place. George Mills, though, the British athlete in this final, is paying close attention in the middle of the pack as well. How are we looking pace-wise, though, Alison?
I tell you what, there's a great chat going on with Jakob Ingebrigtsen and the Kenyan athletes. He's now just gradually moved himself to the front of this field with 6 laps to go. It's still fairly steady, Andrew, isn't it? It's very much well within the compass of everyone, but really interesting move from Jakob Ingebrigtsen there.
It is, yeah. He's continued that conversation I mentioned earlier on with the other Kenyan athlete. He's very relaxed, worryingly relaxed for me, and I'm quite impressed with George Mills keeping his powder dry and actually moving himself into kind of quite a dominant position on the outside now as they just move into about 3k gone now.
Yeah, we're just starting to see the pace slowly increase. That was a 64-second lap there. They've been repping around about 66 metronomic laps, and they're just starting to gradually wind it up. Well, that's exactly what Jakob Ingebrigtsen did in the 1,500 metres, and he didn't get rid of the field when he did that, and obviously finished outside of the medals on that occasion. Well, it's now the Ethiopians that have hit the front calf.
Maheri of Ethiopia, the world junior record holder at the 10,000 metres, the 17-year-old who's in this men's 5,000 metre final, has put a bit of an injection of speed into this 5,000 final, because now there's a little slight breakaway of 3 athletes. Ingebrigtsen sits in 5th. George Mills is in about 7th position with a little bit of traffic at the moment, but now we're starting to string out in this men's 5,000 metre final. The pace is increasing, and it's Maheri and Yihun of Ethiopia leading the way.
Yeah, we haven't seen anything of Gebruwet at all yet, and he's slowly, very slowly making his way from the back of this field that are a good sort of 10-15 metres spread now from front to back. And the Ethiopians, Andrew's absolutely right. They don't run as a team now. You know, gone are the days of Haile Gebrselassie being the conductor, saying you've got to run for me, you've got to do the hard work for me. But look at Grant Fisher, the bronze medalist in the 10,000 metres. He's trying to find racing room now with 4 laps to go.
Ethiopia 1-2 in this 5,000 metre final. Jakob Ingebrigtsen, though, is poised and ready to pounce, Kelly.
Thank you very much. We'll be with you when he does. In the meantime, we're heading back to the velodrome. Alistair Bruce-Paul.
That is because it is time for Sophie Capewell to take to the track in a race she has to win. She's up against Hetty van der Wouw in the second race in the best of 3 in the women's sprint quarterfinals. You heard Emma Finucane safely through. She won her head-to-head 2-0 against Marta Bayona. Sophie Capewell lost the first one against Hetty van der Wouw. So now, Victoria, pressure is properly on, because if she doesn't win this, she's out.
Yeah, hopefully she can learn a little bit from her first race and come back and do something a little bit different and try and put a bit more pressure on. I think she's got more gas in the tank. I think she's got more capability to really push Hetty a little bit more.
If she does win it, it will then take us to a decider, which will also be raced this evening. Final day of track cycling is tomorrow, when the women's sprint medals will be decided. Emma Finucane already through to the semi-finals. And here we go then for Sophie Capewell. Very, very close to us on the start line here in the dark blue racing suit, with Hetty van der Wouw on her left-hand side. The cameraman could not be closer to the Dutch cyclist. Literally poking that camera right in her face. She's got no interest. Union flags are flying here on the start line in the velodrome, and Sophie Capewell knows she has to win. This is the game of cat and mouse to begin with. So the whistle blows, and van der Wouw, who already has a silver medal at these Olympic Games in the women's keirin, rolls off the start line and glides away from Capewell, and Capewell just slides in behind her.
Yep, just quite a moderate pace going around that first lap, which I think will help.
So moderate pace, cruising, just rolling gently again past those Olympic rings high on the banking above them. And Hetty van der Wouw, the Dutch cyclist, keeping a very steady pace here on the Côte d'Azur, but constantly, she's not looking where she is going, she's looking over her right shoulder, just checking that Sophie Capewell doesn't make a move. I mean, is it ever a tactic, Victoria, to, could you go 2.5 laps out from
It happens.
him?
Some people go from the gun just to catch someone out, but it's a very painful thing to do. In a competition like this, if it's spread out over several days, you can probably recover from it. But it depends. She's got to win another ride after this, so it's not something she wants to play. The card you want to play too early.
Sophie Capewell needs to win this race, otherwise she will be taking no further part in the women's sprint competition here at the Olympics. So the pressure now builds, so does the tension and the excitement. Just over a lap and a half to go. The pace is building from Van der Waal. She's standing on the back straight. She still has her eyes on Capewell. Capewell goes high to build the speed.
Yep, trying to get a bit of a gap on the opponent, trying to encourage the sprint to sort of take its form. She's got height coming into the home straight. She's diving down towards the 200-metre line.
Yep, now we've got just over half a lap to go. This is going to be close. Capewell trying to get past on the outside. Van der Waal has the edge at the moment. Capewell has a bit to do into the home straight. I'm not sure she's going to get there. She's not. Hetty Van der Waal takes it. Sophie Capewell is out, and we'll hand you to Kath Merry at the Stade de France.
250 metres to go, this men's 5,000 metre final. Hagos Gebruet of Ethiopia tried to break this field. Jakob Ingebrigtsen, the Norwegian, said, "Not on my watch, Ethiopia." The Norwegian leads by 5 metres. He's coming into the home straight. He's aiming to become the Olympic 5,000 metre champion. Jakob Ingebrigtsen is digging deep. He's going to win this one easily in the end by 5 or 6 metres. Grant Fisher of the USA is finishing strong, but Jakob Ingebrigtsen of Norway missed a medal in the men's 1,500 metres, crosses the line as the men's 5,000 metres Olympic champion, and puts his finger in the air to say, never, ever write me off.
Well, they made him work for that, and Gebruet just stayed out of trouble the whole way, and it was in his plan to try and do a Mo Farah, hit the front with 600, 500 metres to go and really start to wind it up. And when he made his move, Jakob Ingebrigtsen was stuck. He was stuck right on the inside with about 4 or 5 men around him. He was down in about 7th or 8th and he could not get out, but he did not panic. He waited till the racing room was there. He swept outside and he just slowly wound it up. And Gebruet gave him about, 20, 30 metres to chase down, and he did it in 500 metres. That was really, really impressive from him. But Grant Fisher, America continue to have a phenomenal championships. A second medal for him on the podium. And yet again, Ethiopia do not get a medal.
So, Kelly, it was a good one, wasn't it? Jakob Ingebrigtsen will leave with his Olympic gold medal. 13 minutes, 13.66. Ronald Kenmoy of Kenya got the silver. And Grant Fisher, another medal here in the Paris Olympics. George Mills finishing down in 21st place, just outside 13.32.
And Andrew Assaji is also with us. Andrew, is at the end of that race, there often is at the end of the distance races, lots of the athletes were sprawled out on the track, recovering for a good few minutes. At the end, Jakob Ingebrigtsen looked like he could have gone and done it again. He was going around cool as a cucumber, shaking hands with everybody. And you picked him out beforehand. He was determined that he was not leaving these Olympics without a medal.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, I think I did more than a few minutes after the 5K in the Olympics. But yeah, he came into this as the world champion over the 5,000 metres. We saw him do that in Budapest last year. So he's got history in terms of winning these big races over the longer distance for him. He's definitely going to be fuming after the 1,500 metres, despite how happy he was in interviews after, or at least content. He really wanted to leave here with a medal and a gold run at that, and he has done that. And the guys that he's racing are no slouches, but with the 5K you do get the athletes coming down from the 10 and coming up from the 15, and because the race was so slow, it really played into the hands of those that are quicker over the 15 and maybe the 3K.
Andrea Sargi is here, Catherine Merry is here, Alison Kirbishley is here, and over the next hour or so, this is when the Brits enter the equation properly this evening. 7:15, the women's 1,500 metres featuring Laura Muir and Georgia Bell. 8 o'clock for the men's 4x400 final. 8:14 for the women's 4x400 final. We will bring you coverage of all of that and across all of this evening's action, but it's coming up after the BBC News headlines with Fraser Dainton.
the voice of the UK.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Good evening. The director of a hospital in Gaza City says at least 70 people were killed in an Israeli airstrike on a school compound where displaced people were sheltering. Israel said it was targeting militants operating from the school. Russian officials say more than 76,000 people have now been evacuated from the border areas since Ukraine attacked the southwestern Russian region of Kursk. Strict security measures have been implemented in the area in an attempt to repel Ukraine's first major incursion since Russia's invasion. A 16-year-old boy has appeared in court in Liverpool and admitted stealing £15,000 worth of vapes during disturbances in the city last weekend. He also pleaded guilty to assaulting an emergency worker. And the Transport Secretary has written to the bosses of the train operator Cross Country to express serious concerns about its performance. The company has announced cuts to its services for the next 3 months.
There's a predator in this town.
On BBC iPlayer.
I'm a detective. I'm basically a human lie detector.
Starring Jenna Coleman.
I need you to tell me what happened that night.
The Jetty.
I'm starting to think you're a spider sat in a web at the heart of all this.
Watch on BBC iPlayer.
The Olympic Games, Paris 2024.
With Kelly Cates.
On BBC Radio 5 Live.
Lots coming your way this evening on 5 Live Sport. We'll keep you across everything that's happening in the Olympics. At Stade de France, we've got the women's 1500 metres and both 4x400 relays still to come. Shortly, Great Britain's Rebecca McGowan is in the women's 67-kilogram repechage to try and get into the bronze medal match. She still is in at this stage with a chance of a medal. Steve Bunce and Katie Smith are there. Hi, Katie.
Hi, Kelly. Yes, so we're going to see McGowan back for the first time since she went out in the quarterfinals, which, I mean, it feels, Bunsey, like an age ago, doesn't it? These are long days for these fighters. But the key thing here is off the back of a loss, it's about having the positivity now, that mindset shift to come out here and potentially she'd have to go through 2 fights to win herself a medal.
And if your mindset for 6 months, 9 months, or even 4 years has been gold medal, you must be crushed. You've got to lift yourself. It's really hard. In fact, it's really interesting. When they leave the mat, when they've lost and they're going into repechage, they're dragged away by their teams to go backstage so that the sports psychologists can work on them, so that the recovery people can work on them. So we'll see. We'll get an idea. But she lost, as I was saying earlier, she lost to a brilliant woman who's in the final.
She did indeed. She's a 2-time world medalist, was a European champion a couple of years ago, had to have hip surgery within this Olympiad. So a bit like Hayden Cunningham, it's really impressive that they're here, that they've got over that psychological battle as well. But she had a battle even to make it here. There was this controversy, wasn't there, where she was selected over Bianca Cook. A lot of people will know her as Bianca Walkden. That was her maiden name, compete in the same category. We didn't really get time to go through this earlier, but she actually said she felt like the toughest thing was to make it here, because you can only have one representative per nation.
Yeah, well, I remember about October of last year, Chappers and I did a show on 5 Live, a pre-Olympic show, it was like a 2-hour show, and we had Bianca Walkden on talking, or Bianca Cook, whatever. We had her on talking about Paris, talking about this day, talking about this very afternoon, this very morning, and this very evening. So I'm sure it's been hard for her, and it's certainly been hard for Rebecca. You're absolutely right. There's 2 sides to every story when the selectors have to break someone's heart.
So she was the spare Kelly in Tokyo. She said that's what lit the fire. She's going to be next on the mat here. So she's up against a woman from the Ivory Coast, Astan Batili, who went out in the first round. So they will now compete. Whoever wins this will then take on a Turkish fighter, Nafia Kusaydin, for a bronze medal.
Katie and Bunsey, thank you very much for that. We'll be back with them very shortly. But here at the Stade de France, we're building up to the women's 1500 metres. It should be getting underway in just over a couple of minutes' time. Alison, real opportunity here, particularly for Laura Muir, but also for Georgia Bell as well. How do you rate their chances in this one?
Yeah, look, Georgia is just having the season of her life, and much has been made about this kind of rise to stardom. She was a very, very good athlete as a youngster, junior, and then she kind of fell out of love with the sport and moved away from it for a few years. Became a very good duathlete and was doing an awful lot of work on the bike. and then moved back to her coach and Trevor Painter, Keely Hodgkinson's coach, and this year has just been a fairy tale. She's here in the Olympic final. You know what? No pressure on her at all. Laura Muir, on the other hand, is looking to constantly add to this bank of medals that she's been able to get at major championships. It was a silver last time round. It's going to be very tough work to get onto the podium.
Taking you through it, Catherine Merry.
The women's 1500 metres Olympic final, 12 athletes, including, as mentioned, Laura Muir and Georgia Bell. And Faith Kipyegon is in this one, the Kenyan world record holder, a silver in the 5,000 metres. Only 2 women have achieved 3 Olympic titles in a row in the same event. Anita Vodarchik-Hammer and Nafi Tiam winning gold last night in the heptathlon. Faith Kipyegon could be the third. Laura Muir on the big screen, standing on the outside line in position number 12. Olympic silver in Tokyo 3 years ago. Guillemot of France is getting a huge roar. The French athlete being shown on the big screen. Field event finals continue, but all eyes are on the final individual track event of these Paris Olympic Games. The women's 1500 metres final in the shade. Is this the time that the British team pick up another medal? They've had 2 medals in this event ever. Kelly Holmes with gold in 2004, a silver medal from Laura Muir in 2021. Jessica Hull smiles and waves with the long blonde ponytail, a real opportunity for Australia, who have never won a women's 1500 metres Olympic medal. Can anybody stop Faith Kipyegon?
The women's 1500 metres Olympic final.
The athletes have been brought to their start. 3 3/4 laps of the track. 1 Olympic gold medal up for grabs. Pulsating music, raising the excitement levels here before this final. They're brought forward. A roar as the athletes fly down the back straight in this final. Laura Muir, her ponytail bobbing, is going to settle into second at the back at the end of the first 100 metres in this final, Alison, and it looks pretty quick from the get-go here. Sergei of Ethiopia is not messing around.
Well, just as we've seen from Jakob Ingebrigtsen, when you're running angry, you really want to make your mark on a race, and this woman is running angry. She came to try and do a triple here. This is her 6th race of the championship, 10,000 metres and the 5,000 metres, and she hasn't managed to get onto the podium, the Ethiopian. Well, she's now taken this from the by the scruff of its neck, this race, and she's tracked all the way by St. Pierre, and then Jess Hull of Australia. The girls will like this. They've got a pacemaker already in Sigai as they approach the crown of the bend and go through 400 metres.
Sergei of Ethiopia leads this 1500 metre final, the 3rd fastest athlete ever. St. Pierre of the USA currently sitting in the silver medal position. Faith Kipyegon's in there, Jessica Hull of Australia, Georgia Bell and Laura Muir are in the mix. The following little pack as they hit the 200 metre point on this second lap of the women's 1500 metre final. Ethiopia leading though. The Brits are in the mix of this one. It's a breakaway of about 7 athletes as they come into the home straight.
Yeah, and it's still quick. Laura Muir's decided to stay well off the pace, either that or she just can't stay with them. Georgia Bell is sitting off the back of this group of, about 8 athletes now that are led by Sigai, who's now starting to just put the brakes on a little bit. Faith Kipyegon's there, the young Ethiopian Wolteji's there, the American St. Pierre, Jess Hull, everybody that we thought would be there. Georgia Bell tucked in at the back. Sigai is still leading them through.
Down the back straight, the Ethiopian is the one everybody is chasing. Faith Kipyegon is on her shoulder. Laura Muir starting to make a move to catch up with this group. Georgia Bell, the training partner of Keely Hodgkinson, is in this group as well. This is quick, as Alison said, and Gudaf Sagai is the one who's now being chased down. Everybody is poised and ready to potentially go past her, but can they?
She's messing with the pace, Kath. She's really trying to upset the rhythm of Faith Kipyegon, the Ethiopian, and no one wants to go in front of her. They're all happy letting her lead them through. As they hear the bell this time, they come into the home straight. Sam Pierre's trying to get racing room on the inside. Jess Hull's perfectly poised, tracking Faith Kipyegon just as she was when she did a world record in this city a month ago. Well, Teji now pushes on.
The bell goes in the final of the women's 1500 metres. Faith Kipyegon going for her third title. The world record holders in the mix, as is Georgia Bell, the British athlete, in fourth place. Jessica Hull's currently sitting in third. Watelji of Ethiopia is in this group as well. Laura Muir starting to make a move. The Scottish athlete now coming up into sixth place in this final. Faith Kipyegon has to dig deep.
Come on, Georgia Bell, you've got this. There's 4 women, there's only 3 medals, but look at Laura Muir coming. 200 metres to go. Faith Kipyegon hits the front. Well, Teji, Jess Hull, Georgia Bell, Laura Muir.
Faith Kipyegon kicks. She's got a 3-metre lead as she enters the straight. Darabi Watelji of Ethiopia is in the silver medal position. Jessica Hull of Australia. Come on, Georgia Bell. She's in fourth. Laura Muir is finishing like a train. Faith Kipyegon's going to be the Olympic champion. Jessica Hull's the silver. Yes, Georgia Bell. Georgia Bell has just come third in the Olympic Games women's 1500 metres. Wow, Faith Kipyegon gets 3 Olympic titles in a row in an Olympic record time. Jessica Hull looks like she's picked up the first ever Olympic medal for Australia, and Georgia Bell, we wait for confirmation, has got the bronze. Get in! 3 minutes 52.61 seconds. A bronze for Georgia Bell. Laura Muir ran a lifetime best of 3:53.37 for fifth. Wow.
She's just taken Laura Muir's national record. The comeback career, as she's talked about, the comeback career has just ended in an Olympic bronze medal in a British record. Georgia Bell at the age of 30. Wow, Trevor Painter, whatever you and Jenny Meadows are doing in Wigan is working. That was just a beautiful race from Georgia Bell. But all credit to Jess Hull, and credit, and we've just got to doff our cap to Faith Kipyegon, an Olympic record, her third title. Wow.
Kelly, Georgia Bell was born in Paris, about 8 miles south of the Stade de France, where her father, Andy Bell, was working as a Paris correspondent for Radio 4's Today programme. And here she is, 30 years later, becoming an Olympic medalist, bronze with a national record.
Fantastic from Georgia Bell, and we will reflect more on this. There's jaws drop from Alison Gerbishley and Catherine Merry at that stunning performance from her. But we have to get back to the taekwondo because it's all happening. Steve Bunce and Katie Smith.
It's we're in a VAR challenge at the moment, Kelly. This is what taekwondo gives you, a bit of absolutely everything, and it's been a punch fest so far from Rebecca McGowan. She's looking for a place in the bronze medal match. She lost earlier in her quarter-final. She's now in the repechage because her opponent reached the final. So your fate is always linked to those who've beaten you. But so far, so good. She won the opening round with a single punch to the body. 1-0 she took that round. It's best of 3. She leads in this second round. That VAR challenge from her camp has been rejected. She's got 5 seconds left on the clock here. She leads by 2 points to 0. It's been paused. 2.8 seconds.
2.8 seconds in taekwondo. I've said it before, it's a lifetime. That's it. She's through.
She's through.
She's in the real semi-final now.
She wasn't too troubled there by Astan Batili of the Ivory Coast, who went out in the first round hours and hours ago to there. So Rebecca McGowan takes off her red head guard, her auburn hair, just allowed to flow out now, because Bunty, she only has an hour until she's fighting for bronze here at the Olympics.
And by the time you've left, by the time you've had all of the buzzing equipment on your feet and your hands and your chest checked, and by the time time you've seen the doctor, by the time you've got backstage, which is up about 300 steps, you've lost 7 or 8 or 9 minutes. Then by the time you walk back out and start getting prepared, what's she got? At the best, Katie, at the best, she can relax for 15 to 25 minutes by the time the physios have looked at her. That's a real turnaround.
But I'm interested by the momentum, right? Because she had the heartbreak earlier of losing. Gold, therefore, out of reach. Silver as well. But she's now won a fight going into a bronze medal match, whereas her opponent from Turkey lost her semi-final, has had to sit on that emotion for the last few hours and then fights for bronze.
I've got to tell you, these days that start at 9:21 or whatever time they start, and they end at 10:30 or 10:40, those are extreme days under any circumstances.
So, Kelly, Rebecca McGowan then safely through to the bronze medal match. That, we believe, depending on timings, and it always runs a little bit late here at the Taekwondo because we just never really know what's going to happen. That will be, we think, at 4 minutes past 8, and then Caden Cunningham follows on after at 19 minutes past 8. So hopefully, fingers crossed, in the next hour we know we will be bringing you at least a guaranteed silver from Cunningham in the men's heavyweights. Could we add a bronze for Rebecca McGowan as well?
Katie and Steve, thank you very much for that. Unpredictability is the watchword at Taekwondo, but what we do know, as we say, and as Katie has just told us, is there's definitely a silver on the cards, possibly a gold, possibly a bronze as well of that. But here inside the Stade de France, it's just sinking in that Georgia Bell, who's taken 14 seconds off her personal best across the course of this season, who hadn't had a track race between April 2017 and April 2022, who watched the Tokyo Olympics 3 years ago from her sofa thinking about getting back into track racing, made her GB debut earlier this year, age 30, has just taken a bronze medal in the women's 1500 metres at these Paris Olympics. What a story, what a comeback, what dedication and focus to do. And she's doing this while working in cybersecurity pretty much by the day, Alison.
Well, do you know, I bumped into her, or Trevor Painter, her coach, introduced me to her parents at the British Championships, and I was chatting to them then, and they said, we've got to thank Steve Cram for her boss giving her time off, because apparently when she finished outside the medals in the World Indoors earlier this year, Steve in his commentary had commented about, if this girl can concentrate on her athletics, she could do great things in Paris. And apparently her bosses heard that and they said, well, you're obviously quite good, so maybe we should just give you a bit of sabbatical. So I think she's been given something like 6 months. Hey, I tell you what, she's now going back to work with a bronze medal.
She's used it well, hasn't she?
She's used her sabbatical very well. Look, I think Trevor Painter said to me, she's just got a racing brain. She understands how to race. She doesn't get fazed by big occasions. She's lined up against the likes of Laura Muir at the British Championships and beat her this year. And she trains with Keely Hodgkinson, so what more inspiration do you need? I just hope that we've been able to beam this to Marbella so that her training partner has been able to see it from the beach.
Yeah, because that's where she's headed, out on holiday after sealing her own Olympic medal. We'll get more thoughts from Catherine Merry in a second. Andrea Sargi is also watching on. Andrew, you looked absolutely stunned during that race, particularly at those latter stages. Can you believe what Georgia Bell has just done?
It was so fast from the gun that I was wondering if Georgia just... We spoke about maybe her naivety in racing or immaturity in racing, and no disrespect by that, but she's not raced as much as someone like Laura Muir despite being a similar age. But she just took the race as what it was. Didn't look at the clock, obviously. She just sat in the best position she could and relaxed. And I was worried that would soon sort of take its toll, but it did not at all. The atmosphere in the stadium was electric, almost as if it was a British home crowd, cheered her on down the home straight. And I mean, Laura Muir was charging as well and ran a personal best, but Georgia Bell 3:52 is an incredible time, and she looked great doing it. I think she might have even got a silver if she knew that she could. Maybe about 80 to go.
I was so impressed with kind of Laura's composure during that race, but do you think she just started to make a move a little bit too late, Andrew, because she was as you said, charging, which is the way you want to finish, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that they came at the race from two different perspectives. Georgia, as I spoke about, just taking it for what it was. It's a race, but be in the right position, see how it goes. It's the Olympic final. And Laura Muir, based on her experience, was way more strategic or planned out in the way that she took her splits. You could tell that she was running to a time, to a split, to be in the right position and with the right amount of energy coming into the last 200, 300 metres. But they finished incredibly close. But it does go to show the beautiful part of middle distance running is that you can be completely different types of athletes, even have completely different types of race strategies. But when it comes down to it, it's really close at the finish.
It's Trevor Painter's birthday.
Wow.
Brilliant.
Today. I've literally thought, let me just
It doesn't
see.
get any better for this guy. Sure, this is it, isn't it?
So obviously, Trevor Painter's wife is Jenny Meadows, who's part of the coaching team, as Alison's mentioned, for Georgia and for Keely Hodgkinson. And Jenny put on social media, enjoy your day, rounding it off with another of our athletes being in an Olympic final. And she's just delivered
the best birthday
an Olympic
present.
birthday medal for her coach. And you said, Kelly, 14 seconds off her lifetime best through this season. 4 seconds off in that Olympic final. 3:56.54. And you've come down to 3:52. She's only just missed the all-time top 10 rankings with that run. It was quite simply outstanding from both British athletes as well. It was absolutely amazing. That was the last individual track event of the Paris Olympics here. We've got 2 more relays to come, and what a way to end. The 8th medal for the British team.
Impressive for both. Laura Muir, though, finishes outside the medals, and Georgia Bell takes a bronze in the women's 1500 metres. Let's head back to the artistic swimming. Eleanor Oldroyd.
Yes, we're waiting to find out whether Kate Shortman and Izzy Thorpe can make history for Team GB by getting on the podium. The first time it would ever have happened in artistic swimming. Currently leading the competition are Marina and Vladislava Alexieva of Ukraine, who've just posted the highest score by some considerable distance so far of 538.6684. They are one of 4 sets of sisters, 3 of which are twins, 2 of which are, they have a triplet, basically. So they are 2 of triplets. Adele Carlson, coach, former GB swimmer, is watching as well. I mean, that gives you a massive advantage, presumably, doesn't it, to have a twin, because your synchronization with each other is going to be pretty spot on.
Yes, absolutely. You're already, if you're identical twins, you're going to be matching in the way you move and, like, obviously the length of your limbs. So it really helps. And the fact that out of the current top 5 ranked duets, 4 are sisters, I think that says it all.
And just looking at the scores as they've come in so far, we talked about the fact that you submit your difficulty score beforehand, or your coach does, but then the judges can deduct if they think you haven't completed the moves that you said you're going to complete. And I think they're being quite tough on that. I've seen a few difficulty scores which have gone down quite a lot when the routines have been completed.
Yes, absolutely. They're checking that they're doing them in the right order, but they do absolutely everything that they've declared. And sometimes if one of those swimmers even just miss out part of that move, perhaps if it's a twirl or a twist, then they will take it off, and they are being very rigid on it. And that's why the sport has become now, so unpredictable. You just don't know, because one slight error can give you a base mark and can take you right down the rankings.
4 more pairs to go before we see Kate Shortman and Izzy Thorpe. And even though they're not sisters, Kelly, because their mums competed together for GB and they've known each other since they were at primary school, they say that effectively they feel like they're sisters anyway.
Such a lovely story. Eleanor and Adele, thank you very much for bringing that to us, and we'll be back with you very shortly. It's also the first weekend of action in the EFL. The Championship and League 2 matches were played earlier on. The scores for those are on the BBC Sport website. The full-time scores in League 1 is Birmingham 1, Reading 1, Bristol Rovers 1, Northampton 0, Burton Albion 2, Lincoln 3, Crawley Town 2, Blackpool 1, Exeter 1, Rotherham 0, Leyton Orient 1, Bolton 2, Peterborough 0, Huddersfield 2, Stevenage 1, Shrewsbury 0, Stockport 2, Cambridge 0, Wigan 0, Charlton 1, Wrexham 3, Wycombe Wanderers 2, and the latest score in the Scottish Premiership is that Dundee are 4-1 up against Hearts. About 6 minutes played extra in that game, so the full-time whistle about to go there. Reports and reaction to today's football available on the BBC Sport website and app. That includes interviews with Pep Guardiola and Erik ten Hag after Man City's victory over Man United in the Community Shield. They won on penalties. It was bronze for Georgia Bell in the women's 1500 metres here inside the Stade de France. Laura Muir just missed out on a medal. She finished in 5th place in the end. Here she is with Sarah Mulkerrins.
Laura, 5th in that Olympic final, a personal best time and a super fast race.
Yeah, you know what? I'm just really happy with it. Like, to run the fastest I've ever have, I can't ask any more, and I was interested to see what the splits were because I ran perfectly what I wanted to. I just knew I had to run my own race. Went off so fast to start, and I picked off so many people, but yeah, unfortunately I was just like 10 metres too short, but yeah, no, I ran absolutely the way I wanted to, and I ran the fastest time I ever have, so I can't complain, but well, congrats to Georgia, absolutely amazing, yeah.
Amazing for Georgia. In terms of your race, sitting back, just monitoring yourself, judging how it was going to go, and was it that question about would the pack pull back?
Yeah, I know with my physiology and everything I've done, I run my fastest times when I run it like that, and they went so fast, and I just knew if I did that, I'd be out the back door. So I had to run my own race, and I'm really glad that I did that, and I was patient, and I don't know if I could have run much faster many other ways, to be honest. Run the fastest I ever have, with a couple of rounds in my legs, so I can't ask for any more, and yeah, that was the plan, and it worked, just unfortunately it wasn't quite fast enough, so yeah.
And Faith Kipyegon, champion yet again. She seems to be really loved and respected within you all.
Yeah, I mean, me and her have been, I think, in global finals together since 2015, so I've known her very well, and no, she's absolutely amazing. Not just for our event, but for the sport as well, and it's fantastic to see her. Jess won her first medal as well. It's fantastic. I'm really close friends with her, and obviously Georgia as well, doing absolutely brilliantly. So, no, it's a very nice podium. Sad I'm not on it, but I'm very happy with the podium. They're all lovely girls, yeah.
You all have done amazing work with this event over the years. You're always right in there, Laura. Congratulations again.
Yeah, I would just like to say a big thank you to my whole team. I would not be here without them. It's been, it's been hard. So, yeah, thank you very much to all of them. And also the national lottery and all their players as well, because without them we wouldn't have the support to run as well as we can and be supported by federations. So yeah, thank you very much everybody.
Laura Muir, emotional and very gracious after a 5th place finish, in which, as she pointed out to Sarah Mulkerrins there, she felt she ran the race she wanted to run perfectly. It was her fastest ever time, and Alison Kirbishley, she said if it was 10 metres longer she might just have been able to do it. She said it was just 10 metres short for her.
Yeah, she referenced having to be patient, and it was perfectly planned. But the move, when she did make the move, just like I say, she was charging. She was absolutely charging them all down. Heartbreak listening to that. It really, the emotions that she must be going through. She's just finished 5th. Watch somebody take her British record and get a bronze medal. That's hard. That's really, really tough. But as you said, so articulate and gracious to be able to come off and say that. I'm just going to quickly hand to Catherine, because we've got the great Barshim, just his final attempt in the high jump.
Murtaz Essa Barshim, this is his attempt at 2 metres and 38, and he's gone out. He had 2 failures at 2 metres and 36. He decided to pass his 3rd and final attempt at that height, Kelly, and go for 2:38, because Hamish Kerr of New Zealand and Shelby McEwen of the USA had both gone over the 2:36 height, and they're sharing the gold medal at the moment. But Murtaz Essa Barshim, who won gold, of course, just 3 years ago in Tokyo, will leave with a medal, because he has the bronze medal, and the gold medal fight continues.
Andrea Sargi is also with us as we keep an eye on all the live sport that's happening this evening. But we're still reflecting on that women's 1500 metres. We just heard from Laura Muir there, Andrew. She said, it was just 10 metres too short in the end. But she's now having to go through that process where she's saying all the right things. I ran best ever time. It was the race I wanted to run. That went perfectly, and yet it's still just a bit too short.
Yeah, that's quite tough. And I mean, from personal experience, I kind of had a similar scenario in the London 2012 games. Obviously, completely different ends of the spectrum. I ended up coming last in the final, but I knew that on that day I was in the best shape I'd ever been in and given my all, and my splits were perfect to what I wanted to do, but I still got absolutely smashed. So it's going to be really tough, I think, for Laura, but she's great, Laura. She's great for the sport. She's a really good role model in terms of what an athlete should be in terms of dedication, open, honest, and gives quite good reports of herself, or clear and honest reports of herself and how she performs. She doesn't shy away from competition, and I think she would have gone into that final. She did nail her splits, like she said. I don't think she would have expected Georgia Bell to run as quick as she did. So she probably would have seen herself battling maybe Walteji or maybe even Nikki Hiltz for that bronze medal behind Jessica Hull and Faye Kipyegon, obviously, because they'd run so quickly this season. But it just goes to show how really well Georgia Bell raced, and it definitely doesn't show how Laura Muir didn't race well. I mean, she didn't race badly at all. But yeah,
no, what it also illustrates is the kind of, I suppose, the difference between what you're doing in training, where you're kind of racing against the clock a lot of the time, and what you do in competition. So while Laura Muir is fighting not to be dragged into that really fast start, she's trying to maintain her own pace. There's also a point where you have to get that balance between, you know, your race plan and racing the race that you're in.
Yeah, and it's really hard, especially as you get older or more experienced in the sport. If anybody back home thinks about running and running around tracks or running cross countries, you have no concept of what the time is whatsoever. Every week you turn out and you run a PB, or you throw a PB, or you jump a PB. And as you get older, and you start understanding about the training you're putting in to achieve certain distances or times, you start relating to that even in the race. You know you shouldn't, but you're starting to look at the clock and you're starting to, how do I feel running at this speed, because this is quicker than I've run before at this distance. And I mean, Laura Muir's really experienced, and I don't think she would have doubted herself at all, but she had such a set race plan that, like you said, maybe it could have been better for her to be swept up in the race. We just don't know. But she's experienced. I'm sure this is not the end of Laura Muir making global finals. She's made the last 7 or 8, I think, if you include Worlds and Olympics. And she will win more medals, I'm sure of it.
And it's still, as you've all said, a really good run from Laura Muir, but finishing outside the medal places. Bronze went to Georgia Bell of Team GB. Let's head back to the artistic swimming. Eleanor Oldroyd.
Currently leading are the Ukrainian sisters, the Ukrainian twins, Marina and Vladislava Alexiev. We've just seen another pair of twins as well, Anna Maria and Irene Marina Alexandri of Austria, born in Greece, who were second after the technical routine, waiting to see the scores for their free routine. And then 2 more sets of swimmers, and then it'll be Kate Shortman and Isabel Thorpe of Great Britain, brought up together because their mums swam together. And I wonder, Adele Carlson, how you're feeling watching this competition so far and thinking about how Kate and Izzy will be feeling, because they know that they can win in this pool in the Aquatic Centre in Paris.
Yes, I think they'll be trying to stay focused on their performance. At the end of the day, all the other athletes' performances are out of their control. So they just need to be in control of what they do and not try and get ahead of themselves and think too much about that medal. If they do a really good performance, that will put them in good stead for it. And then you've just got to wait to see what the others do as well.
Their theme is Rising Phoenix. It's got a difficulty score of 56.050, which is not the highest in the competition, but if they can execute it perfectly, do everything they say they're going to do you think they've got that chance of getting onto the podium?
Yes, absolutely. So they're very good at executing their difficulty. They rarely get base marks, and that's what they're strongest at. There's also a score for artistic impression as well, so the choreography, music interpretation, and they're very strong at that as well, so hopefully that will go in their favour. And then we just got to rely on seeing what the others are doing. Austria's just gone into the lead. However, they did make some errors, small errors on their execution, and synchronization as well had some errors in there. So yes, if Izzy and Kate can perform their routine perfectly, then it should keep them in that medal contention.
it's put a little bit of unpredictability into artistic swimming, Kelly, which maybe there hadn't been in the past. As Adele was saying earlier on, you kind of pretty much could predict the order before the swimmers actually swam, but it's not the case anymore. So 2 more to go. We've got the Spanish pair up next, then the Canadian pair, and then it'll be Kate Chapman and Isabel Thorpe.
Thank you, Eleanor. Thank you, Adele. We do love a bit of jeopardy. And while we're talking all things aquatic, at the Olympic diving, Great Britain's Noah Williams won a bronze in the men's 10-metre platform earlier this afternoon. It's his second medal of the Games. You'll remember he won silver in the 10 metres synchronised with Tom Daley. Noah spoke to Casa Alom after the medal ceremony.
Noah, what an incredible roller coaster that was. You were just into the final by 0.25 points and you come away with a bronze medal. Incredible. Has it sunk in?
I don't think so. I mean, like, it's literally a dream. Obviously, I said that last time for synchro, but like individually winning a medal, doing it yourself, you know, it's obviously a whole nother level. And yeah, I don't think it's sunk in because, you know, I'm nowhere near as emotional as last time.
And also, the only British divers to win 2 medals in one Olympics in the synchro and individual, Jack Law, Tom Daley, and now you. That's the end of the list. That's the level that you now are at.
No way. I just got lucky. They're a whole nother level. I mean, those two are literally the greats of GB diving. And, you know, don't get me wrong, I'm so happy with how I've done, and it's a huge achievement, but they are another class, yeah.
Your last 2 dives, putting up those scores of 93 and 94, and then the rest had to match that, and they didn't. Did you think it was an advantage going first in that situation, and what were you saying to yourself?
Yeah, no, I genuinely did. Like, even before the competition, obviously, nobody wants to qualify in 12th and sneak into the final, but Jack in Rio did the same thing. And then, you know, when you're first, I'm not focused on anyone else because I'm the first one going. I just can do what I can do, which was great. And then, you know, I was just able to literally do what I had to do to get the medal. One of my dives wasn't great, but overall, obviously, I'm so happy and I couldn't ask for more.
I love how much time you took on the 6th dive. I was watching you and you were just taking ages pacing. What were you saying to yourself at that moment? What were you thinking?
I was basically saying, I was like, I don't think, you know, I'll get this chance again. Like obviously there'll be another Olympics, but being in the position I was, like, close to medaling, I was like, this is basically now or never. And luckily it was now, I guess.
And I know we spoke about it after your win in the synchro, but Dave Jenkins, your coach, not here with us anymore, but he would be incredibly proud and so happy of what you have achieved.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really glad I'm able to, I guess, put what we worked together for 7 years together today. I mean, it's a good day to do it on, you know. I mean, like, yeah, I'm so happy, and you know, I miss him so much, but I love him, and he's gone far too early. But yeah, I'm just saying words at this point, but super happy, and yeah, I'm so glad I could do it for him.
And let's finish with the tattoo, because you got a tattoo to commemorate him last time. What tattoo are you going to get to celebrate this incredible Olympics that you've had this time? Because I know you and Tom Daley have been talking about it.
Yeah, so I'm for sure getting one for Tom, for synchro. I never actually thought I'd medal individually, so I don't have a plan. I don't know, Eiffel Towers, I mean, nothing wrong with it, but I feel like it's a bit too basic. I like going for a bit quirky, so maybe I'll ask for Kuto. Where is he? I love him. He's such a cutie, and I'll let him decide. I just let random people pick him at this point.
That was Noah Williams talking to Casa Alom after the medal ceremony, after he won bronze in the men's 10-metre platform, adding to his silver in the 10-metre synchronised with Tom Daley, what feels like about 3 months ago, but it was only just at the start of these Paris Olympics. We're at the Stade de France, where very shortly we're going to get underway in the relays, in the 4x400 relays, men first, then the women. But Catherine Merry, we're getting to the business end of the field events.
We are indeed. The bronze medal in the men's high jump has gone to the champion from Tokyo, Mutaz Esabar Shim, but the gold medal at the moment, it's like Groundhog Day in this men's Olympic high jump competition, because it's being shared at the moment between Hamish Kerr of New Zealand and Shelby McEwen of the USA. Now, Shelby McEwen has failed 2 metres and 38 for 3 times, so he's done. Hamish Kerr is standing in lane number 7 on the purple track with one more attempt at 2 metres and 38 to come. If he clears it, he's the Olympic champion. And just quickly, it looks like Haruka Kitaguchi of Japan has won gold in the women's javelin. She's bouncing up and down at the other end of the Stade de France. The Japanese athlete took until the final round last year at the World Championships to win gold, but this time her first round throw of 65 metres and 80 has been good enough to win the Olympic title. So yeah, literally we've got two field events this evening, both the Olympic champions. One of them confirmed, Kelly, on the right-hand end of the Stade de France, and very shortly Hamish Kerr is going for his final attempt at 2 metres and 38.
Kath, you keep an eye on that, because we've also only got a couple of minutes to go until we get into that men's 4x400 metres final race. And Kath, this is an opportunity. Sorry, Alison. Kath Mary just looked at me then. You've just said I'm not going to talk to you. And there you are, I'm watching. I've told you I'm watching the high jump.
I'm still trying to get over that women's 1500. Just leave me. I'm just still
head spinning all over the place, absolutely in shock. We'll come back to that towards the end of the evening, because there are genuine medal prospects here actually in both of the relays, in the men's 4x400 and in the women's 4x400. Let's start with the men.
Yeah, huge opportunity for the men, and 2 relays left. We've already delivered 3 medals in the 4x1, both sprint relays, and the mixed 4x4. So there'll be so much expectation, and it bodes well. We've got a great quartet. We're bringing in Alex Haydock-Wilson, who took a medal in the mixed relay, and then of course we've got our silver medalist from the individual, Matt Hudson-Smith, on second. We're bringing in Lewis Davey. Now, Lewis Davey is a great athlete himself, but he often runs the heats of the 4x4. Now, we haven't seen him at all here. They're bringing in fresh legs. Guess who his coach is? Trevor Painter.
Birthday boy's night, isn't it?
So Birthday Boy could be getting another medal from his group. Lewis Davey then will hand on to Charlie Dobson. Now, we do have, look, this has been a US title. 18 times they've won this. But I think looking at the order, they're getting tactical. And the coach, Martin Rooney, who himself used to be our anchor man, he used to be the man that brought the team back. And the last time we got a medal, Martin Rooney was in this team. So I keep just looking for reasons why the omen is showing that we should get a medal. We didn't last time around. It was USA, Netherlands and Botswana. Botswana have a huge team. And of course they've moved their individual 200-metre champion from the first leg to the last leg. So they expect to be putting him in contention, to be chasing. USA could almost put a B team in. They're not bringing in their Olympic champion Quincy Hall, no Fred Curley and no Mike Norman, which is amazing. They're bringing in Rai Benjamin, their 400 hurdles champion, for the last leg. So they're obviously feeling confident. And of course throw in France, because this place will just go absolutely mental if they get anywhere close to a medal. So I think Great Britain have done a great job. They're putting Alex Haydock-Wilson out first. He did an awesome job for the mixed relay team, but then handing on to Hudson-Smith, who ran the heats, had to run the heats to get them qualified. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to the opportunity that the British guys have got ahead of them.
Catherine Murray, it feels like February the 2nd, Groundhog Day.
It's unbelievable. If you'd have told me 10 years ago there's going to be a couple of Olympic Games in a row where the gold medal is shared, I'd have said, no way. Shelby McEwen and Hamish Kerr are sharing the gold medal. They both failed at 2 metres and 38 3 times. They've decided to go at the same height again. It's a one-jump shootout. McEwen is ready and poised. He stands in lane number 1, the American rocking back for another attempt at 2 metres and 38. This could decide the Olympic medal here. And he clips it off. So now Hamish Kerr, the New Zealand athlete, will have an attempt at 2 metres and 38. There's various ways you can decide gold medals, Kelly. You can share them like Mutaz Essabar-Shim did with Gianmarco Tamberi. You remember it went viral. Do we have to jump? Can we share it? That's the conversation. They shared it, which I can see by your face you're not a fan of.
Well, people talk about the Olympic spirit and about it being inclusive. By its nature, elite sport is not inclusive, it's exclusive. And if you are a gold medal winner, you should be in a competition, a group of one, unless you're in a relay or a team sport. But it's just my feeling on it. It's just my opinion on it. But I think
I'm with you, Kel.
It's a
I'm
conversation that needs to be had. Go on.
100%, and many people feel the same way, which is why it was such a big decision that the guys made. Some agree with, some don't. The women's pole vault, it was done like that at a recent championship as well. But basically, these guys have had the conversation with their coach. They went over to the side of the track and had a word, and both agreed to have a go again at this height of 2:38. So we'll see what happens shortly with Hamish Kerr.
It's our penalty shootout, isn't it, Kath?
It is. It's like it's a one shot. This is it. He's come out now. He's had a word with his coach. His coach has said, come on, just concentrate, do what you always do. And the New Zealand athlete, if he clears this, will be on the verge of, well, he'll win the Olympics. He won Commonwealth bronze in Birmingham 2 years ago. He's orchestrating the crowd, Kelly, kind of Gianmarco Tamberi style. The Italian went out earlier in this competition with illness and health issues. But the big screen, understandably, as our 4x400 metre men have come out to set the blocks. Here he goes, Hamish Kerr. If he gets it,
too slow, and way too slow.
And none of those attempts were close by either Hamish Kerr or Shelby McEwen. So we'll await to see the next decision of what height they're going to take, and it will get shared at some point. It will get separated.
Let's
they'll
see,
share
shall
it.
we, Catherine? Let's see what we can do about that. Let's try and get an outright gold medal winner in this high jump, just by vibes alone, because there's nothing else that we can do about it. It's down to Shelby McEwen and Hamish Kerr of New Zealand. Andrew Asagi, not long to go now until the men's 4x400 metre relay team get underway. Alison was talking about the changes from the semi-finals, and there is strength in that 400 metre relay team. What are your thoughts in terms of challenging, not just for a medal, but potentially challenging for a gold here? Are we aiming too high? Are we reaching for the stars?
Oh, I don't want to be the pessimistic one, but the Americans have so much history in the 4x4. I'm questioning their lineup. It's not the lineup you'd expect to see, and I wonder if it's maybe something that Noah Lyles may have had during his competition has passed around the camp, and people have kind of been a little bit more cautious. But they've got depth, they've got quality in there. Ry Benjamin, who's obviously the now Olympic champ for 4 hurdles, is a low 44 second 400 metre runner flat, and he's going to be quicker rolling as well. So I still think the Americans are kind of not nailed on, but pretty strong in terms of being the favourites. But I do think Great Britain, Northern Ireland, or Team GB have got a great opportunity, and we've got such a strong team. We've been able to bring in fresh legs, which is something it's a luxury, and hopefully it'll pay off.
What's happening in the high jump, Kath?
Shelby McEwen, 8 seconds to get this jump off. They've gone down 2 centimetres. His first attempt at 2 metres and 36. He's got to get going here because his clock is going to run out. The American, here he goes, leaning back. This could win the American Olympic gold in the high jump. Hamish Kerr will have a right of reply. Oh, that was close, but they're going down 2 centimetres now at a time. First one over, gives the other one a chance. It's that one, it's one height shootout. It's so exciting.
Right, I tell you what, we'll come back for the next one to go, who is Hamish Kerr. In the meantime, we're going to head to the artistic swimming and Eleanor Oldroyd.
Yes, could we be about to see a moment of history for British artistic swimming, synchronised swimming as it was previously known, with Kate Chapman and Isabel Thorpe shortly taking to the pool. They're about to be welcomed onto the pool deck in the Aquatic Centre here in Paris. 22 years old, Kate, 23, Izzy. Their mums competed together for GB, and they've known each other since they were at primary school, so they're best friends. They think of themselves almost as sisters, and we have 4 sets of sisters in this artistic swimming competition. They're about to begin their routine. Rising Phoenix is the theme. Adele Carlson, coach, a Commonwealth medalist as well in synchronised swimming. They start their routine with a couple of dramatic leaps out of the water.
Yes, and they actually on the first lift got higher than anyone I've seen so far, which will put them certainly in good stead with the judges. We're just going into now like their first hybrid, where they've got lots of degree of difficulty there, lots of twirls, one slightly higher than the other. They've just got to keep hold of their nerves.
They're using the arms sculling underneath the water to keep them propelled. above the surface of the pool, their legs high and moving, swift, rapid movements, crisscrossing and making sure that they've got that synchronization between them. How do they keep so perfectly synchronized with the music and with each other?
Lots of training. They train currently full time, so they'll be drilling the routines in small parts as well as whole swims to get their fitness up on the routine. Because if you're fatiguing, you're more likely to make errors, so they need to be in the highest of fitness to achieve, particularly with adrenaline running as well.
Yeah, they train in so many different ways. They train using yoga, weights, flexibility, athleticism is part of this, breath control of course, but amazing core strength as we watch this complex routine where the legs meet, come apart, and they create these figures of 4 legs in an almost like a nest shape above the water.
Absolutely. Because of the new rules as well and the degrees of difficulty, within the routines there's a lot of twirling, so they'll have the legs out the water. They've got to get as high as possible, as close to sort of mid-thigh and higher as they can get. So the arms are working really hard under there, but they will be twirling either on the vertical line or slightly off the vertical line on diagonals, which is even harder, and you need a lot of core strength for that.
It's so hugely physically demanding, Adele, isn't it? It can look serene above the surface of the pool, but the way they're working, and we've seen a couple of the swimmers being helped off poolside as they've got out when they've heard their scores, the coaches just having to hold them up as they've come off. The energy expended and the breath control needed is just extraordinary.
Yes, it's one of the most physically demanding sports. I mean, imagine exercising for 3 minutes and having to hold your breath for at least half of that, but doing really dynamic movements and trying to be synchronized and make sure you get the correct execution on every single movement you're doing.
Well, that was their Rising Phoenix routine. Kate Chapman and Isabel Thorpe, lots of British fans in the Aquatic Centre. Haven't got the huge smiles on their faces. They will embrace each other, but what did you think, Adele, from watching that?
I think they did a really solid swim. There was a couple at the start of movements. One was slightly higher than the other, slightly sank, but there was no major errors. You've got to wait. The judges will take off a little bit for small execution. Perhaps if one hasn't twirled exactly half the way around and the other one has. But I think it was a pretty solid swim. So it'll be interesting to see what the judges score it.
We'll see whether it's good enough for a medal shortly, Kelly. 2 more sets of swimmers to go from the Netherlands and from China, and they are both twins as well. So of the 4 sets of sisters, 3 twins, 2 who are members of triplets as well. We'll bring you the scores shortly. If they go to the top of the leaderboard at this point, they'll be guaranteed a medal, but it could be a nervous wait for Kate and Izzy.
Eleanor and Adele, thank you very much. Adele said if you're fatigued, you're more likely to make errors. That's exactly what's happening in the high jump, but they are going to have a small pause now because the men's 4x400 metre relay is about to get underway. Catherine Merry.
Our penultimate track event here in the wonderful Stade de France is the final of the men's 4x400 metres relay. From the outside, Italy go in lane number 9. They were 7th in Tokyo. France, a huge roar goes around. Mohamed Konta, coached by Linford Christie, goes on the first leg for them. The British team go in 7. Alex Haydock-Wilson, Matthew Hudson-Smith, Lewis Davey and Charlie Dobson. Botswana go in 6. They took bronze in Tokyo 3 years ago in an African record. Belgium got a huge roar as well. They start in 5. They were 4th in Tokyo. 3 of their athletes are back, including Dylan and Kevin Borley, who are on the 2nd and the 3rd leg. United States of America, Chris Bailey, Vernon Norwood, Bryce Dedmond and Rai Benjamin, the Olympic 400 metre hurdle champion last night, on the last leg for them. No Quincy Watts, the 400 metre individual champion, in their squad. Zambia go in 3. Japan go in 2. They ran a national record and look pretty swift, the Japanese, in the heat. And South Africa go in 1. The final men's track event in the Stade de France of the Paris Olympic Games. Can the British team get medal number 9? Or can the USA win it for the 19th time? They settle into their blocks. It's a good start. Alex Haydock-Wilson leading off the British team. As mentioned, they go in lane number 7. Luca Cito of Italy moving very quickly down the back straight, as is Chris Bailey of the USA. Belgium in lane 5, the familiar quartet moving well. And Bayo Nadori of Botswana, now they could be dangerous, the Botswanan team, because they do have Letsile Tobogo on the last leg for them, the 200-metre champion. Alex Haydock-Wilson, though, going well here, but the Botswanans passed him on the stagger. The first leg, always running lanes of a 4x400 metre relay, and it looks like that's a good leg, that is, from Haydock-Wilson. The British team, Matt Hudson-Smith on the second leg in about third place, Alison.
Yeah, handing over in third. It's Botswana, it's Great Britain, it's France. Matt Hudson-Smith, the silver medalist, heading down the back straight.
Ellie, quickly back to you.
Kate Shortman and Isabel Thorpe are lying in first place in the artistic swimming competition with just 2 more pairs to go. That means a guaranteed medal for the very first time for a British team of swimmers in the synchronised swimming.
Botswana lead this relay. Great Britain is in second place. Matt Hudson-Smith ran a super leg. The USA, though, with Vernon Norwood coming on the shoulder and passing Matthew Hudson-Smith. Botswana, the USA, Great Britain with a metre between them all.
Yeah, and the fresh legs of Lewis Davey now, third, sitting on the shoulder of Botswana. America running away with it. Lewis Davey, can he just take some of the gold dust, or the gold dust from his training partner Keely Hodgkinson? He runs Great Britain into second place. Botswana relegated to third.
America lead by 4 metres. Bryce Deadman's flying, but he's being chased by Lewis Davey, the British team in second at the moment. But Anthony Pasella of Botswana comes onto the shoulder of Lewis Davey. America are going to lead. Letsile Tobogo on the last leg for Botswana. This is inspired by Pasella. USA by a metre from Botswana. Great Britain in third. Charlie Dobson 8 metres down.
And Dobson just grabs the baton from a very, very tired Lewis Davey, who did a job. Handed over in third. It looks like gold and silver have gone. It looks like Great Britain in the middle of a chasing group. Belgium are coming. Look at France. Charlie Dobson, you've got to hang on to bronze.
200 metres to go. The 400-metre hurdle Olympic champion Rai Benjamin being chased by Letsile Tobogo. Charlie Dobson 10 metres behind, clear in bronze here. This is a battle. Look at this. Rai Benjamin with his head back being chased by the 200-metre Olympic champion. Rai Benjamin looking to hold on. Letsile Tobogo is going to finish in second for Botswana. USA Botswana, and Charlie Dobson dips for a bronze medal for Great Britain in the men's 4x400 metre relay. All of the team have jumped onto the track and are hugging each other. Alex Haydock-Wilson, Matt Hudson-Smith with a second medal, Lewis Davey another medal for Trevor Painter and his team here tonight, and Charlie Dobson have taken bronze. Wow, 2:55.83. Is that a European record? Have they taken down the European record? That was absolutely outstanding. The USA have set an Olympic record, Botswana have set an African record, and Great Britain and Northern Ireland have taken down the record set by the 1996 Olympic quartet. Absolutely brilliant. And just to our left, Hamish Kerr of New Zealand is running on the infield. He's gone over 2 metres and 34. Wow, it is all kicking off here in the Olympic Stadium. Alison, a medal for the British team. Hamish Kerr, the New Zealand stars, on the infield where they normally throw the javelin in that men's high jump final. Absolutely brilliant as we head towards the end of an amazing athletics session.
Yeah, and we've got to say, I think the French were coming down the back straight, and then all of a sudden they had an absolute battle with the Italian, and Sadie of France ended up coming into the infield, fell down, rolled over, got back up and tried to bring his team home. Absolutely devastated, and the roar that we heard as the French were chasing down Charlie Dobson just went quiet. But Charlie Dobson, well done to that full quartet. Matt Hudson-Smith is having to be pulled off the ground because he's just ran 43 flat. He cannot walk, Kath.
Hamish Kerr, gold medalist in the high jump. Kelly Shelby McEwen picked up the silver, and Barshin of Qatar picked up the bronze, and the British team indeed smashed the European record from the British quartet from 1996 Atlanta. That was brilliant.
Now, last we heard from Eleanor Oldroyd at the artistic swimming, Izzy Thorpe and Kate Shortman were guaranteed a medal to become the first ever medalists for a team of British swimmers in synchro or artistic swimming. But do we know, Ellie, what colour that medal will be?
No, we've got a little bit longer to wait yet for that, Kelly. We've just seen the Dutch twins, Nokia and Bredje de Bruer, swim, and we're waiting for their scores. But let's just get news. It's going to be silver or better, because the Dutch pair are only in second place. Let's bring in Adele Carlson, who's been watching, British swimming coach and former artistic swimmer. So the Dutch are delighted with their position. We've got one more pair to go, but as it stands at the moment, Kate and Izzy are in first place still with a score of 294.5085 for their free routine. Elements, they scored 203.74, and artistic impression 90.8. I mean, Adele, first and foremost, a medal for a British artistic swimming duet. Can you believe it?
Oh my God, yes, I can believe it, because they're so good, but they've made history. If you had said even 6 months ago, before the World Championships, they will get a silver or at least a silver at the Olympic Games, it would have been maybe a little bit, really? But this is just incredible, and it's going to be so changing for the sport. And I just wanted to say as well, these athletes are not properly world-class funded. They have some lottery funding. They have Sport England have been funding them, Swim England have been funding them, but UK Sport have not properly funded them. So they are having to scrape together, relying on volunteers, synchronised swimmers or former synchronised swimmers who are physios. They're relying on that. They're training in community pools amongst people doing aqua aerobics and swimming lessons. So I really hope that UK Sport are now going to fund them, because, you know, they could win gold. China are about to swim now. But to be silver medalists, they have to now be funded, because for LA 28, you know, they really could be champions.
It's an incredible story. These two girls who have swum together for many years, Kelly, since they were at primary school together. Their mums swam together as well. And now they are on for either silver or gold in the artistic swimming. Kate Shortman and Isabel Thorpe, as we watch the Chinese pair, who are the last to go in this synchronised swimming, artistic swimming competition in the Aquatic Centre. But Great Britain currently lying in gold medal position.
We'll be back with Eleanor and Adele very shortly to find out whether it's silver or gold for the British pair in the artistic swimming. We've just seen bronze for the men's 4x400 metre relay. Andrew Assaji was watching on. We talked about the dominance of the USA in this event. They did take gold in this one. They were run hard by Botswana, but a bronze for Great Britain. How could that have gone any better for them, do you think, Andrew?
That brilliant bronze. To be honest, no. I think they ran really. They did the best they could there. The Botswana,
and a European record as well.
Yeah, I was going to say, US team are only 2 tenths off the world record. Botswana, obviously, African record, and the British team at European record. So I don't think they should be looking at whether we could have got more out of that. I don't think they could have. They did the best they could. It was a great race. Bringing in Lewis Davey in, literally first race in the Olympics, medal, another one for Trevor and Jenny, which is just incredible. But no, the team all performed well. Matthew Hudson-Smith ran the fastest leg, I think, out of everyone by a couple of hundredths in 43 flat. So no wonder he can't walk. But no, great performance.
It was outstanding, and Andrew's spot on. Matt Hudson-Smith ran a 43 dead second leg. Nobody ran faster. Charlie Dobson, 43.33 seconds on the final leg there. And that wasn't the full-strength American team. Andrew alluded to it. No world champion for them. But I have to give a shout-out to the US team, because the youngest American male track athlete ever to appear at the Olympics was 16-year-old Quincy Wilson, who ran in the heats for the USA and was taken out of the final. So he will get an Olympic gold medal for playing his part at 16 years old. But let me just clarify that European record quickly. Ewan Thomas, Jamie Bolsh, Mark Richardson and Roger Black. 3 out of 4 at least housewife favourites, right?
Kelly Kane's favourite?
Oh, now we're going to have to say which one isn't the housewife's favourite. So there's a cruel list you're drawing up there, Catherine.
Ewan, it's got to be Ewan.
They won Olympic silver in 1996 in Atlanta with a time of 2:56.6. They've just taken that down and won a medal. It's absolutely brilliant. It's the 9th medal, Kelly. 9th medal for the British team in the stadium.
9th medal for the British team in the stadium. We know there's going to be another medal in the artistic swimming, a first ever medal for a team of British swimmers in the synchronised swimming. Eleanor Oldroyd, we're getting closer to know what colour it is.
Yes, we've just seen the Chinese pair of Wang Liuyi and Wang Qianyi, who, I mean, you talk about identical twins. They absolutely are identical, these two, 27 years old from China. The out-and-out favourites, Adele Carlson. So we've seen something remarkable already from Kate Shortman and Izzy Thorpe. But if they were to finish above the Chinese swimmers, that would be even better. But I mean, that looked like a pretty amazing swim to me.
It was a good swim. They're pretty solid. They're already reasonably far ahead on the technical routine. However, I think they might have a slightly lower degree of difficulty. So, you know, we don't know how this is going to play out yet. So there is still a small chance. I mean, but for Great Britain to even just get silver is just so incredible. And I want to just say hats off to their coach Yumiko, and also to Karen Thorpe, who is having to pull everything together with the lack of funding, and you know, have really worked with this duet so much to bring it up to an Olympic medal is just incredible.
Yes, Karen Thorpe, team manager for the GB artistic swimming team, and also Izzy's mum, apart from that, but former swimmer as well, because it's such a family affair, artistic swimming in the UK, isn't it? Because it has to be, as you say, because there isn't the funding, there isn't the support, so everybody has to chip in and sacrifice time, and the system hasn't been there for them. Whereas in China, you know, they're presumably supported by huge amounts of funding and support.
Yes, I mean, they've been medaling at Olympics and Worlds and have got huge government support there, whereas after 2012 we had lottery funding taken away from us, even though we achieved the targets, lost our performance centre, lost our top coaches. So they've been having to really battle, and like I said, train in community pools. So, you know, relying on volunteers and very, very little funding. So, yeah, they've just done incredible.
Adele, we know it's silver. It'll be silver for Izzy and Kate, because Wang Liu and Wang Qianyi go into the gold medal position. But what an achievement for Kate Shortman and Izzy Thorpe, the first ever medals for Team GB in artistic swimming. They are just sitting there with a few tears. You can imagine they'll allow themselves tears. So many emotions at making history for British artistic swimming, and congratulations to them, their coaches, their parents, all the support team around them. But a silver medal guaranteed for Kate Shortman and Isabel Thorpe. Kath.
Thank you, Ellie. The athletes are being introduced for the final event here in the Stade de France of what has been an outstanding Paris Olympic Games in terms of the athletics. The women's 4x400 metre relay. The British team go in lane 7. Victoria Ahuragu, Lavia Nilsson, Nicole Yergin and Amber Anning are the 4 put in charge with trying to make basically the best ending ever, Alison, for the British team, because we're now up to 9 medals. These girls have just seen their teammates win a medal in the men's 4x400 metre relay. We've got 4 bronzes before at the Olympic Games. Is it going to be possible to get one again against the strong USA and Dutch teams?
It absolutely is, and what a lineup we've got. I mean, we've just been chatting through the quartets, and you look at the USA yet again. The USA are already at the top of the medal table with 13 gold medals. I mean, I don't want to hang a medal around their neck already, but with a quartet of Shamia Little, Sydney McLaughlin-Livone, the world record holder in the 400 hurdles, Gabby Thomas, the Olympic champion in the 200 metres, and Alexis Holmes, pretty much just one of the best relay runners who has ever lived. that could be an assault on the world record.
Canada 2, Belgium 3, Ireland, Rashida Adeleke, just missing a medal for them, goes on the second leg in 4. Netherlands, Femke Bol on the final leg 5. USA start in 6, Great Britain in 7, Jamaica in 8, and France in lane number 9. The final event, the women's 4x400 metres relay. The camera focusing on Lieke Klaver, the lead-off leg for the Netherlands in lane number 5. Can the British team end with a 10th medal here in Paris? The USA are favourites in lane number 6. As Alison mentioned, Sydney McLaughlin-Levrone, 50.37 seconds. The gold medal winner in the 400-metre hurdles, smashing her own world record, goes on 2. Gabby Thomas, the 200-metre champion, goes in 3. But we have our own firepower with Ahurugu, Nielsen, Yegin and Amber Anning, who was 5th in the 400 metres. The athletes are brought into their blocks. The women's 4x400 metres final. A packed house, the floodlights are on. Who's going to pick up the final gold medal? Shamir Little then, the lead-off leg for the USA in lane number 6. Victoria Ahurugu ran in the individual 400 metres, going nicely in lane number 7. Stacey Ann Williams for Jamaica in lane number 8, moving nicely. But so far so good for the British team. Sophie Becker for Ireland in lane number 4 and Lieke Klaver going well. The USA maybe lead by about a metre.
Yeah, USA, Shamir Little just starting to eat up that stagger on Victoria Ahurugu. She's now on the shoulder of Vicky. Vicky's got to really hold her nerve here and run the leg of her life. The last 100 metres, Jamaica are now getting run down by Shamir Little. What a leg from the Americans.
Shamir Little leads this one. Great Britain in about 4th place. Sydney McLaughlin saying, come on, give me the baton. Here we go. The individual winner in the women's 400-metre hurdles. The world record holder is very fast over the 400-metre flat. Of course she is. The USA lead by 10 metres from Jamaica, from the Netherlands, from Ireland. Britain in 5th.
Yeah, look at the American Sydney McLaughlin-Levrone, the world record holder in the 400 hurdles. We know she's lightning quick on the flat. She's there miles ahead, and then it's a battle for the minor medals. Rashida Adeleke of Ireland has run them into silver. Jamaica have stopped.
Jamaica have gone. USA lead by 30 metres. I don't know whether the Jamaican was bumped or has dropped the baton. But the USA with Sydney McLaughlin-Levrone have a 30-metre lead. She's now handing over to Gabby Thomas, the 200-metre Olympic champion. USA, Ireland, Netherlands, Great Britain are off. Nicole Yegin moves in 4th place.
And Lavia Nielsen has to run the leg of her life. She's sitting on the shoulder of the Netherlands. But we know who they're going to bring in on the last leg, the great Femke Bol. She's a phenomenal relay runner. As we go down the back straight, we've got Lavia Nielsen holding 4th. Nicole Yegin holding 4th for Great Britain. Now she's relegated to 5th.
The USA lead by 40 metres. Ireland having an absolute cracker with Phil Healy. They're in a silver medal position. The British team are moving on to the shoulder to try and get in a bronze medal position as well. The USA are steaming away with this one. It's the final handover to Alexis Holmes. USA, Ireland, a brilliant leg by Nicole Yegin. The British team in 3rd.
Yeah, well done to Nicole Yegin there. She rallied so well. She's given Amber Anning a chance. It's Maudsley for Ireland versus Anning for Great Britain, and the great Femke Bol for Netherlands, tracking down with only 2 medals left because America are running away with it.
200 metres to go in the women's 4x4 final. America, barring disaster, are gone by 60 metres. Great Britain are now in the silver medal position, 1.5 metres ahead of Ireland. Femke Bol in 4th. Femke Bol is looking to pass the Irish and the British. The Americans are going to win this Olympic gold. Great Britain in silver. Ireland comes onto her shoulder with Charlene Maudsley. Femke Bol moves on the outside. Where's these medals going to go? USA win. Femke Bol and the Netherlands get a silver. Great Britain get a bronze in the women's 4x400 metres relay. Outstanding running. All the athletes, as usual, come flooding on to the track. Wow, 3:15.27 for the Americans. The Dutch team brought in Femke Bol and she flew round for the silver medal, and a national record for the British team, 3:19.72, literally 0.18 of a second ahead of the Irish, who ran extremely well.
That was a 10th outside the world record that was set by the USSR back in 1988. What a quartet that American have pulled together. But Great Britain, Amber Anning, wow, you had shoulders of steel because you were not letting Ireland past you. And can you believe it was Great Britain versus Ireland for the bronze medal? National record, look at that. National record after national record after national record, and then poor Canada, a season's best, because the Americans are the ones that got the record. The North American record, 3:15.27. Oh wow, what a quartet. We've got a medal in every relay. I don't think that's ever been done before.
I absolutely love the relays. There's the technique of the running. Then there's the kind of chaos of the changeovers, and particularly in the 4x400, because everybody's waiting, because they're not staying in their lanes. It just adds to it. It just adds that sense of jeopardy, and that's what we saw with Jamaica, who just stopped. Do we know what's happened there?
No, we're just looking at poor Matt Hudson-Smith, who's walking around with Tony, who we know so well as a floor manager, who's basically been his crutch. So he's got his arm around Tony, and Tony's taken him on his lap of honour. He's spent. He's got nothing left.
We don't know what happened with Jamaica. We will have a close look at what happened with... Did they lose the baton?
Yeah, so what Rashida, as she swept by them, and it ain't Rashida's fault, because you've got to keep hold of that baton in your hand. If someone knocks the baton, it's not Rashida's fault. She's not gone purposefully past her. She's just knocked it in racing room. You just ran past her. And the Jamaican will have just had a loose hold on that baton.
Can I give you some splits from that outstanding women's 4x4 relay?
I'd love you to.
Sydney McLaughlin-Levrone ran 47.70 seconds for the USA. And
she nearly ran as quick as Quincy Wilson in the first heat.
Outstanding running from the American on the second leg. And in terms of the British athletes as well, Amber Anning, 48.92 seconds on that final leg for the British team. She'd have known Femke Bol was coming, but she held her form, as Alison said, wonderfully well, which is why that was one of the quickest 4x400 metre relays ever. It was absolutely amazing.
I was just going to say, while we were talking about splits as well, our statistician came down and referenced Matt Hudson-Smith there, 43 flat. That is the second quickest ever timed. The quickest, Michael Johnson. We have got a special talent in Matt Hudson-Smith in Great Britain.
That is incredible from him. Let's head back very quickly to the artistic swimming with Eleanor Oldroyd.
Yeah, we're still reflecting on the fact that Team GB have won their first ever medal in artistic swimming, a silver for Kate Shortman and Isabel Thorpe. Wang Liu of China and Wang Chanyi, her sister, were the gold medalists, not surprisingly, and the De Bruyne twins of the Netherlands, the bronze medal. But looking at the scores again in the excitement, I didn't look at them clearly enough, and GB had the highest score for their free routine, whereas China were only fourth, Netherlands second. So they've made history in so many ways, and as we were hearing from Adele earlier on, without that support, that financial support that other countries get. And Kate and Izzy almost gave up after they finished 14th in Tokyo, but then that judging rule change a couple of years ago has just opened up the field for the brilliant kind of performance that we saw tonight from Kate and Izzy.
Eleanor, thank you very much for that silver for Great Britain there. 2 bronzes in the relays, for the 4x400 relays for the men and for the women, and a bronze for Georgia Bell in the women's 1500 metres. But that women's 4x400 metre relay race, Alison, was just extraordinary. You mentioned Sydney McLaughlin-Levrone there. She looks almost like a cartoon runner. She looks like Road Runner because her legs are so long, and they were at such an incredible pace. And as they ring that bell for Olympic gold, they didn't just win that, they absolutely smashed everyone.
You know, when you've got the talent that they've got in both the men's and women's 400, I mean, their talent is spread right across the board, which is why we see them right at the very top of the medal table. But it's just stunning to watch somebody in full flow. And Sydney is such a beautiful runner. I think that's why she's changed the event in 400 hurdles, because she's so good at hurdling. You almost do not see the hurdles as she's going round, because you mentioned long legs. She's not particularly tall, she's just really leggy. She's just got these long legs. And when she gets flowing, in full flow, she's an absolute joy to watch. And the beauty of 4x4 is that you're getting the baton moving, so you get that kind of start, that rolling start. And yeah, I mean, I just can't believe that we were so close to a world record in the final event.
It was absolutely incredible to see, and we'll be reflecting on what's been an extraordinary week of action here at the Stade de France. We're going to head over to the taekwondo, though, where Steve Bunce and Katie Smith are waiting.
And there could be more medals on the cards this evening. We know that Team GB have a guaranteed silver in the form of Caden Cunningham, but he'll be going for gold. First up, though, it is Rebecca McGowan of Dumbarton in Scotland, who is fighting for a bronze medal here against Nafia Kus of Turkey. They have just had the luxury of walking down one of the grandest, most ornate staircases you have ever seen in your life here in the Grand Palais. Opened in 1900 for the Paris Universal Exhibition. And Rebecca McGowan, now dressed in blue body armour, blue headguard, has entered down the staircase through a tunnel. She's been announced. She enters the octagon ready, Steve Bunce, to fight for bronze.
And puffing out her cheeks, looking around, taking it all in. Has to stop thinking, I came for gold. Has to have the fight of her life to beat the #1 seed, the much fancied, the woman that was meant to walk away with this gold medal, the Turkish, absolute star of the Turkish team, and I mean the entire team. So it's going to be a hard one. However, what I haven't yet seen, Katie, is that magic that people do in the stands when they suddenly appear with 1,000 Turkish fans.
There they are.
Just like that. It's magic.
They have, like magic, at the call of Steve Bunce, the flags have been unfurled right in front of where we are sat in our commentary position. We're up high, we're in the round, so all of the grandstands surround this octagon in the centre. It has been a remarkable 4 days of competition, and there could still be 2 medals for Great Britain to come. It all ends tonight. Caden Cunningham to come in a gold medal match in the men's heavyweight division. But first, Rebecca McGowan, 24 years old, on her Olympic debut. Had the heartbreak earlier of losing in the quarterfinal, but here she has come through the repechage, and now she will battle for the bronze. She's up against Nafia Kus of Turkey, 29 years old, became a world champion for the first time last year in blue. So we have potentially 3 2-minute rounds to come as Great Britain in blue, Kus in red. And we are 15 seconds into this, and already on the board for Kus, 2 points, kick to the body.
I was watching Kus earlier on, and she's long-limbed, she's smooth. Rebecca's aggressive. All of that stuff about liking to mix it up with boys in the gym, you can see that. She's far more aggressive than Kus. Kus is very relaxed. Is that a challenge already?
Quite languid, isn't she?
Yes, she's languid. That's a great word.
There's a challenge coming in from the British side here. So we're going to have a look and scroll back through the replay to see if there was a head kick missed. So the fighters here in the octagon arena, they have sensors in the socks on their feet, in the trunk protectors that they wear around their middle, and in their head guards. And if those are picked up automatically, the points get awarded straight away. But what the coaches have is, it's like VAR, a challenge card that they can present to the umpire in the centre of the ring, who then sends it forward to a panel of judges who are now looking at this huge 360 display replay that we get on the big screen here in the Grand Palais. We're having a look to see see here if McGowan is going to land the head kick. Now they're zooming in on the screen. It's her left leg just jutting out behind her, reaching towards the cheek of the woman in red. That has been given. The judge holds up 3 fingers, and that indicates that is going to be 3 points straight away to Rebecca McGowan. It also means that the challenge card is returned to the coach rather than kept by the referee. So GB can challenge again, and that could be crucial. In Taekwondo, it can all change, and it can all change very quickly, because there we go, a kick to the head from Kust of Turkey. So she still leads 5-3. The deficit is 2, 1 minute 20 to go.
In the time it took you to say it can change quickly, the score went from 1 point to Rebecca to 2 points for Kust. In the time it took you to say it. This sport gets faster and faster, and as the rounds progress, it gets more reckless.
There we go, another jabbing left foot from McGowan. So she's certainly on the front foot. She says what she lacks in height, she makes up for in power and explosivity. Now she's just goading her opponent, moves onto the balls of her feet and attacks again, but it's the knee, and that doesn't land, and they're pulled apart by the referee.
In a defeat to Svetlana Opisova from Uzbekistan, I thought once or twice she was a bit too negative. Maybe she needed to go a bit more aggressive. She's going to be aggressive here. Was that a head kick? Was that fully? What a shot! What a shot!
Like a bullet, her leg lashing out towards the head of Kust from Turkey. That's another 3 points for Rebecca McGowan. So she now leads by a single point. 6-5, 40 seconds to go.
If you've been listening to us, what you think 3 or 4 minutes, just to let you know, in this 2-minute round, there is still 38 seconds left. That's Taekwondo for you. That's Olympic Taekwondo for you from this ornate Grand Palais venue.
It's magnificent. There's a huge dome of glass overhead. It's covered in white sheeting during the day to keep it nice and light and airy in here, but now it's dark outside, and it does feel like a showdown atmosphere. The 2 fighters come together. 23 seconds. The clock is paused. Now it begins to tick down again. GB leading by 1.
That's a slight lead. It's a slender lead, but there again, I've come to realise that 5 points is a slender lead when the Taekwondo gods are going against you. Another head kick. Is it scored?
That was huge. It was the full sole of Rebecca McGowan's foot into the face of the Turkish fighter. Now, has that been given? The referee...
She's got a standing 8 count, but without points. That seems quite bizarre, Katie.
The referee has pulled them apart. She is going to do her own challenge here.
Request head kick.
So there's a lot of rules we've been learning over the last few days. The referees can also challenge themselves if they believe they've missed something here, or that it hasn't been picked up by the censors. So McGowan, it is a full face. I mean, it's into the nose, isn't it? And
nose and mouth.
Immediately that has been given as 3 points. We called it from up here. That was huge from McGowan. How much time have we got left in this opening round? 11 seconds. She still only leads by 2, though. This is so tight. Every time she counters, the fighter from Turkey, Kust, comes back at her again. It's relentless. 3 seconds to go. The legs are flying all over the place from both women, but she holds on, McGowan.
10 seconds of furious kicking. Kust tried everything. Left foot, right foot. She tried a spinning kick. She tried everything. And Rebecca knew enough to just retreat. Keep your hands up. Keep your leg balanced. Don't panic. She wore out that 10 seconds there. You know what? I've seen fighters in the boxing ring have finishes to rounds like that, and it can finish them off. She expended a lot of energy, Kust, there to get through that last 10 seconds.
So it is best of 3. They now have a minute's rest here. McGowan is sat very quietly, just talking to her coach. She's taking on some water. On the other side, it's all chatter on the Turkish side of the ring. She's being fanned by one coach. She's being shouted at by another. She's almost doing the splits over on her side of the mat. I think just stretching out there. It has been a long day for these fighters.
I think she looked a bit dazed from that kick to the face. I really do. The first 5 seconds afterwards, she definitely looked dazed. Let's see.
This is advantage McGowan, the fighter from Dumbarton in blue, who was a spare, a reserve in Tokyo, and she said that lit the fire in her belly to come to Paris. Couldn't make the gold medal match, knocked out in the quarterfinals, come through the repechage, and here she is, 2 minutes away potentially. If she can win this round here, she will be an Olympic bronze medalist.
And so what do you do? What's the tactics? Do you go for it? Do you keep it sensible and try and steal it with 1 or 2 points? Or do you put it on Kust again? It worked in the first round. It's Rebecca's style. I opt for going for it. Push, go for it.
And remember, for Koos. Now she has to win this round or it is all over. Almost 30 seconds has played out of this second round, and McGowan now just taking a couple of steps backwards. She has to be careful because you can be penalised for refusing to fight, for backing away, and she is being a bit more defensive now.
Yeah, but not too defensive. You're absolutely right. 1 point down, then that's the round surrendered and lost, especially in the last 60 seconds. She's got to stay active. She's got to stay mobile. Unlike one or two people we've seen at this stage who are exhausted, she's got to stay mobile.
Scoreless in this second round. McGowan leads in the first. She's being sounded out by Koos, who's just waving her legs backwards and forwards. It's almost like a pincer movement towards her. Then McGowan goes in for the head, lampoons her round, but that doesn't score either.
And there's no urgency in Koos, funnily enough. I think Koos might be tired. He's had some hard fights throughout the day, as has Rebecca.
But Rebecca is giving me more energy right now on the mat, bouncing on the balls of her feet, but she knows how tough this opponent is. Beat her. Koos beat McGowan earlier this year in the semi-finals at the European Championships. Now McGowan swivels onto her left leg, but that doesn't reach out either. 50 seconds.
Koos looks uncomfortable in there. She's glancing over at her coach in that little box at the bottom of the steps, just off the mat. She's glancing at him all the time, every chance she gets.
Now a punch attempt from McGowan. Oh, but it's the kick to the body from the Turk that lands. And that's going to be challenged here by GB. So the coach wanders over once again, hands the blue card. We have the ceremony. We've got used to this ritual in Taekwondo.
We love this ritual.
Head kick.
The referee first holds the card up, which indicates the colour, and then the referee, male or female, they close one eye, they put a hand over an eye. I love the symbolism of that. One day I'm going to find out what it means, but I still love it.
Well, I think there's a suggestion of a head, isn't there?
No, they do a thing where they cover their eye, so they can't see. Oh, you think that's head?
I think they're also saying head.
Okay, well, I'm going to see if they start holding their bellies, if it's trunk.
There we go.
The challenge is on, the challenge is on.
It's been rejected, so no extra points for Great Britain. McGowan then trailing in this second round, leading from the first. Can she find some points here to turn this around, to take it in 2 straight rounds? Less than 30 seconds to go. They're battling for bronze.
They're more than battling, they're fighting for their very Taekwondo Olympic life here with the seconds left in this round. Remember, just to tell you again, Rebecca can win if she wins this round.
McGowan's gone level. She's got her own kick out to the body, landed onto the trunk, in red, and now she's been countered by the Turks. That was another kick to the body. McGowan was going for the head, but she missed. 7 seconds left to go, and the Turk is leading. Another head kick attempt from McGowan, who's now trying to give it everything. 3 seconds to take this into. No, she's not going to get there.
I think she would have appealed that kick if she hadn't used her card earlier. I'm convinced, Katie. I think she would have appealed that kick. That looked like a much clearer kick than the one that was appealed. That's the jeopardy of having those cards. You use one, it's gone. You use one and it's used, you can use it again.
There's LED lights, strip lights that surround all 4 sides of this arena in front of us. They lit up red there, so that means Nafia Koos took the second round. McGowan, now in blue, is just being talked to by her coach. It all still looks very calm down there on the blue side.
You know what? It's pointless expending energy on factors you can't control. Get up and do what you do. She's experienced. She's been to events. She's been to tournaments, as is Koos. But they've also been through a long day. It's 10, 11, 12. Imagine they probably had breakfast at 6 today to digest it. This is their 14th, 15th, 16th hour of a day.
And the question will be now, in the final 2 minutes of this day, the final 2 minutes, the only 2 minutes that matter, who is going to take it out here? The clock has started ticking. We're into a third and deciding round for Olympic bronze. And it's Koos who goes out with that jabbing left foot. And now she's managed to whip one round the back of McGowan's head. They both fall to the floor, and McGowan is complaining about that.
She's complaining about something. I think she was complaining it was a little bit too physical. Koos has injured her hip going down, and she's taken an awful long time to get up.
So that is 3 points to her. She's also going to get a penalty here for going down to the floor, as is McGowan. Now, Koos is still bent over. She's asking the referee, can I have a moment? Now she's down on her haunches. The referee says you do have to stand up here. That head kick has also been taken off the board now.
The staff have been called in, the medical staff have been called in. I have to say, I'm not absolutely understanding of the way the referees work, but I have realised something here. They're brutal, the referees. It doesn't matter. They want you fighting or get off the mat.
It is an aggressive attacking sport, taekwondo, originating in Korea, and it literally translates as the art of kicking and punching. But right now, Nafia Koos of Turkey, the opponent of Rebecca McGowan, is laid down on the floor. She has 4 medical professionals around her. She's getting her left leg just stretched out. The referee looks very unamused with this. She's now trying to twist her body, I think, and she's being helped up.
The doctors are even pleading to the referee to be more understanding and be more lenient.
So the 4 professional medical staff are leaving the octagon.
Katie, the round's only 8 seconds old, by the way.
But this could be huge for McGowan. Does she now launch an attack, an unassailable lead? That is what she needs, and that is what she'll go for. 15 seconds down, and she leads by that single point because of the Gamjong, the penalty against Koos.
And she needs to put the pressure on. She's being told to fight there by the referee. She's got to keep the pressure on. At this point, Koos is weakened. Koos is hurting. Koos is in danger of crashing out.
You've got to take the psychological advantages when you can. In for the head goes McGowan like a killer going for her prey. That, though, does not score. She's going to have to go again. 1 minute 20. Another big right lashing attack from McGowan. It's countered, though. Defended well by Koos, who just looks wary now. She's not trying to move too much, but she will have to get something on the board as we come towards a minute of this match to go.
60 seconds left of their taekwondo life here in Paris. Is it going to be bronze? Is it going to be despair? Are you going home with a box and a medal, or are you going home with nothing? Koos has scored. She's now leading 2-1 with 56 seconds left.
She's got a kick into the body. Can McGowan respond? 2-1, 54 seconds. Perhaps Koos just needed a moment. Perhaps she can find something here in the final 45 seconds. McGowan now starting to get a little bit chaotic. She's moving her body. It's pretty disheveled in the heat, under the head protectors, the heavy bodyguarding as well.
It's desperate taekwondo, and that's what you'd expect in a bronze medal match, in a setting like this, at an event like this, and at a time like this.
It's her Olympic debut. Can she come away with the bronze medal? She says she can't train quite as much as she used to after having hip surgery a couple of years ago, so she lives by the 7 arrows philosophy. As we pause again here,
Koos is calling for something. She thinks she's scored. Koos is calling for something.
McGowan's just waiting. She goes down now for a moment of rest. She's just chatting with her coaches. We're going to see this challenge now from the red corner for the first time. So Koos's camp think that there was a head kick in there. The replay screen comes out. We've been calling it the Matrix screen, haven't we? It's a full 360 3D look at this fight.
And there's another shot. The camera above is a beautiful angle. I'm not so sure that Koos has got a case here. We'll find out. The referee will give us an X. It's an X. That's no.
X. That is rejected. So, how long have we got left here? 22 seconds, and McGowan is still losing, only by 1 point. She says it's about the 7 arrows now. Goes in for the head kick, lands it. 4-2, she leads with 15 seconds. But a Gamjong against her. Now that goes down to 1, and in fact the head kick has been wiped out. It's all changing. 12 seconds to go, and she is trailing now 3-1. What does she do here? Her opponent goes out of the mat. That will be a penalty against her. That will take it down to 1 point left. The gap. 5 seconds to win Olympic bronze. McGowan pulled away by the referee. Now she goes in for a punch. She doesn't land it. It's gone the way of Turkey's Koos, who's found the counter-attack once again, and with half a second on the board, McGowan knows that could be the contest over. She's going to be penalised there as well. This is chaos in the final few moments, and that is it for Rebecca McGowan of Great Britain, who falls to her knees. She gave that everything. And Koos, the better fighter on the day, he went through, fooled herself, injuries there it looked like, but ultimately had the answer in those final few seconds.
When that kick was disallowed with about 15 seconds left, and then in that final couple of seconds when she collapsed to the floor, that was one of those moments when time stands still. Rebecca was on the floor. She'll think she was on the floor for 5 minutes. She was on the floor for 0.5 of a second. She knew in that moment the ultimate heartbreak. If she's not in tears yet, she will be. Her coach was up trying to console her. Is there anything that can console you when you've lost a medal match? It takes time. Time's a healer, they say.
And a great touch there. She took her moment to reflect with her own coach, and then McGowan goes over to Koos, gives her a very warm embrace, shakes the hand of her coaching team as well as she unfurls her Turkish flag and holds it up to the fans sat down below us. We've been surrounded by Turkish fans throughout this fight. It is not to be for Rebecca McGowan. I was trying several times to say she has this new philosophy, 7 arrows. She says, if I have 7 arrows, I need each one to hit every second, every fight, every kick, and today not enough of them did.
Yeah, 1 or 2 did, maybe 4 or 5, but you need the 7. So she had enough of them connect, but not enough to beat Koos on her night. And let's just reiterate here, Koos isn't someone that's come from nowhere. She's the #1 seed. She was meant to be taking gold. She was the Turkish sporting Olympic poster boy and girl all rolled into one. Let's get that right.
McGowan in her blue trunk protector now walks over to where the media is. She's going to have that taken off her now, and she'll have to think, I suppose, ahead, Bunsey, to LA. 4 years away. She's 24 years old now.
Perfect time for LA. 28 years of age in LA, a couple of world championships, a couple of European championships. It's that simple.
So no bronze medal, Kelly, for Rebecca McGowan, but Caden Cunningham in the next few minutes is going to fight for the gold medal in the men's heavyweight taekwondo.
Katie and Bunsey, thank you very much for now. We will be back with you for that big fight for Caden Cunningham that's coming up. What a night it's been so far. We're on air here in Paris until 10:15 this evening. There's boxing, basketball, beach volleyball still to come. Tonight, Team GB have added the following medals to their total, and this is just this evening. Bronze for Georgia Bell in the women's 1500 metres. Bronze for the women's 4x400 metre relay team. Bronze for the men's 4x400 metre relay team. And that makes it the highest athletics medal count for Team GB at an Olympics since Los Angeles in 1984. And the next Olympics held in 2028 in Los Angeles. Katie Chapman and Izzy Thorpe took silver in the artistic swimming, the first time Britain have ever won a medal in that discipline. Earlier today, Noah Williams won a bronze in the men's 10 metres platform. That's his second medal of the Games. He won a silver in the 10 metres synchronised with Tom Daley, which you will remember that only happened probably about 10 days ago. It feels like so much longer than that. The most excited man in Paris, though, hasn't even seen the gold medal being awarded yet. Julien Laurent is at the basketball gold medal match for France against USA. Jules, are you more excited about these superstars of American basketball or about the home heroes?
Oh, definitely the Americans, Kelly. I can't believe my eyes, to be fair. I've been lost for words for the last hour. I've been here an hour. I've watched them warmed up. Literally, I was through the warm-up with them, shooting from the stands and everything. It's just incredible to see LeBron James and Steph Curry and all those guys. Incredible. I've got stars in my eyes.
Tell me how they're getting on.
Well, the first quarter just finished and we've just started the second quarter. There's obviously 4 quarters in basketball, as you know, and Team USA is leading. They're leading 22-15. The French were in the game for most of that first quarter. Victor Wembanyama, 20-year-old, 7 foot or 12 foot 10, whatever he is, prodigy, But Team USA are very good. And LeBron had a lovely block on Yabusele, then an assist behind his back for Devin Booker. He made a bit of showtime in that first quarter. And now the French are going to try to stay not too far from Team USA to stay in the game as much as possible.
Jules, you sound starstruck even when you say LeBron's name. It's incredible to hear.
Incredible.
Thank you very much to Julien Laurent. He'll keep us up to date with what's happening in that men's basketball final between France and the USA. As promised, though, we're going back to the taekwondo. Bunsey and Katie.
Where Caden Cunningham, 21 years old, the boy from Huddersfield, is being announced to the crowd. And he's got a huge smile on his face. His arms are out wide. He had the privilege, as we said, with every final here on the Taekwondo, to walk down the grand staircase in the Grand Palais. It is lined with golden banisters. It sweeps round towards the right-hand side. Earlier, Bunsey, Patrick Kilty on 5 Live said to me, is it like when they announced Strictly Come Dancing? And I was thinking, no, it's like two warriors in the Hunger Games.
It is just like that. I've done the walk by mistake when I got lost searching for those chopping balls that they've been kicking apart. I've done the walk both ways, up and down. It's absolutely beautiful. You feel special. It takes your breath away.
And the competitors come out together. What we quite liked there, though, was that Caden Cunningham decided to go a couple of strides ahead of his opponent, who is being introduced now in red, Aryan Salimi of Iran. And get this, he's even younger than Caden Cunningham, 20 years old. He was ranked number 10 coming into today, so he's beaten some big names to get here to the final.
As has Caden. Let's get that right. He took care of the veteran Cuban, and then he beat Cisse in a brutal match that should have been a final. So Aryan Salimi has come through against a couple, but he didn't come through against the number one dog. Let's get that right, because the number one dog in the Taekwondo big boy division was Cisse. And this boy, this kid, this child, this Taekwondo baby, Caden, he took care of him comfortably.
There's disco balls being lit up onto the huge arching dome above us here at the Grand Palais. What a stadium, what an arena here to award a gold medal, and will it go to Caden Cunningham? It's best of 3 and the first round begins now. 5 seconds already gone and it is scoreless, and they are jumping around almost like kids dancing around each other. Who will make the first move?
You would describe that as youthful. These guys are flying around, they're youthful. They're a 20 and a 21-year-old boy in an Olympic final on a glory night.
Cunningham came out like a rocket against Cisse, the former Olympic champion, in his semi-final. We were so impressed by that. It's not been quite the same here with just about 30 seconds gone, but he's just feeling out his opponent, who's slightly taller, slightly wider, and slightly lighter as well.
Which could be a factor, but it might not be a factor, because the weights are so changed between the World Championship categories and the Olympic categories. They both have, most of the Taekwondo fighters we've seen over the last few days have moved up or down. You know what, I expected this start. Slightly cagey, lot of movement, no big commitment.
And a big right-footed kick to the trunk from Cunningham. He is on the board. He leads by 2 points to 0. The man in blue, who's now just stopped still, trying to avoid a head kick, but he doesn't. So the Iranian now snatches the lead, 3-2.
And he extended his leg there, Salimi, and then he extended it again for instance, and that's what caught Cunningham as he leant back.
And Cunningham now goes again. 4-3, he leads. Another kick to the body. Now, what do we got here? Our first challenge of this gold medal match, the Olympic final, and it comes from the Iranian corner, who hands the coach a red card to the referee. So, let's see. The referee holds it up and covers one eye. This is going to be a look at a head kick. So the replay screen lights up, the dramatic music comes on, and the crowd hush. Now, to me, that looks like the sole of his foot slaps onto the back of Caden Cunningham's head guard. They're looking at it from another angle as well. They have sensors in the socks, sensors in the head guards, and the body protectors too. So if they don't come up automatically, it's down to this panel of judges who are looking very, very hard at this.
There's the above angle. I like that shot.
Are they going to award the points here?
I think they are.
They are taking their time a little bit. Cunningham
I think they're going to award them, Katie.
Watching the screen as well. Oh, they've zoomed in again. So perhaps just double checking it's the toes there. Do they make contact with the guard, and is it enough? He stands up, rejected. Yes. That has been rejected, so still very much early stages of this fight. Remember, anything can happen in Taekwondo and everything can change so very quickly. But there are 43 seconds to go and Cunningham leads by 1.
And it's a tight one as well. It's a really tightly contested, cagey fight. Two young kids, both keen, both eager. And I tell you what, you do notice the speed of the pair of them.
Cunningham, the European champion. Salimi is the Asian champion from this year. So both showing pedigree and form coming into the Olympics here in the French capital. And now these huge arcing kicks are coming in overhead. They're trying to get to the back of each other's heads. The flexibility is so astonishing to watch from these big guys who weigh over 80 kilograms. 18 seconds to go. Cunningham still leads by 1.
Salimi has a thing he can do with his right leg where he can twist it. I saw it earlier on this afternoon in the quarters and the semi-finals. He's amazingly lithe. Has he lost the point now?
And I think he's been penalised.
Yeah.
So the gap goes out to 2 points for Cunningham. But straight away he's under attack. Spins, jinking and jiving from the Iranian, who's penalised again because he drops to the floor. That is not allowed.
Do we have a challenge?
And I think the judging panel are unhappy with something. I think this could be a technical issue because the referee is walking him over towards his side of the ring.
Are they looking at one of his feet to check the buzzers working?
Yeah, so
No,
they're checking the
he's back.
sensors. So this was a new piece of technology brought in after 2008 to make sure the fights are as fair as possible. These electronic sensors, and then judges coming in as well to add to that. So the gap is 3 points. Caden Cunningham leading in this opening round of the Olympic final. 6 seconds to go. He will be put under attack here. Another spinning kick from Salimi. Cunningham, though, has the answers, and he fends it off.
That's the first round. That's an Olympic first round from the footer boy. He goes back, he holds his hands up, he ducks his head, he sits down and he smiles. He's 6-3 up, he's 1 round up. And remember, if he wins this round, there's no need for a third. If he can perform in this 120 seconds, KT, it's a gold. He's going home with that glorious box that the gold medals come in. He will be going home. Close your eyes and dream of it, an Olympic champion.
He is a showman, isn't he? He loves the biggest stage. He loves the walk on down the staircase. He loves having the lead. He loves the fans cheering his name. And he is potentially now 2 minutes away from history because no British man has ever won Olympic gold in the taekwondo.
But our friend Latala Mohammed was 1 second away from an Olympic gold. And he told me earlier, he said, Steve, it's a hard fight. Bunty, it's a tough fight. He said, but I know one thing about Caden. He's a big event fighter. And you need big event fighters because nothing's bigger than this 120 seconds.
And they've never fought each other before. Is this 2 minutes going to change the life of Caden Cunningham from Team GB? He just takes a little half step back. The kicks will come from the Iranian because he has to claim this second round if he's to be in with a chance of Olympic glory. We've had 15 seconds of the clock go down already. We're scoreless.
And this is where experience should, in theory, be a factor. But neither of them have got that experience. They've been in a few tournaments, but they're still babies in taekwondo terms. And so in that sense, he just has to go for it, Salimi. If he wants to win, reverse it and give himself a third round, he's got to force it and push it.
He's the taller of the two, the man in red up against Cunningham in blue, who's holding his arms out almost like he's surfing here on the octagon in the Grand Palais. A big front foot from him, kicking away, a defensive move, kicking away Salimi. So far, so good. We've had 40 seconds gone, and it's still 0-0.
Keeping Salimi away and kicking Salimi away, not getting any penalised points and not exposing your head or your trunk. That's smart taekwondo.
Now Salimi is really going in for those kicks behind the head, so that is what Cunningham is going to have to watch out for here. And he's just being cagey. He just smothers that attack, so the referee will have to pull them apart again.
Has a small break, gets 2 seconds, takes a breath and starts again, starts fresh. Salimi is putting the pressure on. He is looking to land the big kicks.
And Cunningham goes for the head. That's a lassoing move. He looks to his coach. They're not going to challenge it. It doesn't land according to the sensors. 45 seconds to go here. But it's really important that they show attacking intent because the judges are looking at that. The Iranian, though, with that tiny flicking motion. But it's so dangerous. 3 points on the board. 3-0 he leads.
That's the second time he scored that way. He flicks it out, then he gains 6 inches, flicks it out again, and scores. Caden needs to be wary of that. Move his torso, move his head.
Cunningham has less than 30 seconds, and he's also getting a penalty gamjong here. So the deficit moves to 4 points. Remember, he still leads from the first round. If he wins this, he's the Olympic champion in the second round. Otherwise, we go to a decider. 21 seconds.
21 seconds to make himself an Olympic hero, to make history as the first British male Olympian, Olympic gold medalist.
4 points.
This is so tense, Katie.
4 points is doable. A spinning kick to the head will do it, and this might force him to come out on the attack. He's spinning. Does he land the kick? No, it's gone the way of the Iranian on the counter. He leads 6-0 now with 5 seconds. He will be penalised, so that gap is now at 5 points. Cunningham is attacked again on the head by the Iranian, and he says, fair play, with 0.7 seconds left. He has surrendered that second round. Cunningham says, yeah, good job.
As soon as it went to 6 points, he realised with 5 or 6 seconds left, it wasn't worth it. Why risk getting hit? Why risk a concussion? Why do anything? Go back and sit down. You've got 60 seconds there. The 60 seconds now can absolutely have a great effect on the 120 seconds that's going to follow it.
He's having an ice pack just placed around his neck and shoulders, taking on some water. It's not been the easiest Olympic cycle either for Caden Cunningham. He did his ACL, a knee injury, a very serious one at the World Championships 2 years ago. He says he's battled psychologically with being able to trust it again. But here he is, 2 minutes away now in this deciding 2 minutes for Olympic gold.
And I would imagine that both of these boys, Ariane Salimi from Tehran in Iran, 20 years of age, and the kid, Caden Cunningham, 21, you can hear the crowd. What must it be like in their heads? What must it be like? They're embracing. He's got his head off. They're smiling. This is 2 boys having the night of their life in the Paris Olympics, in an Olympic final.
And both of them raise their arms before we start this decider, because they say to the crowd at the Grand Palais, we are here to entertain. And now in this 2 minutes, 10 seconds of it gone already, we will give you absolutely everything we have. And they are delivering. This is furious now. It's a whole different tempo.
There's no sparring. There's no technique involved here. There's plenty of skill, don't get me wrong, but it's aggression. It's taekwondo like it should be. Fought to the very end. Fought to the other man cannot continue. This is the highest grade of most entertaining taekwondo you can possibly get.
Cunningham there with an attempted spinning kick to the body, both legs leaving the ground there, but it doesn't land. We are scoreless with 40 seconds gone. I wonder who will break the deadlock, who will dare to go for it.
Salimi's forcing the pace here. Caden looks like he's just trying to check, just trying to be a bit smarter. It's slowed down. We've had 10 seconds without any action. Both kicking, both poised, both willing, both ready.
Cunningham on one leg, as is Salimi now. They're just jabbing at each other from a distance. It is everything to play for, and yet it is everything to lose. Less than a minute now to go, and the crowd are playing their part in this famous Grand Palais, which has hosted prestigious fashion shows. And Caden Cunningham is a part-time model. This is the perfect arena here. What can he do?
He's dreamed of it for 10 years now. He's been here for 2 weeks. He's had 4 fights. It's all down now to 36 seconds.
The kicks are high. They are both going for the high-performing shots around the head, but so far, no score. 30 seconds and the Olympic final to go. And the Iranian has the breakthrough. 2 points. Kick to the body. Can Cunningham respond?
Oof. That was a brilliant kick to the body as well.
It was plumb on that protector round his waist. Cunningham has to get something here on the scores. It's a gamjong, a penalty against the Iranian in red. 13 seconds. The deficit is 1. 1 point for Cunningham to keep this Olympic gold alive. He falls to the floor. That will be a point against him. He trails by 2.
That's
8
harsh.
seconds to go. A huge kick to the head from the Iranian Salimi. He leads now by 5 points, but it's not over yet. 4 seconds for Cunningham to do it.
1.4 seconds, 6-1 to the Iranian. Salimi calling the crowd on. We have a fight on still, trust me, folks.
Is this the gold gone? It is. Cunningham cannot believe it. Head in his hands. He gave it the big silver today for Caden Cunningham, the 21-year-old from Huddersfield, beaten once again in this craziest, most ballistic of sports by Aryan Salibi of Iran. The phone lights are out from the crowd here, sparkling, lighting up the stage to light up their delight at what they have just seen.
What a day we have had. What a day if you've been listening, wherever you are, wherever you've been listening to us today and caught everything that we've done today. Katie started it off. We came here, quarterfinals, semi-finals, bronze medal matches, and that, an epic, a classic gold medal match. He's in the arms of his coach, Caden. We'll understand, he's still a baby, he's still a boy. And the 21-year-old boy, the first Iranian male gold medalist since their hero, their all-time hero from a few years ago. This man, Caden Cunningham, we're not going to have one more Olympics. We might not have two. We're probably going to have 3 more Olympics, Katie. Think about that.
Cunningham now, just with a slightly wry smile, I think, because that is the heartbreak and the cruelty, and yet probably the addiction of this sport is that it will always be done in the blink of an eye.
This wasn't the first time he lost the fight in the last 4 or 5 seconds. That probably happened when he was 10, 11 and 12. They're used to it. It's you and I that are suffering. We're suffering more than him.
Oh, Kelly, what scenes we have here. So a silver medal for Caden Cunningham, the only medal for Team GB in the taekwondo arena at the Grand Palais, which feels like a disco now. That might be partly because there is a French woman about to fight for gold in a couple of minutes, but a performance to be so proud of for Caden Cunningham. It's a silver medal for the 21-year-old.
Katie, thank you very much. Now, I know you've had a longer day than Bunty, but Bunty's is about to stretch even further because you're going to jump in a car and try and make it to Roland Garros, aren't you?
Listen, there's no trying. I don't have trying in my vocabulary. I will be there when the big Uzbek comes out. 6'8", Bakatar Jalilov, one of my favourite fighters. He'll be walking out in about 35 minutes' time. And I give you my word, Kelly, my word is my bond. I will be ringside at Roland Garros for the big Uzbek. I really will. I'm going now. Goodbye.
Allez, allez, allez.
3 rings when you get there, please. Bunty, make sure you get there safely. Thank you very much to Steve Bunce and to Katie Smith at the Taekwondo. Coming up, we're going to round up an extraordinary day's action, the final full day of action at these 2024 Paris Olympics. Before we do that, let's check in on the day's news headlines with Fraser Dainton.
The voice of the UK.
This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
Good evening. The White House has raised profound concerns about an Israeli airstrike on a school in which more than 70 people are reported to have been killed. Israel's military said the compound was being used as a base for Hamas fighters and 19 of them had been killed. Just under 350 people have now been charged in connection with riots in parts of the UK. Sir Keir Starmer has cancelled his holiday plans as the government continues to focus on its response to the unrest. Thousands of anti-racism protesters have been gathering outside Reform's headquarters in central London. Organisers said they had chosen the venue because of the party's stance on immigration. And the 6th Banksy work of art to appear on a street in London in a week has been taken down within hours. Contractors said they removed the piece, which showed a stretching black cat on an empty advertising hoarding in Cricklewood, for safety reasons. The billboard's owner said he'd donate it to an art gallery.
Escape with a good book on BBC Sounds, like Yellowface by Rebecca F. Kwong.
I play up our connection. My grief over her death becomes a cornerstone of my origin story.
Enlightenment by Sarah Perry.
Thomas examined the image of a stone woman stuck on the verges of the lake. I suppose she's in the water now. What is she holding?
And Giovanni's Room by James Baldwin.
Do you have a mistress? I asked him. I don't seem to be very interested in women right now.
Listen on BBC Sounds.
The Olympic Games, Paris 2024.
With Kelly Cates.
On BBC Audio 5 Live.
Tonight, Team GB have added the following medals to their total. Taekwondo silver for Caden Cunningham in the men's 80-kilogram division. Bronze for Georgia Bell in the women's 1,500 metres. Bronze for the women's 4x400 metre relay team, and bronze for the men in their event. And that means it is the highest athletics medal count for Team GB at an Olympics since 1984. Kate Shortman and Izzy Thorpe took silver in the artistic swimming. That's the first time that Britain has ever won a medal in that discipline. Earlier today, Noah Williams won his second medal of the Games. That was a bronze in the men's 10 metres platform diving. A total of 4 boxing gold medals will be handed out at Roland Garros this evening. Jonathan Overend is there. Overs, Bunsey has said he's on his way. He's coming to see you, and he's coming to see the big Uzbek.
The problem is, I think he's got to run to where the car's parked. That might be the problematic bit. It's all right once he's in the car. I'm going to trap him on stat maps. No, not really. We are 2 down. And one of the international stories of this boxing competition, Kelly, has been the success of 2 nations. One is China and one is Uzbekistan. And they have more medals tonight. In China, Chinese Taipei, Lin Yuting has come through in the women's 57 kilogram category, unanimous decision. And in the men's 57 kilogram category, Abdulmalik Kalikov of Uzbekistan has won with another unanimous decision, a 4th gold for Uzbek boxers. Great success for Chinese Taipei, their first gold, but they've won 2 bronze as well, so they are quite a story. They're on to 3 medals in total. China have 4 and Uzbekistan have 4. So the Uzbeks could have quite a night with the big man coming later.
In more ways than one. How long's he got, Overs?
You see, I left that tantalisingly just for you, Kelly. Absolutely. Bunsey will be here to see the big Uzbek. Now, Bunsey christened Bakadir Jalalov the big Uzbek during our Tokyo 2021 coverage, and so successful was it that it's now on all the official biographical information. He is the big Uzbek. He's 6'7", but look, what an unbelievable fighter he is. He's won 14 fights as a professional with no defeats. He's won his last 55 amateur bouts without defeat. He was the Tokyo gold medalist, and tonight he tries to become the first man to retain an Olympic super heavyweight gold medal. His opponent is going for history himself. Ayub Gadfa is trying to be the first Spanish boxer to win a gold medal at an Olympic Games. Spain have only won 4 boxing medals before, 2 of them silver, 2 of them bronze. So we'll have a little bit of history either way with that fight on at around about a quarter to the hour. I mean, half an hour. What do we reckon? What are his chances of getting here?
Well, I'm going to say he promised that he never tries to achieve anything. He always makes sure that he delivers. So I'm going to say, like a postman, Bunsey is going to deliver this evening. He'll be there for you, Overs. Don't you worry.
He's still got to get through security. So empty your pockets now, Bunsey.
Steve, the postman Bunce, is on his way to Roland Garros. Overs, thank you so much. Looking forward to listening, hopefully, to both of you from Roland Garros this evening. We're going to head over to the basketball, where very excited Julien Laurent is watching France against the USA.
+8 for USA at halftime, Kelly. But what a game we've had. I mean, the Americans are obviously very good, as you know, but we saw Yabusele dunking on LeBron James. I never thought I would say that those words would come out of my mouth, Kelly. But they are right now incredible. And you know, there's royalty here in the stands with 5 Live being present in this final, but there's royalty courtside as well. On one side, we've got Antoine Dupont, Léon Marchand, Thierry Henry, Teddy Riner, Tony Parker and Omar Sy, the actor. On the other side, Scottie Pippen, Pau Gasol, Jimmy Fallon and plenty of other American stars. Megan Rapinoe is here with Sue Bird, her wife, who's obviously a former great basketball player from the WNBA and the Team USA women as well. So really incredible on and off the court tonight.
Jules, if they come over asking for selfies, just tell them you're working.
Yeah, I'm busy. I've said no already a couple of times.
Julien Laurent, thank you very much. Jules is keeping us up to date on that basketball gold medal match. Here at the Stade de France, there was bronze in the 1500 metres for Georgia Bell. It's her first season as an international track athlete. She's taken 14 seconds off her personal best this year alone. She set a new British record at the Olympic Games. She's been speaking to Sarah Mulkerrins.
Georgia, you're dancing to some of the music in the stadium. You must be reveling in this.
I am in a very good mood, I think, yeah. I don't know if I've ever been this happy. But yeah, that was an absolutely crazy race. I thought that today, I woke up really calm and in a really good mood, and I just thought, I'm not the fastest person in that race, but I thought if I was brave and just got stuck in, then I could make something special happen. So yeah, I'm over the moon, Olympic medalist.
And you were brave because that was so fast, and you went with it.
I know, like when I saw them come through like 59.60, I was like, ooh, but I knew it was going to be painful. And I just thought, I know I can finish strong, so I knew as long as I didn't let a gap go and I was there with 100 metres to go, I thought I'd be able to do it. So I just had to dig deep in the middle, and yeah, I didn't realise how fast it was until we crossed the line. I kind of just zoned out after that first lap and just tried to sit in the train and not overthink it.
Because you do run 800s as well, so you have that speed.
Yeah, definitely. I did an 800 a couple of weeks ago at the London Diamond League, and that really showed me that I've got some good speed, so that gave me confidence coming in. And yeah, I think that's definitely my strength as a 1500 metre runner. I can close hard, so as long as I'm there, yeah, I'm just really, really happy.
What were the thoughts, or were there any as you were pushing to the line?
I was just dig deep. On the start line, I said I was telling myself that I was born for this, in the sense that I was born in Paris 30 years ago, and I just felt like I've got nothing to lose. I had no pressure on me. Training's going so well, and it was just so unlikely that I would be here in the first place, so I thought just go for it and see what happens.
How happy are you that you came back to this sport?
I am so happy, obviously. I think mainly though, like, I'm just so happy with what running has given me. Like, it's obviously amazing to be here in the Olympics, but when I got back into running, the goal wasn't to try and make the Olympics. That would have been absolutely bonkers at the time. It was just going back to something that I really loved, and taking the time away showed me that I actually do love it. I love it being part of my life. I look forward to that type of a day. Made so many friends and family through it. And yeah, there's so many people that I'm thankful for. I have the best team, the best family. And I also want to say a big thank you to the National Lottery, because they help us prepare so that we can bring back medals for our country.
You're also part of the same training squad that Keely Hodgkinson has with Trevor and Jenny.
Yeah.
I mean, there's something amazing going on there.
Yeah, there absolutely is. I mean, Trevor and Jenny are incredible. Trevor's like the man with the plan. You have total trust in his training, and then Jenny is an amazing mentor. She's been through it all before. And the team is just doing so well. Like, obviously seeing Keely smash it the other night is so inspiring. And I just feel like there's so much more to come from the group, and I feel really lucky to be a part of it.
Well, huge congratulations.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
That was Georgia Bell talking after winning a bronze medal in the 1500 metres. Catherine Merry, Alison Kirbishley and Andrew Assaji are here. Catherine, it's just the most incredible story. This woman was English schools champion in 2008. Then she decided to sort of step away from the track, maybe dabbled a bit in the duathlon, and then she thought, well, do you know what? At the age of nearly 30, she was sitting on her sofa watching the Tokyo Olympics, and then after that she thought, I might take this up again. Took a sabbatical from work, has trained like I would imagine nobody has trained before, and she comes back and wins a bronze medal at the Olympics. It's just incredible.
Yeah, and I mean, don't get me wrong, this woman is a talent. You know, when she took that time away for 3-4 years, she really got her teeth stuck into duathlon, and she went off to do a world age group duathlon, and she did win that. So in 2023, last year, she took her age group title. So she is a pure talent, but it was just so lovely to hear her say there that she came back to the sport that brought her so much love. And I think, you know, when you've got a perfect storm, when you bring an athlete with so much talent. She had a training group at the University of Birmingham, Hannah England and her husband Luke Gunn. She was training in the university set up there, but historically she'd always had a link back to Trevor, and she approached Trevor at the beginning of I think it was the end of last year, and said, look, can I come back? And he said, yeah, absolutely. So she started training, went out to South Africa in January with Keely and the team. I think there's about 20 strong. And I think that's what's just brought her love back. He's got such a wonderful setup, an amazing group. Yes, it's based around Keely, but it's so talented across the board. We've got some amazing kids that he looks after. And he's the man with the plan, as she said. And I think just it's a perfect storm when you get the coaching set up right with the athlete's mindset and the ability. Put all that together. And then, like she say, you know, I mean, you're looking down her biog and you go, hang on, she was born in Paris. You know, it's come full circle. It is just a wonderful story.
What you've just heard is the Star-Spangled Banner, because the United States have been picking up their gold medals for the men's 4x400 metres relay. Botswana with silver, Great Britain with bronze. The USA team are down there with 4 athletes. Botswana have 4 athletes. And Team GB are down there. They look like the KLF, the 6 of them, because it's been such a team effort for them. But it is an incredible story for them. It's their first medal in the men's 4x400 since 2008. They broke the European record set by GB when they won Olympic silver in 1996. Tonight's quartet, who were on the track, Alex Haydock-Wilson, Matt Hudson-Smith, Lewis Davey and Charlie Dobson, have been speaking to Sarah Mulkerrins.
Congratulations, Olympics bronze medalists and a national record, Alex.
That national record is the sweetest. Honestly, we're gobsmacked. It's an honour to run out here, City of Love. We felt the love here tonight. Every single one of us have been preparing for this for a long time. And when we were on call room, we knew exactly what we had to do. So it's a pleasure to deliver to the UK public here today.
Excellent stuff. And Alex, you led off and you put Matt in a really good position. And Matt, I think your split was 43 dead.
Yeah. That's why I was on the floor then. I really lived up to the name out on the floor, man. But, yeah, it's been a fantastic team. We've got the best team manager in the world, Maya Rooney. Shout out to Sam Reardon, who poured out and put this boy in. We have an amazing team, amazing camaraderie. We wanted to live up to the greats who, you know, paved the way for us. And I'm done, I need a beer. I'm not doing it anymore. But yeah, thank you to everyone who supported us, and we did it, man. We got a medal.
You absolutely did, all of you. You know, there's such a big squad within this. The depth now in 400 metres running as well. Lewis, you were in a real battle as well on your leg.
I was, yeah. Had the Botswana on the inside of me, so I thought I'd make a move on him on the back straight. And all I tried to do was put Charlie in the best position possible in order for us to get a medal, and I think I did just that.
You absolutely did, and then Charlie, you just safely navigated all the way to that finish line.
Yeah, I mean, the rest of the boys did all the work for me, I think. I just had to get it around, and I did very well with that, I think. And yeah, we secured it. These guys did the hard work, and I just had to roll with it. I mean, yeah, it was incredible. Just a stroll in the park for you, wasn't it?
Well, once you all recover and rest up, enjoy the celebrations. Well done.
Well, they might be Olympic bronze medalists, but they're not too cool to dance off the podium to ABBA. They were playing Dancing Queen earlier, and they're still bouncing to it as they make their way down the exit, out past the mix zone, celebrating that bronze medal for the men's 4x400 metre relay team. Andrew Asagi is listening. How impressive a performance was that, given how strong the field was, Andrew?
I think it was really impressive. They delivered. That national record was no sort of walk in the park. I know they mentioned that Charlie had a bit of a walk at the end there to pick up the medal, but they each individually ran a great race for where they were at the time and the leg they were in and the competition they were against. The competition was really tough, and we give it as good as we could at actually taking that gold. I'm just watching the women's podium ceremony, medal ceremony pop out here, and we thought there were a lot of people on the men's 4x4 podium. There's enough for a whole race here again. They're coming to the podium here between the women.
Yeah, the women are down getting their medals at the moment in the 4x400 metres relay. We'll be reflecting on that very shortly. But we have Steve Bunce on the line in an echo of Roger Moore trying to make the studio for Alan Partridge. We can join him live now. Buncey, are you nearly at Roland Garros?
Well, no, I'm at the Arc de Triomphe, and I've told Pierre the driver.
How far away is that? For people who don't know the geography of Paris, what does that mean?
Well, I'm 40 minutes on by foot. I reckon this guy fancies the job. I think I'm going to be there in 10 or 12 minutes. I'm going to be there with more than enough time. I really believe that, Kelly. I really believe it.
Alison Kirbishley thinks you should get on one of the higher bikes.
Get on one of the bikes.
There was an option.
Get on the bike, Buncey.
Listen, the traffic's unbelievable.
Exactly, get on the bike.
No. Because in a moment we go on a sort of little ring road tunnel. Provided we don't get stuck down there, and I won't be able to communicate with anybody. If I don't get stuck in the tunnel through the forest, the bois at the edge of the Roland Garros, I'm going to be okay. The only thing is, I'm going to let you know I covered 200 metres in fairly good time early on to get in the car when I escaped the arena. That's how personal I'm taking this.
How's the hamstrings?
Well, they're all okay. I'm not sure where they are at the moment, to be perfectly honest with you.
Bunsey, I've had a word with Francois on gate 30. He's not going to do the usual checks, so you're all right tonight, all right?
I'm going to get straight in. The only problem is gate 30 is difficult to find, okay? And the driver doesn't know where gate 30 is.
It's after 29.
It's somewhere between 29 and 31. You try and explain that to a driver. That's unfair. That's cruel. I'll be there, Rovers. Keep my seat warm.
Right, Bunsey, in your best schoolboy French, you need to explain to the driver how to get to gate 30. Make your way safely to Roland Garros, where you'll be joining Jonathan Overend, and we'll be able to hear their commentary of those medal matches that are taking place later on this evening. As we promised you, though, reaction to the women's 4x400 metres, another bronze medal. That means that it was a medal in all 5 sprinting relays. USA took gold in the women's 4x4 with the Netherlands in silver. The British team of Victoria Huragu, Lavia Nielsen, Nicole Jurgen and Amber Anning spoke to Sarah Mulkerins.
Olympic bronze medalists. Victoria, I know you said after the individual you were ready to come out for the relay, and you guys did it.
Yeah, do you know what? I tried to set up the best way I could. It was a modest split, but, you know, it's been a great games. You know, we've got a really good bunch of girls coming through for the 400 metres, and I'm so happy to get the national record. I'll say very quickly, I'm just really thankful for, you know, we have been so well prepared for this champs, and we've been able to produce medals and run so well because thankful to the National Lottery, thank the players because we've had a great prep camp. We've been well prepared for this games, and we've delivered with a national record for Amber yesterday. The girls, the 400 metre girls did really well yesterday as well on the relay. So yeah, thanks to the players. Thank you.
You absolutely have medals in every single relay event that GB have been part of. And Lavia, on that leg, obviously there was the issue with Jamaica dropping out. What was your thoughts around it all? Had you noticed it?
I know, I was just thinking, you know, shout out to Martin Reaney and Darren Campbell behind the scenes. They said, think about each other. Think about how well you can set the next girl up, and I was just thinking about handing it over to Nicole in the best possible position. And I'm so happy that we've got 5 out of 5 medals. I think we're the only nation to do it. I think it's such a great representation of where we are in the UK across all the sprints. I also want to give a quick shout out to Yemi Mary-John, Hannah Kelly, Jodie Williams and Lena Nielsen, because Amber was running her incredible final yesterday. It meant that we can run them yesterday and have fresher legs today, so thank you. This is a whole team effort, so thank you so much.
It absolutely is, Nicole, you know, and a real battle. I know the USA were well out in front, but it was all about getting that medal.
Yeah, you know, I definitely worried myself the first 200. Got a little scary when France came up, but I just stuck to my plan and came home strong, and I knew I had to hand off to Amber at a good position, so I know she had it, and she did.
And Amber, after that national record last night, how were those legs feeling?
Oh, you know what? I think I felt good. I think at this point it was all just mental. This is more about me now, more about the team. I did my part, and I knew we had a great opportunity to get a medal. So honestly, this is for the girls, and I just wanted to get it round. And it was close at the end, but you know what? I just had a little bit of surge, and I brought it home for us. But it's just amazing. It's been amazing games, just great support. Team GB have been awesome, and I'm just so grateful for all of the relays to come back with a medal from this Olympics.
GB won medals, as we said, in all 5 relays. That's the first time that's ever happened since the mixed relay was brought in 2019. It was fantastic across these games, Catherine, for the relay teams, the men, the women, the mixed relay, every single one of them medaling in these Olympics.
It's wonderful when you add all those pieces of bling up from the gold, silver and bronze, and look at 10 medals and so many from the relays. I know how much hard work goes into the sprint relays and the longer relays as well. You know, we got 5 medals in Tokyo 3 years ago, and none of them were gold. So to pick up a gold, 4 silver and 5 bronzes, and as you said, that great stat, Kelly, of our best athletics performance since 1984, it's wonderful, and the depth and the talent and a full rostrum as well. Everybody's playing their part. I was a little bit distracted because I sent Keely Hodgkinson
a picture on Instagram because she said she had to put 2 posts up this evening saying congratulations on Trevor's birthday to Georgia Bell. She put another one up an hour later saying, oh, hang on, I need to do another one now for Lewis Davey, who picked up a medal. I just sent her the 2 pictures and go, there you go, there's your training partners. And she's gone, so amazing. He deserves it so much. She's having drinks all around, carbs in marbs, enjoying Trevor's birthday. And she was our single gold medal here, but she was the cherry on top of a quite simply outstanding British athletics cake.
Yeah, so is Keely Hodgkinson then the highlight? Can you pick a highlight from that games?
I mean, I knew you'd say that, and I started writing it down.
We always do at the end.
I know, because I think it's everything about. Sorry, I'm going to get slightly quieter while we haven't heard this for a while, have we? This national anthem. I think it's everything that Cass just said. Our sport is all about comparisons constantly, and when you're saying we've got the best medal haul since 1984, now they were the boycott games, 1980 and 84, so we got 10 medals in 80, 16 medals in 84 without kind of Russia or USSR or Soviet Union as it was, and obviously America weren't in 1980. So I don't even really compare it to those because it was such a different era. I think it's the strength and depth. What I'm glad about is not only having 5 relay medals, but being able to match that with our individual performances. So, without doubt, Keely has got to be at the top. And very, very closely behind KJT, Katarina Johnson-Thompson, just because finally she delivered on the biggest stage that our sport has, and she deserved that medal more than anyone. And then you've then got everything that comes after that with Josh, and the list is endless. Yes, the British stars, but we've had 3 world records, we've had multiple Olympic records, multiple national records. How many countries on the medal table?
43 different countries got medals, and first medals, for the likes of St. Lucia, Botswana, Pakistan, Zambia. There's such a breadth of the nations now that are winning medals across the Olympic Games. And for the British team in particular, just quickly, there are a lot of finalists. There are a lot of athletes that made top 8. Let me tell you how hard it is to win a medal at the Olympic Games. It's really quite tough. Michael Johnson said it, our BBC colleague here. And we've had lots of 4th places as well. Emil Caress was 4th in the marathon this morning on a very, very tricky marathon course. Callie Hauger, Thackeray, Rose Harvey and Clara Evans go for the women tomorrow to finish off our whole athletics programme. The depth was amazing, and British athletics took a lot of slack for not bringing a full team here and not choosing some athletes who were invited by our governing body. But I know that they're going to be saying, well, look, we brought home 10 medals here. It's our best haul since 84. So it's just been outstanding here in the Stade de France. 3 world records, national records, Olympic records. The depth has been amazing.
Andrew, what stands out for you? What will be the memories that you take away?
For me, it's going to have to be Keely. Obviously, the 800 metres is close to my heart, but it was Jessica Ennis-esque in terms of coming in with a great amount of pressure on Keely to deliver at such a young age and being able to do that. And I think that shows so much maturity and strength, and it bodes so well for her future. That kind of monkey's off her back completely now. Whatever she does now is just building on her legacy, as opposed to sort of never quite getting that gold, maybe that elusive gold. So I'm really excited about what that's going to mean for Keely going forward. But for me, that's the standout performance. But we had so many near misses. Josh Kerr probably should have won and didn't. Matthew Hudson-Smith really could have won. Kat Johnson-Thompson was probably one good long jump away from really taking it to Nathalie Thiam and winning the gold in the heptathlon. So it's been a really good game for us. It's been really good.
I'll turn the tables as well, Kel, because we warmed you up with swimming and then we brought you here. What was your highlight?
From the swimming, I was fully on board the Marchand train. I was very much kind of there for the whole Léon Marchand hoopla and the kind of, and also it's a young athlete who's in front of a home crowd, and it was hard not to get carried away with the emotion of it. What happened?
I was going to say the highlight Champs-Élysées, because they were just about to play
the Champs-Élysées song, which has been our song of the tournament, certainly here at the Stade de France. But you're right, Keely Hodgkinson, winning an Olympic gold is extraordinary. But I think at 22, with maybe 2 or 3 more Olympic cycles in her, I think the one I reacted most emotionally to, which is a slightly different thing from the most impressive thing, was Katarina Johnson-Thompson's silver, because I think it's that sense of she might do another one, but she's going to have to be lucky for her body to hold out for that one. And because she's been so close, because she's had so much bad luck around Olympics previously, it felt like the one that was the most kind of emotional outpouring. And I know she gave an interview, I think it was she was talking to Sarah Mulkerrins and saying she had to learn to perform without any inhibitions, and we saw that in terms of her celebrations as well. So I think that's the one that I got most caught up in, and probably the one that for me would be the most memorable.
But you did take your headphones off at the end of the last event and say, I really love a relay.
Yeah.
Kelly Cates
love a relay.
A relay, right? You enjoyed it here, didn't you, Kelly?
Well, speaking of relays as well, because I can't not mention the other sport that I covered with triathlon, because it started off, before I came into the stadium, Alex Yee and Hayden Wilde, and I think that will go down as one of the greatest British Olympic moments, to see Alex Yee sweep by Hayden Wilde and Maz Faruqi just going absolutely mental in the commentary box as that happened. Team GB have delivered and some.
It's been incredible here inside the Stade de France. It's been an extraordinary Olympics. Still to come on the last day, the women's marathon. There are medal matches in the basketball, cycling, handball, modern pentathlon, volleyball, water polo, weightlifting. Everything gets wrapped up tomorrow, but we are done here at the Stade de France, and it has been incredible. They are not done yet at Roland Garros, Jonathan Overend, at least not until Steve Bunce says it's over.
Certainly not. And Kelly, well done to you as well. Safe journey home. Great job, you chappers. And Tony, who'll be with you tomorrow morning as well on the final day of these amazing Paris 2024 games, which continue on this Saturday evening, not just here at Roland Garros for the boxing, the final 2 gold medal bouts coming up, but also at the Bercy Arena for France against USA in the basketball final, and also under the shadow of the Eiffel Tower in the most glamorous of arenas for the men's gold medal match in the beach volleyball. So those 3 gold medal pieces of action for you over the next hour or so here on 5 Live Sport. There is an empty chair to my left. There is a microphone waiting to be picked up, and Mr. Bunce will be with us, Pierre permitting. That's the name of his taxi driver, hurtling towards this famous sporting venue in the west of Paris, Roland Garros, which has hosted the boxing gold medal bouts quite magnificently, and it is another capacity crowd inside here tonight. 15,000 have been here to see Lin Yuting win gold for Chinese Taipei in the women's 57 kilograms, and gold for Uzbekistan's Abdulmalik Kalikov in the men's 57 kilogram category. Will it be another Uzbek gold medal tonight? Well, that's certainly what the big Uzbek hopes for. Bakadir Jalilov headlines tonight, trying to become the first man to retain an Olympic super heavyweight gold medal. He won in Tokyo, and he is the strong favourite to win again here in Paris. His fight live for you right here. So let's check in with, shall we go to the basketball first of all? What a match this is. France against USA, and Julien Laurent was telling us about all the A-listers in the house, Jules, surrounding you tonight. How's the match going, first of all?
It's a great game, Jonathan. Thank you so much. +10 for Team USA, as we've been saying at halftime, still very strong. Kevin Durant with the jump shot. Just now we have Steph Curry with 2 3-pointers as well. It's difficult for the French, but they're trying to stay there. You know, Victor Wembanyama, 15 points. Yabusele, my new GOAT, Jonathan. Jason Yabusele, 19 points, carrying this French team, but Team USA very, very strong.
Brilliant, and it goes without saying, Jules, that there's a tremendous atmosphere inside there tonight. Of course, it hosted the gymnastics in the first week, didn't it?
That's right, exactly. Yeah, the Bercy Arena, if you want, in the east of the city, and yeah, the atmosphere is great. Loads of Americans that you would expect. They were the hottest tickets in town for tonight's game, because, as we've been saying, it's not just Team USA and LeBron James and all the superstars. It's also this gold medal match with the French on home soil, with all the fans. those cardboard faces that we've seen popping up in all the venues of the French stars. We've got plenty here on our left as well. So amazing atmosphere, even if we kind of know now that really it will be very difficult for the French to come back into this game.
I think actually that's been one of the, from looking at these games from an organisational point of view, that's been one of the most impressive things, the way they've utilised one venue for multiple sports. Obviously we've had it here, tennis turning into boxing, there with you, gymnastics into basketball. I was down at the Urban Park a little bit earlier on today because I couldn't leave these games without catching a little bit of the B-boy battle, Jules, and that was brilliant down at the Breaking in the same arena that hosted the 3x3 basketball in the first week. So I absolutely loved that. They've eked every little bit of usage out of these venues, whether they're permanent or temporary.
Yeah, and we had the CEO of the games yesterday on the show with Chapman, Etienne Taubois, and he was saying sustainability was at the heart of a lot of the things they wanted to do here. So not having to build too many venues because they've used 95% of what they already had. And then you're right, being able to recycle in a way some of the venues for another sport. We saw, for example, what they did with La Défense Arena to put the swimming in there. That was incredible, just technically and in terms of technology, to be able to put a swimming pool in what is usually a rugby stadium. So pretty incredible what they've done with their venues.
Well, it's set a benchmark now for future games, hasn't it? We can't just have major events just building loads of concrete in the future that then maybe doesn't get used again. It's just unsustainable, as you said. It's been a brilliant game for that, and the little courtesy cars you see whizzing around the city, they're all electric cars as well. Good stuff. We'll check in with you in a bit, Jules.
Thank you.
Jules is there at the basketball. We've got the third of tonight's gold medal bouts about to happen in the women's middleweight division. Li Chan against Athena Bailon, and we'll tell you about them and pick up commentary in just a moment. First of all, history man John Akers joins us as surely the only man in broadcasting history who visits the Kassam Stadium and the Eiffel Tower in the same day. I mean, we should be perfectly transparent here. You're in the studio back home watching this, John, but from Oxford United to the beach volleyball, what a day.
Yeah, from the glamorous surrounds of the Kassam to my spare bedroom in Devon, but I am watching this gold medal match in the beach volleyball. And is there a better setting for sport in the entire games? No, not my spare bedroom. Of course, the Eiffel Tower, lit up, sparkling, a floodlit beach, 12,000 spectators packed in on a Saturday night, and a final between two nations that aren't even famous for their beaches. It's Sweden versus Germany in the gold medal match. The Swedes, 22-year-olds David Oman and Jonathan Helvig, couldn't look more Swedish if they tried, both with their blonde, tousled, bleach blonde hair and blue eyes. They are the best in the world, huge favourites. They've won almost everything this year and are unbeaten through all the rounds in this competition, and they've got the secret weapon, the Swedish jump set, it's called. You're allowed 3 touches before it crosses the net, but sometimes they just use 2. It's a sight to behold, the fakes when they're trying to either set or spike. The Germans are often there or thereabouts, but they're already 11-7 down in this first set. The first to 21 points wins the first 2 sets, and if it needs a third deciding set, it's first to 15, and Norway have just beaten Qatar in the bronze medal match.
And I should just state on behalf of the Swedish Tourist Board that you ought to go to Borstad, John, a very, very popular beach stop-off on the Swedish coast. Thank you very much. John Akers is at the beach volleyball then. Gillian Laurent is at the basketball. Saturday night in Paris. Jules on the east. We're over here in the west at Roland Garros. I say we. Bunsey is puffing down the street outside en route from the drop-off spot, and we'll welcome him into the box as soon as he gets here in time for the big Uzbek. But right now it is the women's 75-kilogram gold medal match. This is the middleweight division, and this is the bout that really should have featured Cindy Ngamba, the Bolton fighter who represented the refugee Olympic team, beaten controversially by Athena Bailon in the semi-finals. It was a very, very narrow decision, but Bylan was holding on a lot in the final round, and Ngamba was very disappointed, but really good to see Ngamba paraded at the Champions Park here in Paris, along with Lewis Richardson, who won bronze medal. Both of them winning bronze medals. Actually quite an iconic photograph as the two of them embraced and held the Union flag behind them. A really proud moment for Ngamba and for Richardson. So Bylan is now trying for gold. She's from Panama, 35 years of age, but only slightly her junior is Li Chan from China at 34 years of age. So two veterans of amateur and Olympic boxing. They're both in their third Olympic Games. Bylan is winning her first medal. Of course, it'll be either silver or gold. And Lee has won a bronze before. She's won a silver before, and that was in Tokyo, where she lost to Britain's Lauren Price, but is going for her first gold here today. It's been a rather scrappy opening round, it has to be said. We've only got 30 seconds remaining of it, and Bylan is using the same sort of tactics as she used against Ngamba, and that means a lot of holding on. She was deducted a point late on in that fight, which made it all the more surprising that she managed to get the judge's decision at the end of it. 20 seconds remaining. Bylan in blue is going for some more aggressive shots with the left and the right following up. She's fighting out of the southpaw stance, is Bylan. Silver medalist at the Pan American Games last year, and trying to create a little bit of history for her nation of Panama. Loads of Panamanians in the crowd. It's one of the things we've noticed here at the boxing this week, that they really come out of every corner, representatives of all the individual nations. And it's Li Chan who gets the decision on the opening round, unanimously in fact, across the board from all five judges. They give it to Li Chan, who is trying to win yet another medal for China here in the boxing ring. They've won 2 golds and 2 silvers so far. Uzbekistan lead the way in the boxing medal table with 4 golds, and they will be strong favourites to win a 5th as well, with the big Uzbek Bakadir Jalalov in action after this against Ayub Gadfa from Spain, who's looking to try to create some history for his nation, because they've won 2 bronzes before and 2 silvers in Olympic boxing rings, but never a gold before. He gets his chance tonight. So 10-9 on all 5 judges' scorecards to the Chinese after the first round. So work to do for the Panamanian Athenia Bylan, a police officer in Panama City who only really started boxing after joining the force. Heavy right comes in from Lee right at the start of this second round, who'll just choose the moments to pick her spots and pick her shots. Beaten quite comfortably by Lauren Price in the gold medal bout 3 years ago. Again, it's quite scrappy. This time it's Lee holding round the back of Bylan's neck, and the Panamanian falls down to the canvas. The referee has to pick her up, and she composes herself, and away we go once more. 2 minutes 30 remaining in the second round. China against Panama for the gold medal, the penultimate gold medal bout in the boxing ring here in the home of tennis on the western side of Paris, Roland Garros. The referee just having a problem with Bylan holding on. Yep, that was what she got a warning for in her last bout. She's not the most attractive fighter in terms of the way she goes about her business. She goes with this big right hand over the top, but Lee's too experienced and sways out of the way. Then there's a nice exchange between the two. A couple of counters in there from Bylan, but Lee connected with one of her own, a left hand, and she's a better mover, Lee. She's able to get out of trouble more quickly, even though they're the same height, 5'10". Big body shot comes in from Lee. 1 minute 45 remaining in the second round. Women's gold medal bout in the middleweight division. Lee switching and jabbing with the left hand. The southpaw stance from the Panamanian, so she's leading with the right hand, with the heavier shots coming in with the left hand, but she does have this tendency to go with a big haymaker over the top with the leading right arm. Bylan's in close, desperately trying not to hold on, but she is effectively holding on because she's leaning right into Lee. The referee has to separate them once more. 1 minute 15 remaining. Chinese flags to my right. There's a cluster of Panamanians to my left-hand side, right on the far corner. There must be 30 or 40 of them, and they're all on their feet. Big attack from Lee as we enter the final minute of the second round. Lee, the Chinese, with 2 Olympic medals already to her name. Bronze from Rio, silver from Tokyo, and now looking for a gold, and she'll certainly have come into this bout as the favourite. And the first round judging certainly has it that way. Oh, well, Bailon's holding on. What's she doing here, Bailon? She's making it very, very messy. I'm not sure how she's expecting to win the gold medal with so much holding, and she's using her forearm as well to try to brush off Lee when they're in a clinch. Lee just wants to keep her at distance and work behind her jab, and she gets to work right now. The jab from Bailon then the right hand over the top, but then she gets caught, Bailon, by a big right hand. That was lovely from Lee. It's what she does. Bailon again is holding on in a really ungainly manner. Only 10 seconds remaining in the second round. She's very close to being deducted a point now. Bailon getting another warning from the referee, who'll have been aware that she did that in the last bout. Lee, strong finish to the round. Nice combination, right, left, and that surely will be enough to win her that round, which, if it is the case, and it is the case on 4 of the 5 judges' scorecards, means that Lee Chan comfortably leads on the judges' score. 20-18 ahead on 4 of the judges' scorecards. 1 judge gave that round to Bailon, so on that judges' card we are level going into the last. Right, let's check in with the basketball. France-USA at Bercy. Here's Jules again.
It's just the end of the third quarter, Jonathan, so 1 more to go, 10 more minutes, and the French have come back a little bit, just 6 points behind Team USA.
And watching the beach volleyball, Germany against Sweden, John Akers.
And Sweden are just 1 point away from the set, and in fact with that block they win the set. Sweden, the favourites for it, the beach volleyball in the men's gold medal match, lead Germany by 1 set to love.
So we have the final bout of the evening. Bakadir Jalilov against Ayub Gadfer. Uzbekistan against Spain. The men's super heavyweight gold medal bout. That's coming up for you in a few minutes' time. At the conclusion of this one, we enter the final round of the women's middleweight gold medal bout. China against Panama, with the Chinese Li Chan firmly ahead on 4 of the 5 judges' scorecards. 1 judge has it level, but one thing's for sure. Athenia Bailon, the police officer from Panama, has to come out fighting here. She's got to quit the holding, and she's got to get on with this and score heavily and hope that she can maybe get a 10-8 round or a stoppage or force a point deduction from Lee. Things could change, but unlikely. Judges seem very reluctant to score rounds 10-8. Big shot comes in from Lee here. Again, Bailon is warned for holding on round the back of Lee's head, and the referee surely losing patience with that. In with the right jab goes Bailon, still in the southpaw stance, all in blue. Both fighters 5'10", into the clinch once more. Lee wants to get out and continue with the body shots. Oh, Lee gets caught by a big left hand. That was one of the best moments of the bout from Bailon, and it just shook the Chinese a little bit, and she has to be careful. 1 minute 40 seconds remaining in the third round. China against Panama for the gold medal. China looking good, the way the judges have read it so far. But has Bailon got some surprises in her 3rd Olympics? But she's winning her first medal here. It'll be silver or gold, looking very much like it's going to be the silver unless something extraordinary happens. Lee, all in red, now thinks about getting on her bike a little bit more, rotating around the ring, anti-clockwise direction, keeping a distance, keeping out of trouble. 1 minute remaining in the 3rd and final round. Bailon's on the attack, big right hand, and now she's got Lee up against the ropes, and it's Lee having to hold on. But Bailon in the clinch once again has a hand round the back of Lee's neck, and the referee doesn't like it. But some good attacks from Bailon, and you just feel, should she fight these bouts a little cleaner and at greater distance, she may have more success. But here she is in the gold medal bout, so she's not doing badly. 45 seconds remaining in the 3rd round. Bailon leaning low like she's about to pounce on her prey. Goes in with a big left hand but gets twisted around. And Lee is getting frustrated at her opponent, moving the body and having her back to her opponent almost. 20 seconds remaining in the 3rd round. Lee Chan just has to stay out of trouble. She lost to Lauren Price of Great Britain in Tokyo. But is she now going to take the step up and move from Olympic silver to Olympic gold? 10 seconds remaining in the 3rd round. Lee Chan close to gold. Another gold for China, surely. Bailon on the attack in the final few seconds, but it's not going to be enough. And the bell is going to go any second now. There it is. And it will be silver for Athenia Bailon. And it will be gold for Li Chan of China. It may be that Bailon's won that round on a couple of the judges' scorecards. Who knows? She may have won it on all of the judges' scorecards. But unless it's marked as a 10-8 round in her favour, which we never see, then it will be Chan wearing the gold medal in a few minutes' time. The results come quite quickly here at the boxing. The fighters have their gloves removed by their corners, and then the referee will call them into the centre of the ring, and we will get the verdict. The Panama support squad over there in the far corner, they were shouting and screaming throughout the contest, and they're waving their flags proudly for their police officer and boxer who has done her nation proud. But the decision incoming. Li Chan is in red and Athenia Bailon is in blue. They tend to do a dramatic pause unless the result goes without saying. In red, Li Chan gets it. Bronze in Rio, silver in Tokyo. You know where that sequence is going. Gold in Paris. Tremendous achievement. It's a third gold medal in the boxing ring for the Chinese. And that surely caps her career. She's 34. And after years and years of dedication, of trying, of fighting and winning and losing, Li Chan has her hands on an Olympic gold medal. Many, many congratulations to her. Athenia Bailon will win the silver, and we will see Cindy Ngamba later coming out to receive her bronze medal, representing the refugee Olympic team, but very much fighting with the Team GB squad, and hopefully she'll be firmly a member and indeed citizen of Great Britain in the not too distant future. So 5 Live Sport, we continue with the action on this Saturday evening. Worth mentioning that tomorrow morning Tony Livesey will be with you from 10 a.m. Now Tony will be joined by various guests reviewing these Olympic Games, but we've got plenty of action, not least in the velodrome tomorrow morning, the modern pentathlon as well. So plenty going on the final day of competition here at these remarkable Paris Olympic Games, which has been an absolute treat to be at, I must say. Trying to visit so many venues over the course of the last fortnight, because when you're privileged enough to have the badge, you really want to make the most of it. And just looking at pictures from the beach volleyball at the moment, how good that looks in the darkness with the Eiffel Tower hovering over the venue, and all the venues are full. I mean, that's the thing, it's back to London 2012 really in terms of the attendances here. The people of Paris have committed, the volunteers have delivered, they've been superb, and also the authorities, the gendarmes on every corner have just done a terrific job in making everyone feel safe here at these Olympic Games. Let's get some reaction to the taekwondo gold medal match that we brought you a little bit earlier on. It was a brilliant fight with Caden Cunningham of Great Britain excelling himself in making the gold medal bout. He wasn't far away, he just missed out, and here he is afterwards speaking to Andy Stevenson.
Caden, you had the nation on the edge of their seats there and you were so close. What's your assessment of the contest?
Yeah, it was very good, very fun. Got a lot of respect for that athlete. He, once the match started, similar to myself, he's ready to kill. And then outside of that, very nice guy, a genuine fighter, got no problem losing if a man's better than me on the day, and that's what he was. So I'm gutted I didn't get the gold, for myself, for my coach, for my family, and Britain. However, I'm very proud to be here today.
You've wanted to be an Olympian since you were a child, so what's going through your mind now that you're an Olympic silver medalist?
Now I want to see my dad. He's who I decided about the Olympics with. I told my mum as well when I was very young. That's why I want to see them, give them a hug. Hope they're proud of me. And yeah, man, just chill, go home, have a KFC or something. I don't know.
You told me you had a banana and a nap before the contest, but it's good to see that you seem to be feeling positive. Sometimes when athletes...
Got to be. I'm 21. I tore my ACL not long ago, and I've got the best physio in the world. I came back very quickly. So to qualify for this was hard as it was. To come and beat 3 world champions, 3 Olympic medalists, and then such an amazing fighter like that. It's a blooming good day. It's a good day.
Do you see this as the start of an Olympic journey for you?
Start of whatever I want. Yeah, I work very hard. If I choose something else, and I'll master it. If I stay in this, I'll be the king of taekwondo for the next 4 years, no problem. One fight doesn't define me as a fighter. Everyone watched that and I'm sure they knew that I'm a strong fighter, but I didn't get the result.
Well, he speaks as well as he fights. Caden Cunningham, good luck to him. His eye already, I'm sure, will be on LA. Here, inside court, Philippe Chatrier, we welcome the big Uzbek. There he is, all 6'7" of him, Bakadir Jalilov, trying to defend his Olympic gold medal in the super heavyweight division, and the final boxing gold medal match on the way for you in just a moment. Let's check in with the basketball. France, USA, is it getting closer, Jules?
It was a little bit, Jonathan, and now with 6 minutes and a half to play, the Team USA have come back way in front. They're plus 11 now as Victor Wembanyama is getting a foul on him as he was shooting, so he will have 2 free throws. But even when the French get a little bit closer, Jonathan, there's always an American. Kevin Durant scored 2 3-pointers back to back almost every time. It feels like a dagger in my heart and the heart of all the French people in here, because we get closer and then they're just so good that they get that distance between them and the French again.
You know what else is brutal, Jules?
Tell me.
Buncey's taxi driver missing the turn and going the wrong way on the ring road. I mean, if it wasn't so unfortunate for Buncey, it would be fun. No, it is funny. Correct that. Buncey, we'll see you when we see you. But yeah, they've had to do a 360. Anyway, thank you, Jules. Back with you in a second. So, first round incoming in the men's super heavyweight division. Bakadir Jalilov of Uzbekistan, 6'7". 103 victories as an amateur, including the last 55, 14 victories and no defeats as a professional. Lost to Joe Joyce in Rio, what must seem a lifetime ago for both fighters. Then won gold in Tokyo and is looking to win his second games in a row. His opponent, the 25-year-old from Spain, born in Marbella, living now in Madrid, of Moroccan heritage, Ayoub Gadfa. 4 medals in the boxing ring over the history of the Olympic Games for Spain, but never gold. So both men going for history as the first bell sounds and we're underway. Jalilov starts the huge favourite for this one, and even though on paper he's only an inch taller than his Spanish opponent, he does appear to tower over him. But that's the impressive CV he has, as well as the impressive build. He is absolutely huge. Southpaw, and he leads with the right hand, just trying to get some work on that right hand in the initial moments of the fight. Gadfa looks a little worried, I must say, early on. Who wouldn't be with the big Uzbek coming at you? Gadford's done so well to make this stage. He actually beat the Tokyo bronze medalist in the opening round in what was seen as a huge upset. Nice jab landing from Gadfa there. No power punches being thrown by either man so far. Jalilov trying to get through with that big lamppost of a left hand, and it just rocks Gadfa because that did get through, and Gadfa has to be so quick to get out of trouble when that right jab is thrown by Jalilov. Sometimes Jalilov can just win fights using that jab and nothing else, but then a straight left hand. He's not afraid of a big finish either, is he, Jalilov? I don't believe it. He's here. He's made it. Who'd have thought it after they took the wrong turn on the ring road? He's made it. Unbelievable stuff. Welcome. Big left hand from Jalilov. And Gadfa again is just, you can see the fear etched across his face. Gadfa is in blue, Jalilov is in red. As I say, Jalilov towers over him, even he's only 1 inch taller. But I don't believe that really. He's like he's carved out of granite is Bakadir Jalilov, who is winning the bout with the jab so far. Gadfa is trying to get through with his own jab. You take it easy, Buncey, until the end of this first round. Then we'll see what on earth your mate Pierre was thinking on the periphery. There's a left jab from Gadfa, goes with the right arm over the top, but Jalilov saw that one coming, and despite being so big and so muscly, he's such a good mover as well, Jalilov, and is able to get out of trouble and in position for his next shot. 45 seconds remaining in the opening round. Uzbekistan going for a 5th gold medal in what is by far their most successful Olympic Games. There is a new Olympic boxing superpower. No longer is it the United States, no longer is it Cuba. It is Uzbekistan, and Jalilov leads the way. 30 seconds remaining in the opening round. Gadfa really hasn't been able to get anywhere near. Oh, big left hand was thrown by Jalilov, and if that had connected, Gadfor may not have heard the bell for the end of this round. There's another big left hand from Jalilov. That was huge. It's going to be a standing count. Standing count for Gadfor, and it's no great surprise. He went with that the first time and missed, went with it the second time and definitely connected, and Gadfor did extremely well to stay on his feet. This is going to be a comfortable opening round for Bakadir. Jalilov, the strong favourite. Another big left hand rocks Gadfor. It's another standing count. That's 2 in the final seconds of the opening round. What a performance from Jalilov so far. Gadfor holds up his gloves to say he can continue. The referee doesn't look massively sure about it, but at least he's saved by the bell. This may not go the distance. Bunsey, I award you a gold medal, mate, because I didn't think you were going to do that.
Had I not run from Lord knows where, from the suburbs, from the glorious suburbs, asking everybody as I ran the last 5 minutes. I gave up on Pierre. He lost himself. 10 miles we went the wrong way. We turned around, John, and the Eiffel Tower was about an inch big. That's how far out of Paris I'd gone. The big lad, at least I'm here for the big lad to win his second gold medal. Just about in time. He'll stop him in this round, don't worry about it. Gadfor knows.
Jules, we should never have doubted him.
Never. But we never doubted him, really. Really, we never doubted him.
I know you never doubted me, Jules, but Overs was having a chuckle as I walked into the room. I could just tell a mischievous, cheeky look on his face.
Well, I know that peripherique, and Jules certainly does as well. Definitely. You don't want to be going the wrong way on the peripherique because it's almost certainly stationary in the other direction. But anyway, Bunce is here. We're on to a winner, and Bakadir Jalilov certainly is. He's going for a stoppage here. He's going for a big, big knockout blow, and poor Ayad Gadfor is just overwhelmed. He's trying to get, he really is trying. He's going with that left jab. He's looking for combinations. He's on the move, and even those 2 occasions he took a standing count. He was holding his gloves up high. There was no question of any retirement or anything like that. No question of him tumbling to the canvas. But who knows, he might be going there soon if Jalilov continues like this. 45 seconds gone in the second round.
3 Olympics, all of those professional fights, forget those. It's the World Championships, the gold, and the bronze. Jalilov is the master at this game, this amateur game. He can pick all of these guys apart, these normal guys, these normal top quality heavyweights. He makes them look tiny, he makes them look inconsequential, he makes them look like fodder in the end of his fists.
Into the second round, into the second minute of the second round, and he's already doing a little bit of dancing, Jalilov.
Celebrating.
I talked to celebrating a minute into the second round. It's ridiculous. But I talked about his movement, and it really is noticeable, and I think he's getting better. He actually gets caught by a left hand there from Gadfor. He kind of walked onto that a little bit. Jalilov, he seems to have a chin of granite as well as a body carved out of it as well. Southpaw stance, so he's leading with the right arm with the jabs, and the heavy shots coming through with that left hand, which can be devastating, can be brutal. Gadfor's felt it twice already. 2 standing counts in that first round, and they both came in the last minute. So poor old Gadfor is now entering that final minute and thinking, what's coming at me now in the next 60 seconds? Uzbekistan against Spain. Jalilov, you sense, is just waiting for the moment to unload with that big shot once more. He's opening up the guard first of all with that straight right hand and the jab. But it's better than a jab, is it? It's like an attacking straight right when he throws out the jab.
Lead shot. It's a concussive lead shot. Both his hands deliver concussive finishing punches, which is even stranger. He hasn't had a stoppage yet in this Olympics. Perhaps he'll crown it in the final. That's where you get your first stoppage of the super heavyweight division.
Goes with a big left hand there. Gadfor saw that one coming and retreats in the nick of time, leans in with the right hand as the Spaniard, who's doing well here. You have to admire him, the way he's coming forward and competing, and he's earning a silver medal for his nation, which is an incredible achievement. Their 5th Olympic boxing medal in the nation's history. The referee looks concerned, doesn't he? Every time he breaks them up, he's looking at Gadfor and really looking a little concerned. 10 seconds remaining in this round. Here's a big left hand from Jalilov. Gadfor's still standing tall though. The bell's about to go. Jalilov's about to win the round. There it goes, and we'll go to the beach volleyball. John Akers.
Gold medal point for Sweden as Germany save it. It's Sweden 20, Germany 13 in the second set of the gold medal match in the beach volleyball in the shadow of a glittering Eiffel Tower. Sweden won the first set 21-10. The Germans have the serve. Sweden need 1 point. It's the second match point. There's the dig, but it's into the net. and Germany save it again. Ball still live, 2013. Here's a big smash from Germany. The Swedes have got a chance to set one up here. Here comes the dig, it's blocked, it's hit the net, it's back over the net. High drama, Sweden with another smash, and it's in, and they've won it. Sweden win gold. The favourites for the men's beach volleyball fulfil their destiny. These 22-year-old, tall, blonde, handsome Swedes with bags of talent have made history. It's their first ever beach volleyball medal, men's or women's. Sweden beat Germany by 2-0.
Thank you, John. Third round underway in the men's super heavyweight gold medal match, and Bahadur Jalilov is cruising towards his second successive gold medal. He unanimously leads on all 5 judges' scorecards. One judge, even with that rare thing, a 10-8 round. We've finally seen one, Bunsey, in the opening round.
And if anyone in this Olympic tournament is going to get a 10-8 round, it is Bahadur Jalilov. Let's get that absolutely right. He is the man that can deliver the 10-8 round. About 235, the last fight.
Can he deliver a stoppage, though? Can he deliver a knockout in this final round to crown the glory? 14 fights unbeaten as a professional. Best days still ahead of him, perhaps, but with 2 gold medals about to be hung around his neck. I'm sure he's very, very proud of the one from Tokyo, but he'll be prouder of this one as he juggles his amateur and pro careers. He's keeping Gadfer at range with that right hand. We're into the second minute of the third round. Gadfer's about to win silver for Spain, which is a tremendous achievement, and also an achievement with Jalilov in this mood will be getting out of the ring with his faculties intact and being able to hug his family and friends. He gets caught by a left hand from Jalilov, who looks in the mood to get that stoppage now. Midway through the third round, Jalilov on the move, just looking for an opening. Nice jab is thrown out by Gadfer, who beat the Tokyo bronze medalist in the first round. That was an upset, but he's gone all the way to the final. Brilliant run for him, cheered on by Spain, but it's the Uzbeks who are going to be celebrating another gold medal in a minute and 15 seconds time. Jab from Jalilov once more gets through, and that's going to hurt, and Gadfer's going to really know he's been in a fight today. It's another left hand. Bunsey feels that from 100 yards away, and the Uzbek just stalking his man, centre of the ring, brushing off the attacks. Now it's a fierce right hand. Gadfer's having to hold on, tiring as we enter the final minute.
And you saw there the composure of Bahadur Jalilov. He's mastered this art. I know I've said that. 8 years ago, he was handed his bottom, as we say in the trade, by Joe Joyce. Joe Joyce walked through him when they fought in Rio. Absolutely walked through him. This man has changed since then. The debate, the question, and this is for next week, another show, is what can he do as a pro? Yeah. As an amateur, he's dominant, and he'll probably be able to be dominant as an amateur in 2028.
Oh, what a thought when he'd be 34. But absolutely, why not? 20 seconds remaining in the gold medal bout. Jalilov probably isn't now going to get the stoppage. He doesn't need to. He just needs to get on his bike, just reach out that jab, brush away the attacks from Gadfer, and this has been a masterclass from Bahadur Jalilov as the big Uzbek celebrates a second Olympic gold medal. The bell about to go. There it is. What an achievement. Gold in Tokyo, gold in Rio, gold in Paris. Where are we, Bunsey? It's the beach volleyball for you. We're thinking we're on Copacabana. He's done it again. The bottom line is he's the first man to retain an Olympic super heavyweight gold medal, and do not underestimate how big an achievement that is.
And before there was a super heavyweight division, the dominant heavyweight was Teofilo Stevenson, and he's the last heavyweight to dominate a final in the heaviest of the weights in the men's. All of the super heavyweight finals, going all the way back to 1980, have been slugfest wars, 50-50s, 3-2s. Tonight, we saw one of the finest Olympic boxers, a man that could walk with Laszlo Papp, walk with Mario Kindelan, walk with Sugar Ray Leonard, walk with Oscar De La Hoya, because that man is the big Uzbek, my personal man, the biggest Uzbek. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm here, Overs, and you, of course.
Well, gold medal for Bunsey, from the Grand Palais to Roland Garros, and he was here to see it. A piece of boxing history as the man in red gets the decision. Here it comes. It's a formality. Such a formality. There is no dramatic pause from the announcer. Bakadir Jalilov wins it comfortably on all 5 judges' scorecards. Judge number 3 rather generously gave Ayub Gadfa the 3rd round, so he's got something to show for his efforts, but more than that, more than 1 round on 1 judge's scorecard. He wins a silver medal for Spain, only Spain's 5th Olympic boxing medal, and they've still yet to win a gold, but tremendous achievement from him. Let's check in with that exciting basketball match again at the Bercy Arena. Here's Julien Laurent again.
Oh, I mean, you know what? I was just looking at Steph Curry scoring yet another 3-pointer. He's the greatest shooter that this game has ever seen, and tonight it's him that won the gold medal for this incredible Team USA, because he just got 4 in 4. The last one, that's why it took me a bit of time, Jonathan, to answer back to you, because it was just an incredible move from Steph Curry, and I'll be able to tell my children and my grandchildren and my great-grandchildren that I saw the greatest shooter on earth in a game in my life.
Well, and that's a great thing, isn't it, Jules? That is the great thing about the Olympic Games, that these superstars of sport can rub shoulders with people who are amateurs or have other jobs or who are on the comebacks. It's the Olympic dream.
It is. And Steph Curry, really, I mean, LeBron James is wearing gold shoes tonight for the game, but the golden boy of this Team USA has been Steph Curry. In the semi-final against Serbia, 34 points, he carried them to what was almost a miraculous win, and then tonight he's got 24 with 16 seconds to go. Team USA are 98-87, so the game is gone. But it's him, really, when the French were trying to come back in the game, it's him with the 4 3-pointers in a row that made a massive difference. So well done, Steph Curry. What an incredible performance, what an incredible player.
All right, well, we'll see it out with you, Jules, because it's been a tremendous event, really, in Paris tonight, hasn't it, this final? Everyone's wanted a ticket. You were telling us about the A-listers who are sitting there at courtside tonight. Must feel big when you're in the middle of it.
It feels amazing, really. And again, if you love basketball, if you love the NBA, if you've been watching, like me, some of those players like LeBron James for the last 20 years and the generations before, to be here and see this Team USA. Maybe 92 will always stay the greatest ever Team USA, the dream team, of course. But this one, in terms of the players that came here to Paris as Team USA, just won the gold medal again, because this is what they do. They're not very good in the World Championship, but they're always very good in the Olympics. They've won yet another gold. This is maybe the 2nd greatest or 3rd greatest squad or roster that Team USA has brought to an Olympic Games, and it was a pleasure to watch them in this final. The French did really well, and they can be really proud of their performance, but this Team USA is just wonderful, and Steph Curry is a magnificent player.
Thank you, Jules. Julien Laurent there at the Bercy Arena. We heard the final hooter. So we've heard the USA win gold in the men's basketball. We've heard Sweden win gold in the beach volleyball. We've had gold for the big Uzbek here. And I'm now going to metaphorically hang Buncey's gold medal around his neck. That's a new Olympic sport you've created tonight, Buncey. On the air, live on 5 Live across half of Paris, including 10 kilometres the wrong way.
I was generally going so well. I was at the Arc after 6 minutes. I've walked from the Arc to here in 35 minutes. Pierre took 48. I've done it in 32 minutes from the Arc. You know I have, but I wasn't going to miss. I gave my word I wouldn't miss Jalilov. I needed to see him, I wanted to see him, because it's going to be interesting, because there is a debate. There are some people, serious people in the boxing business, saying, Steve, he's left it too long. He's left it, and also his 14 fights. If I break those down, you'd be stunned how bad the opponents are. His only good fights are in the World Championships every 2 years and the Olympics every 4 years. He may be a victim of arrested development. Trust me, I'm not kidding. There's a chance he might not be able to step up to 8 and 10 and 12, and this may be where he'll go for an awful long time, at least one more Olympics. Just think about that. Now that's ridiculous.
Steve, you're on in the morning with Tony and others.
The review of the greatest show on earth in one of the greatest cities in the world.
Oh, that's me done. It's me done. I am out of here. That was my last Olympic action, and I've absolutely loved it. What a games it has been. Paris have hosted us like royalty, and they have put on a hell of a show. Definitely the best overseas games that I've been to in 20 years. And one final show with Tony tomorrow morning starting at 10 a.m. But right now on 5 Live, it's over to Stephen Nolan. Good evening, Stephen.